This page is a SEGA Saturn magazine cover that's bursting with the latest info for this autumn. And the biggest news is the scoop on Virtua Fighter 3. They're promising a deep dive with brand new CG footage and introductions to all the characters and stages for the game. Besides Virtua Fighter 3, they're also covering other titles like Virtual Lawn, Real Bout Fatal Fury, and another fighting game called Real Bout Fighter 02. It looks like they've got a broad range of games featured, including Sakura Wars, Grandia, Shining the Holy Ark, Enemy Zero, Virtua Cop 2, and Daytona USA. There's also a section looking at SEGA Saturn bundled software, highlighting games like Langrisser 2i, Riglord Saga 2, Ogre Battle, Policenauts, Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama, Battle Arena Toshinden Yura, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms vs. Fighting Vipers is getting a complete guide in this issue, and they're also mentioning Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldian. The cover art features Terry Bogard from Fatal Fury and another character who looks like he could be from Virtua Fighter. This page is focused on the high-energy fighting game, Fighting Vipers. You can see the prominent Fighting Vipers logo in a fiery font, along with the bold statement, "Play it!" The page showcases the game's cast with a central dynamic illustration of several characters in action, locked in combat poses. To the right, there's a striking image of a skull, adding a bit of visual flair. Down at the bottom, you'll see the SEGA logo and website address. It's a page designed to get you excited and playing Fighting Vipers right away. This page showcases the brutal fighting game, Fighting Vipers. The title is boldly presented in Japanese as They, which translates to Wire Net Death Struggle, emphasizing the cage match aspect of the game. You can see 3 screenshots showing in-game action, highlighting the destructible armor and fast-paced fighting. The text mentions features like a playback mode to record and replay your matches, and a training mode to hone your skills. It also points out that the game is available for both arcade and SEGA Saturn, with version switching available. The price is listed at 6,800 yen, and it credits SEGA Enterprises Limited, with copyright dates from 1995 and 1996. The bottom right also shows the SEGA Saturn logo and controller, along with some small print about pricing. The overall tone is promotional, highlighting the key features of Fighting Vipers for the SEGA Saturn. This page introduces the Super 3D RPG Dark Savior. The game title is prominently displayed in both English and Japanese. We can see artwork of 2 main characters, a swordsman and an archer, posed dynamically in front of a volcanic-looking mountain backdrop. The text to the left of the swordsman reads, "This adventure drama will never let you sleep with just one playthrough," hinting at a deep and replayable gaming experience. This page is clearly setting the stage for Dark Savior and highlighting its RPG elements and adventurous nature. This page delves deeper into the Super 3D RPG Dark Savior. It highlights the game's full polygon maps, allowing for free viewpoint movement, which is described as guru-guri feeling, giving players freedom to move the camera around. The advert text suggests that by changing viewpoints and solving hidden mysteries, players can unravel a parallel scenario, with multiple playthroughs leading to different outcomes from the opening to the final boss encounter. It emphasizes that players will face unforeseen developments and challenges their intellect with its 3-dimensional structure, much like the Dragon Quest II and IV games mentioned as inspiration. The text also credits chief programmer Uchi Fuji for the 2 years spent developing this ultimate 3D RPG. The page asks, "Have you experienced it yet?" We can see screenshots showing off the 3D graphics, environments, and gameplay. There's also an advertisement for the SEGA multi-controller being compatible. Below that, there's a good reviews in progress section, with a price of 5,800 yen, suggesting a promotional campaign or special pricing. Finally, there's a smaller advert for the Dark Savior theme song CD single, Koi wo Nomura Sete, by Anne Lewis, stating it's now on sale, and features the game's ending theme. It mentions that the lyrics unravel the game's mysteries. This page is dedicated to Policenauts, highlighting it as the definitive version from the 9,821 3DO and PlayStation releases and declaring it's on sale now. It showcases 2 special editions. The first is the Deluxe Hardcase Edition, which includes a 32-page picture book. This picture book is described as having a hardcover, cello wrapping, and containing unreleased CG artwork. It also comes with power memory stickers, virtual on-decal stickers, and entry tickets for a special original jumper lottery. The second edition highlighted is the CD package, emphasizing its technical achievements. It boasts true motion full motion video at 24 frames per second, and additional movies and cuts exclusive to the Sega Saturn version. It also features a shooting mode, support for both virtual on and shuttle mice, and an in-game terminology mode accessible directly during gameplay. The advert confirms the game is now on sale as a 3 Candelas set with a manufacturer's suggested retail price of 6,800 yen, excluding tax. Finally, a campaign is announced where 100 lucky purchasers can win a special Policenauts jumper. This page is an advertisement for Policenauts on the Sega Saturn, presented as the final version of the game. It highlights the game title prominently with a central image of a spacesuit-clad figure, which is iconic to Policenauts. Below this image, there are 4 screenshots showcasing scenes and characters from the game. The page also features the Konami and Sega Saturn logos, along with copyright information at the bottom. The general layout is designed to promote Policenauts as a must-have title on the Sega Saturn. This page showcases the game Yellow Brick Road for both PlayStation and Sega Saturn. The page uses the tagline, "Oz's Magic User," and introduces it as an interactive fairy tale adventure. It mentions the game features digital entertainment with scale and depth, immersive sound, and beautiful 3D graphics. The main player character seems to be a scarecrow-like figure, and the text describes the gameplay as involving battles where damage is calculated by distance and position, requiring players to decide the best approach. The bottom right red box emphasizes Oz's Magic User as the game's concept and highlights it as an interactive fairy tale adventure game, evolving the tale of Oz. This page continues to showcase Yellow Brick Road, also known as Oz's Magic User, for both Sega Saturn and PlayStation. It really leans into the fairy tale adventure aspect, emphasizing themes of courage, wisdom, and love. Visually, you can see more of the game's world, with screenshots depicting battles and inventory screens. It looks like you play as that scarecrow-like character we saw before, and there's a rather quirky enemy resembling a red turnip with eyes. The game is being positioned as something for both families and specifically for girls, aiming for a broad appeal. The page mentions a release date of August 30th and a price of 5,800 yen. It highlights the gameplay as strategic, where battles are influenced by distance and positioning, requiring players to think about their approach. They also mention item collection being important, hinting at puzzle elements and exploration alongside the combat. This page showcases a dynamic illustration of a horse race, clearly promoting a Sega Saturn game. The tagline is, "Control GI, create the strongest horse in history with your own hands." It looks like a horse racing simulation game where the goal is to train and race your horses to become champions in Grade I races, indicated by GI. The artwork style is quite cartoonish and exaggerated, featuring expressive horses and jockeys, suggesting a potentially lighthearted or family-friendly take on horse racing. The illustration is credited to Miso Suzuki. The Sega Saturn logo is prominently displayed at the top left, confirming the platform. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game Stakes Winner, expanding on the horse racing theme from the previous page. It highlights 2 big campaigns to celebrate the release. The first campaign is a prediction contest for 4 Grade I races in autumn, with prizes like original Stakes Winner cards for 100 winners each week, totaling 500 winners. The second campaign is for early buyers, offering original horse racing goods as a present to 100 lucky winners who send in the included questionnaire postcard, potentially including special glasses or towels. The advertisement boasts that this is the GI Complete Control version, emphasizing that the well-received Neo Geo arcade version of Stakes Winner is coming to Sega Saturn. It highlights the exciting action gameplay of horse racing, combined with breeding and training elements. It's mentioned that password saving is now possible, allowing players to battle with horses they've raised with friends. Furthermore, the Sega Saturn CD version adds 48 horses, including famous racehorses and broodmare horses, increasing the fun of creating original, powerful horses. The game is slated for release in November 1996 and will cost 5,800 yen. Screenshots show in-game action, menu screens, and horse selection interfaces, showcasing the game's graphics and gameplay elements. This page showcases Alien Trilogy for the Sega Saturn. The page is dominated by a large, imposing image of a xenomorph's head, setting a clear horror tone. Scattered around this are screenshots of gameplay, depicting what looks like intense first-person or 2.5D action within the Alien universe. You can see in-game graphics and user interface elements. There are also text snippets in Japanese, likely detailing game information, perhaps about level names like Nightmare and Death Ship. One section mentions Ease Marines and containers, advising players to use powerful weapons like shotguns. Overall, the page is designed to highlight the terrifying atmosphere and action-packed gameplay of Alien Trilogy on the SEGA Saturn. This page continues to promote Alien Trilogy on the SEGA Saturn, emphasizing the intense horror and action. The page uses phrases like "Cosmic terror never ends" and highlights zones within the game as Dead Zone, Red Zone, and Hell Zone, all designed to sound terrifying and action-packed. There's a "Second Coming" tag, perhaps as a subtitle or dramatic phrase. Warning text appears to explain in-game alerts and instructions, which suggests the game might have tutorial elements and helpful prompts during gameplay. The advert clearly states, "Saturn now on sale," and lists the price at 5,800 yen. Pushing the game as a current release for the SEGA Saturn by Acclaim Japan. The page is visually dominated by in-game screenshots showcasing the first-person perspective action against the xenomorphs in various environments. This page is dedicated to Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen on the SEGA Saturn, a simulation RPG. It's being advertised as a SEGA Saturn exclusive, emphasizing that it's only available on this platform. They're highlighting features like original hidden scenarios that unlock under certain conditions, and the use of 18 unique voice actors for the opening movie and dialogue scenes, which sounds pretty ambitious for the time. The game is also compatible with the Saturn's power memory for save data. The advert gives a release date of October 4th, which is a Friday, and a price of 5,800 yen before tax. You can see screenshots from the game, along with the box art, and logos for Riverhill Soft and Quest, the companies behind it. It looks like a solid push for a major RPG release on the SEGA Saturn. This page continues the focus on the Ogre Battle series for the SEGA Saturn. There's a big announcement about a special campaign where the first 10,000 people can get a Recreation Tarot card set as a present. This is specifically for the legendary Ogre Battle campaign, which seems to be in full swing. They are also running a W purchase campaign for the Ogre series, meaning if you buy both Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, and Tactics Ogre on SEGA Saturn, you can enter to win original goods. Speaking of Tactics Ogre, there's a dedicated section announcing its SEGA Saturn release is finally set for November 1996. It's highlighted as a simulation RPG and priced at 5,800 yen before tax. For fans of the music, there's a music CD called Ogre Grand Repeat being advertised, featuring arranged music from both Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, and Tactics Ogre. Finally, it looks like they're planning a release event at Akihabara Station in Tokyo for September 20th and 21st. They mention Ogre characters will be cosplaying, suggesting a fun event for fans in the Electric Town area of Akihabara. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Langrisser 2 Eyes. It's being promoted as a semi-real-time simulation RPG. They're pushing a special first-run package that includes a 3D hologram illustration sheet, a fan book with voice actor messages and autographs, an original poster, and even a telephone card. For those who miss out on the special edition, they've also got a regular package with bonus extras like an unreleased telephone card campaign, details on how to unlock hidden levels, and an illustration signed by Satoshi Urushihara. The special package is priced at 6,200 yen, and the regular one at 5,800 yen, both before tax. Also in smaller text at the bottom, they're mentioning Gunhound 2, or Jutsu Kihei Reinos 2, which is described as an action shooting game also coming to the SEGA Saturn, encouraging players to look forward to it. The page features character artwork and some small screenshots which likely showcase the strategy gameplay of Langrisser 2i. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn golf game, Tournament Leader. It's pitching itself as the game that lets you feel like a pro golfer, hitting amazing shots under blue skies. The key selling points are easy controls for shooting, a replay feature to relive those great shots, and multiple game modes like tournaments, match play, and team battles. They're also highlighting the different camera angles you can use while playing. It's designed for up to 4 players to play together, and the price is 5,800 yen before tax. The page also mentions that TV Asahi announcers Keikichi Morishita and Yoko Oshita are involved, probably as commentators for the game. Screenshots on the page give a glimpse of the in-game graphics, course views, and the game interface. This page introduces Puppy Breeder, a brand new type of life simulation game for the SEGA Saturn from SAMate. The premise is pretty unique. You, the player, become a goddess and instruct these pup creatures. These pups are like animal angels, tasked with protecting people. You guide them, praise them, and train them to become reliable partners. The page details 6 goddesses: Tia, Elsie, Karna, Sarah, Amy, and another unnamed goddess. Each has a short description highlighting their personality traits. Then it showcases the pups themselves. There are 6 types. Nonami, described as versatile. Kura, as a physical attacker. Monmon, with jumping ability. Cocoon, who uses a shell for defense. Manbu, that walks on water. And another unnamed pup type. Each pup type has a little description of its abilities and traits. The screenshots seem to show gameplay, where the goddess character gives instructions to the pups, and they interact in a game world. It looks like you're building a relationship with these creatures, and guiding them. The text mentions that by praising and scolding them, they grow into dependable partners. The release date is prominently displayed as October 11th. The bottom of the page has more text elaborating on the concept of willing units, and the idea that these pups, being willing, are responsible for protecting the land and people from disasters. It mentions aiming to become the goddess chief, implying a progression system in the game. There's also a URL for SAMate's website. This page showcases the SEGA Saturn game, Master of Monsters, Neo Generations. It's touted as a masterpiece simulation game hitting the SEGA Saturn. The page is filled with artwork of some of the game's characters, including a burly bald warrior, a mystical woman with long red hair, an elf-like character, and others who seem ready for an adventure. The advertisement highlights several key features of the game. It mentions full-scale battle animations and powerful evolution animations for the monsters. It also points out the immersive opening CG movie and a field map designed for stress-free gameplay. Apparently, there are over 130 different types of monsters to collect and evolve based on their types. The game boasts a massive 3-layered map system covering sky, land, and underground areas, with a total of 50 stages across story and map modes. The release date is clearly marked as October 25, 1996, with a suggested retail price of 6,800 yen. It looks like a promising strategy RPG for Saturn fans. The next page is dedicated to the SEGA Saturn game Graduation Crossworld. This game looks like a vibrant and visually appealing adventure title featuring a large cast of anime-style girls all dressed in school uniforms. It seems to be leveraging the popularity of the previous Graduation games, as it brings back well-known characters from those titles, while also introducing a couple of brand new ones. They're definitely playing up the visual style, calling it a gorgeous adventure game. And judging by the artwork, it's easy to see why. A special feature for the SEGA Saturn version is the inclusion of an original voice drama. The game is scheduled for release sometime in 1996, with a suggested price of 5,800 yen. If you're a fan of anime-style adventure games, and the Graduation series in particular, this one is definitely something to watch out for on the Saturn. This page is all about the exciting arrival of online gaming on the SEGA Saturn, dubbed Virtual Coliseum. It's announcing that you can now battle against other players from the comfort of your own home, starting with Virtua Fighter Remix. The page showcases screenshots of games that will support online play, including Virtua Fighter Remix, Daytona USA Remix, Sega Rally Championship, and Bug 2. They are promoting a special launch event where players can challenge Ironman online in Virtua Fighter Remix. There's a schedule of match dates in September, with specific opponents like Shinjuku Jackie and Ikebukuro Sarah listed, along with access instructions for connecting to the online service. To get online, you need a special package priced at 14,800 yen, which includes the SEGA Saturn console itself, a communication cartridge, the Virtua Fighter Remix game, a battle pad Crindrom, a nifty serve disc, and a modem cable. You can also buy accessories separately, like a floppy disk drive, keyboard, and a Habitat 2 Crindrom, and even a media card for 2,000 yen. It mentions that the price target for a full setup is around 20,000 yen, and also refers to the X-Band IC card and related monthly fees, indicating this is part of the online service. This page is basically a big push to get Sega Saturn gamers online and battling each other. This page showcases the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Battle Athletes Daiundukai, which translates to Great Athletic Meet. It's advertised as a hot-blooded, beautiful girl sports simulation game, slated for release in November 1996. The artwork features 5 anime-style female characters who are presumably the athletes in the game. The setting is in the future, specifically AD 4998, and the game is being published by IPC. It's priced at 5,800 yen, and it looks like it could be a sports management or training-style simulation game featuring these characters. This page is all about high-performance controllers designed to help you master complex moves, especially in fighting games like Street Fighter Alpha 2. It's showcasing 2 controllers from Optech, the AI Commander Pro for PlayStation and the SS Pro Commander for Sega Saturn, billing them as the king of controllers. Both controllers seem to have similar features, boasting high-level functionalities that allow you to record and execute difficult special moves with ease. They highlight features like command input memory, LCD screens for visual feedback during input, and the ability to store up to 63 commands. The controllers are marketed as making even the trickiest special moves accessible to everyone. There's a price drop announcement too, calling it a Jekacho new price. The AI Commander Pro for PlayStation is priced at 2,980 yen, and the SS Pro Commander for Sega Saturn is at 3,380 yen. They also mention an expansion memory pack, sold separately for 780 yen, which increases the command memory capacity, useful for both controllers. It mentions release dates or order dates for the controllers, with the SS Pro Commander being available around September 14th, and the AI Commander Pro around October 4th. They are heavily promoting the new techniques in Street Fighter Alpha 2, and how these controllers can help players utilize them instantly. This page is advertising Drift King Shutoku Battle 2, a racing game for the Sega Saturn that's all about beauty and drift. They're really pushing the beauty aspect, highlighting that you can race alongside beautiful women who are described as popular gravure idols. The page emphasizes several cool points about the game, like how amazing the girls are, how great the drifting is, and the fun 2-player battles. They also boast about the improved graphics and a special edition feature, which seems to include making of footage and clips of these women. You can see screenshots showcasing the racing action with cars drifting around corners. It mentions that the game is a CLIDROM set and is already on sale. They're also advertising related video products, including a video operator and a game called Pinball Graffiti, both seemingly also on sale. It's definitely a full-on ad trying to get gamers excited about this racing experience with beautiful ladies. This page is all about Angel Paradise Volume 2, Let's Be Together in Hawaii, featuring Yoshino Kimika for the Sega Saturn. It's advertised as a communication software sequel, where you can create your own love story. The ad highlights new system features that make the game even more interesting. They mention things like handwritten style illustrations, new movie scenes as jigsaw puzzles, movie scenes changing based on your score, and story changes within the movie scenes based on conversations. It also mentions the use of true motion for clear movie playback. It's definitely targeting fans, pointing out a private quiz mode and a digital room with secret info. Plus, Yoshino Kimika herself sings the theme song, which is a cool bonus. There's a present campaign where 500 lucky people can win an original talking alarm clock featuring Kimika's voice if they send in an application from inside the product. The deadline for applications is the end of September. The game is set to be released on September 13th. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game Destruction Derby. The Japanese text at the top dramatically says collision, and next, Saturn will be destruction. The image shows crash test dummies inside a car, hinting at the destructive racing gameplay. The game is set to be released on September 20th, 1996, and will cost 5,800 yen. It's published by SoftBank and their Multimedia Room division. This page is the front cover of the very first issue of SEGA Magazine, dated October 12th. It's advertised as being packed with the latest info on arcade games and new Sega Saturn releases. This magazine is launching monthly, coming out on the 13th of each month, and priced at 300 yen. The big headline for this first issue is, VF3 finally arrives, meaning Virtua Fighter 3 is a major feature. Other articles listed include Sega Touring Car Championship and Wave Runner. There's also a feature on the grand opening of Shinjuku Joyopolis, plus an express report from the Amusement Machine Show with news on brand new arcade games from '96. It also seems like regular sections will include the new Product Development Committee and Sega Ages, which will explore classic Sega titles. It's published by SoftBank. This page is an advertisement from Elf, and it looks like it's for a mail-order item being sold for 6,800 yen. The ad features anime-style artwork of 5 women who appear to be nurses or medical staff, all grouped together and smiling at the viewer. This page is another advertisement from Elf, continuing the previous page's theme. It seems to be advertising the product, People of Komagane Hospital, from 1996. The previous page it features anime artwork, this time showcasing 2 cute girls, still seemingly in nurse or medical attire. It mentions it's for SEGA Saturn, and is rated for 18 years and over only. The advert also provides contact details for Elf's user support, including a phone number and address. The smaller text at the bottom appears to be standard copyright and disclaimer information, common in-game ads from this period. This page showcases an exciting upcoming title for the Sega Saturn. Kyan Kyan Bunny premieres 2. It's advertised as a romance-adventure game, and is slated for release in December, though the price is still to be decided. The page also mentions the original game, Kyan Kyan Bunny Premiere, which is already available for 5,800 yen, and highlights that both games are for adults only, rated 18 and over. The artwork features a cute anime girl, typical for these kinds of visual novel or dating sim games of the era, and the text next to her translates to, "I'm so happy. We'll meet again, won't we?" hinting at the game's romantic themes. It's published by Kids, and it looks like AIDS and Cocktail Soft are also involved in the development or copyright. The page is pretty much focused on hyping up this sequel to what seems to be a popular adult-rated romance-adventure game on the Sega Saturn. This page showcases Getebura Horned Casino, an adult casino game for the Sega Saturn. It's advertised as having dummy head 3D sound and costs 7,900 yen, excluding tax, for a 3-disc set. The game features casino classics like poker, blackjack, roulette, and more. It emphasizes realistic sound and features 8 beautiful women as characters in this adult casino experience. The voice cast is listed, including names like Midori Yokozawa, Yumiko Shibata, and Junko Hagimori. The game is for 18 and over and is set to release on September 27th, a Friday. The artwork on the box shows anime-style women in lingerie, fitting the adult theme of the game. This page features 2 different game guides published by SEGA Saturn Magazine books. The top section highlights the Tanju Debuts Perfect Guide. It mentions this guide is from SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department and is about becoming the manager of 3 idols for 2 years, aiming to win the Idol Newcomer Award. It's described as an easy-to-understand simulation game with rich data and explanations. The guide is a 5-size, 96 pages, and priced at 1,100 yen. The bottom section focuses on the Gekkaku Kitan Toriko official guide. This guide is advertised as Sega official and exclusive, featuring complete walkthrough maps for the entire game. It also includes a short story written by mystery writer Takehiko Inoue, interviews with popular voice actor Takemaru Inoue, and musician Kenji Nozue. This guide is for the Sega Saturn adventure game, Gekkaku Kitan Toriko. It's B5 size, 96 pages, and priced at 1,100 yen. Both guides are currently on sale and available at bookstores. This page highlights the Cyber Trooper Virtualon Operating Manual, published by SoftBank Books. It's advertised as currently on sale for 1,500 yen, and is the operating manual for the popular game Virtualon. Additionally, there are other SoftBank game books being advertised as currently on sale. These include guides for games like Iron, Angel of the Apocalypse 2, Gekkaku Kitan Toriko, which is listed again, and Ascendancy. Also mentioned are guides for Fire Emblems, Genealogy of the Holy War, and even Super Mario 64, showing the range of game guides SoftBank publishes. This page is the contents page for Volume 16 of SEGA Saturn Magazine. It's dated September 27, 1996, and lists all the articles featured in this issue. The big headline feature, highlighted as a special report starting on page 44, covers a bunch of exciting games like Cyber Troopers Virtualon, Sakura Wars, Grandia, Shining the Holy Ark, Real Sound, Enemy Zero, Daytona USA, Circuit Edition, Virtua Cop 2, Galaxy Fraulein Una SS, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Super Puzzle Fighter 2X, and Real Bout Fatal Fury. There are also some less well-known titles listed, like Funky Fantasy, Funky Head Boxers, Battle Bar, 04 Champ Doozy J Typer, Master of Monsters, Neo Generations, and Battle Athletes Victory. Then there's a dedicated section from Sega AM2 Research on page 221, focusing on Virtua Fighter 3. It looks like a scoop with the latest CG visuals and promises to introduce all the characters and stages from the game. So this issue seems to be packed with information on a wide range of Saturn games, with a major spotlight on the upcoming Virtua Fighter 3. This Sega Saturn news page, titled SEGA Saturn Press, highlights both new and upcoming games. Recent releases include Heart of Darkness, Batsugun, and Variable Geo, with quirky titles like Kion Kion Bunny. Coming soon soft previews include Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story, Langrisser 2 Eyes, and Policenauts, alongside idle games and action titles like Thunder Force Gold Pack 1. A SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide covers existing games like Fighting Vipers. Sega's AM research teams, AM1 and AM3, tease new projects, a potential puzzle game, and a deep dive into Denu Senki Virtualon. A game index provides quick access to game information. Regular features include news, data, reader content, and more. The page also features character art, likely from a fighting game. This page is an advertisement for a brand new puzzle game called Shihuhapao Seme, Zuru Zuru Puzzle Shintuju. The advert boasts it as a puzzle game where you attack from all directions, and it's designed to be seriously addictive, with the tagline, "Again, 100 million total hooked." The game is described as a 3D puzzle shooter where you defeat cute enemies that approach from all sides using beams to clear areas. It's designed to be both easily picked up and played, and deeply engaging, with a massive 99 levels promised to challenge everyone from casual players to puzzle game pros. The game is set for release on October 25th, and will cost 4,800 yen excluding tax. The page includes 4 screenshots showing off the colorful and quirky gameplay, and confirms it's published by MediaQuest. The Tokyo Game Show '96, held over 3 days in August, drew a massive crowd of 110,000 attendees, despite challenging crowds. Voice actress Yuko Nagashima, known for roles in Marmalade Boy and Martian successor Nadesico, was featured, discussing her role in the upcoming RPG Dragon Master Silk, and her fondness for appealing game characters and the metal sounds in Virtua Fighter. She also expressed interest in romance simulation games. An announcement detailed a promotional campaign for Sonic Team's Nights into Dreams, offering a special pouch with the purchase of the game, designed to hold the game and controller. The pouch was a limited-time offer, prompting readers to purchase the game before they ran out. The next show is already being planned. This page previews several announcements. Angelique Special gets a premium box release with a picture CD, jigsaw puzzle, and stationery. Dagama magazine, focused on historical simulation games, is advertised. An AV selector with Sterminal input is introduced for enhanced picture quality. Super Dimension Fortress Macross TV series is coming to video, covering all 9 volumes. The fantasy film Dragonheart is highlighted. Treasure Hunter Lime anime is released on Laserdisc and video with special editions. A live concert by Mana Komatsu in Courage Town '96 is reported. Lastly, Bandai is giving away Gunpla Master Grade models to celebrate 5 million Gunpla sales. This news update covers various SEGA Saturn-related happenings. Kaito held a well-attended Psychic Force X tournament and previewed their upcoming arcade game, Fighters Impact. NEC is releasing a graphics board for PCs, aiming to rival the Saturn and bring arcade games like Daytona USA and Resident Evil to PC. In music, Globe's Is This Love is available. Miki Kanamori, Chiharu Harukaze, and Yuko Yano have upcoming releases. Several game music crids are also on the way, including Perfect Selection Konami Battle the Best, Voice Challenger Volume 2 Graduation Edition, The King of Fighters '96 arranged soundtracks, and the Sega Saturn Fighting Vipers original soundtrack. This page showcases the Sega Saturn software sales top 10 and arcade video game top 5 rankings. For the Saturn software chart, Classmates If is number 1, praised for its high-quality graphics and voice acting, proving popular even without big-name recognition. Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldian, is in second place, noted for its solid RPG gameplay and character appeal, suggesting strong sales despite being an RPG on Saturn. Decathlete ranks third, with players enjoying its diverse range of 10 events and the thrill factor. Virtua Fighter Kids is fourth, appealing to players with its combo-focused action. Greatest 996 and Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You are also mentioned in the top spots. Moving to the arcade video games top 5, Virtua Fighter 2 remains at the top, followed by Last Bronx and Cyberbots Full Metal Madness, rounding out the top 3. Street Fighter 02 and Decathlete also appear in the arcade chart. The page also mentions the upcoming release of Virtua Fighter 3 in arcades starting September 2nd, suggesting it's a highly anticipated title. This page dives into user data rankings for both games they wish would be ported to the Sega Saturn and highly anticipated upcoming new titles. First up is the Top 20 Migrated Hope chart, showing games fans are eager to see on the Saturn. Last Bronx tops the list, followed by Final Fantasy series and Biohazard, Resident Evil. Other highly requested titles include Dragon Quest series, Slayers, Virtua Fighter 3, and Super Robot Wars series. Interestingly, D&D series and Tales of Phantasia are also on this wish list. The page is essentially showing what arcade and other console games Sega Saturn owners really wanted to play on their system. Moving on to the top 15 hopeful new soft ranking, which highlights the most anticipated upcoming Sega Saturn games. Denu Senki Virtual On dominates the top spot with a whopping 429 points, showcasing huge excitement for this title. Sakura Wars is in second place, and Enemy Zero rounds out the top 3. The page emphasizes the high-quality graphics and gameplay of Virtual On, and mentions Sakura Wars is only 2 weeks from release and is expected to be a big hit. Other notable titles in the top 15 include The King of Fighters 96, Street Fighter 02, Virtua Cop 2, and Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story, Blue Destiny. Overall, this section highlights the excitement for new Saturn releases, particularly action and strategy titles. This page showcases the New Arrival Horse Racing section, which is essentially highlighting highly anticipated new Sega Saturn games. Think of it like a race, where the games are horses and the anticipation is the track. First up at number 1 is Fighting Vipers. Reviewers are praising it as a great arcade port, emphasizing the smooth graphics and substantial game content. It's considered a solid title. Next, at number 13, we have Same Student Classmate. This game is praised for its well-crafted scenario and good value for money, noting that the graphics and user interface are commendable. It sounds like a good option for those looking for a story-driven experience. Further down the list, at number 34, is Mysterious World El Hazard. This is noted as a character-driven game that's easy to control, with a good story and voice acting. However, it seems to have some technical shortcomings. There's also a section titled Pepsi Man Effect. Great! White Heat Decisive Battle, which points out the continued popularity of Fighting Vipers as it tops the charts again. Finally, there's an Otsukare Saturn A evaluation table. This looks like a large ranking chart for Sega Saturn games, listing many titles with scores and genres. It seems to be a US or voted ranking system for various Saturn titles, giving an overview of game popularity and ratings. This page continues the Otsukare Saturn B evaluation chart and presents more new game reviews. The New Arrival Horse Racing Introduction section covers 4 new games. First, Puzzle Bobble 2X is praised as a faithful arcade port with smooth graphics and solid gameplay, receiving an impressive average score of 8.3846. Reviewers highlight its addictive puzzle gameplay. Next up is Wipeout. It scores a solid average of 7.9 and is noted for its immersive speed and exciting racing experience, despite some comments on the controls feeling a bit floaty. Reviewers mention the great graphics and sound. World Heroes Perfect is another new entry. It's lauded for its improved character clarity and enhanced gameplay compared to previous titles, earning an average score of 7.6875. Reviewers appreciate the refinements made to the fighting system. Lastly, Sonic Wings Special is featured as a slightly older shooting game that's still enjoyable. With an average score of 7.6666, it's recommended for shooting game fans, particularly for its satisfying gameplay loop. The SEGA Saturn B evaluation chart continues to rank a vast number of Saturn games based on user votes. This section of the chart lists games ranked from 69 down to 170, covering various genres and scores, providing a comprehensive overview of player opinions on a wide range of Saturn titles. This page continues the SEGA Saturn C evaluation rankings, listing a vast number of Sega Saturn games and their user scores. In the New Arrival Single Item Introduction section, Puzzle Bobble 2X, known internationally as Puzzle Bobble 2, is highlighted as a faithful and addictive arcade port with smooth graphics, earning high scores from reviewers. Fishing Koshien is also introduced, a fishing game compared to Super Famicom titles, receiving slightly lower scores. The New Arrival Attention Introduction section reviews FIFA Soccer 96, noting its easy-to-view graphics and good player control, though some reviewers feel it lacks depth. Mahjong Sedai Kobayakawa After School Edition, a mahjong game, receives low scores due to slow gameplay and high-pitched character voices. Moving to the Sega Saturn Peripheral Device Special, various Saturn accessories are reviewed. The high-end Virtua Stick Pro is praised for its authentic arcade feel and precise controls. The Sega Saturn Pad Set is recommended as a solid, mass-market controller. The Sega Multi-Controller is noted for its use in multiplayer party games. Lastly, the Virtua Stick, new model, is highlighted as being well-suited for fighting games due to its button layout and stick feel. Lastly, the Double Daughter's Lament section discusses the game Double Daughter Princess, mentioning that despite being ranked low, it still generates heated discussions among players due to its unique and somewhat wild nature. This issue of SEGA Saturn C Evaluation features game reviews, rankings, and reader engagement. Upcoming autumn games like Toki Kei Tan DD Illusion of Lorelei are previewed. The issue ranks the top 20 Sega Saturn peripherals, with the Virtua Stick Pro leading. Software reviews cover Cyberdoll, Nightruth, and Dark Cyber, with varying opinions on graphics, gameplay, and atmosphere. Reader anticipation is high for Zero Two and Realbout High School Legend. A prediction contest, SEGA Forecast Game Double Chance, is highlighted. Finally, the magazine calls for participation in the Sega Saturn Readers Race, offering prizes like memory cards, joysticks, wireless controllers, and software. Special prize bundles are also available for participants. This page is a special report covering Cyber Troopers Virtualon at the Tokyo Game Show 96. It's being touted as the killer app for the end of the year and is generating massive buzz at the show. The article highlights the incredible polish of the game, exceeding expectations and thrilling attendees. This Sega Saturn version is making its debut at the Tokyo Game Show and is praised for bringing the arcade experience home with stunning graphics and perfect motion capture. Watari from AM3 Research Institute is even mentioned, lending his expertise to the report. The screenshots showcase intense mecha battles with explosions and detailed VR units. The game is fully playable at the show and is incredibly popular, with lines stretching over 30 minutes long just to get a go. They mention it's currently at 50% completion, but the final product is expected to be even more amazing. All 8 of the VR robots are confirmed to be playable, and it boasts not only perfect motion, but also 2 different dash poses, really selling the authentic arcade feel on the Saturn. Tokyo Game Show 96 revealed promising details about the Saturn port of Virtualon. The game, despite being 50% complete, is playable up to Stage 3, showcasing polished core mechanics like weapon attacks and gliding rams. All 8 Virtuoroids, including Temjin, Viper 2, and Dulkas, will be playable with unique moves, mirroring the arcade experience. While the CPU battles are limited, the focus is on authenticity. The dedicated twin-stick provisional controller received high praise, offering superior control compared to arcade sticks. Though minor positioning issues were noted, the overall impression was overwhelmingly positive. Despite this, the developers are committed to 100% playability with the standard Saturn pad, acknowledging the need for altered controls but ensuring a functional and enjoyable experience. This page continues the coverage of the Saturn version of Virtualon from Tokyo Game Show 96. It's doing a deep dive into the game, focusing on 4 of the mechs. The star of the show here is Temujin, the main character mech, and the magazine is impressed with how complete it feels already. They highlight Temujin's flexible and powerful movements, and how much of the arcade game's appeal is being brought over to the Saturn. There are side-by-side screenshots comparing the arcade and Saturn versions, and the reviewer, Drive Watari, is really impressed with how well the Saturn version is shaping up. He points out the sharp graphics and how well the beam sword attacks are represented. They even break down a specific move, the side dash beam rifle, using sequential screenshots to show how smooth and fluid it is. Dr. Watari specifically mentions that the fine details are being faithfully reproduced on the Saturn, praising the graphics, animations, and even details like the weapon cartridges. He reckons the replay value is going to be top-notch. Looking ahead to the next issue, they're planning to showcase 4 more Virtuoids: VR Fayen, VR Belgdor, and VR Balbaspo. They give little teasers for each: Fayen's color palette and vibrancy, Belgdor's high speed, and Balbaspo being a tough, tank-like character. It sounds like they're really going to cover all the bases with this Saturn port. This page continues the in-depth look at the Saturn version of Virtual On, this time focusing on the VR Dulcus mech. The magazine highlights how faithfully Dulcus's powerful and weighty presence from the arcade is being recreated on the Saturn. They point out the improved graphics, making it close to the arcade, and showcase the devastating hammer attack in a sequence of screenshots, emphasizing its power and the 6 spikes that come out. There's a section about the VR Raiden and its laser weapon. They mention that while lasers can be overpowered, adjustments are being made for the final product to ensure balance, which is good news for players. Moving on to boss characters. They ask if they are playable, specifically mentioning Jigrat, and confirm that yes, boss characters like Jigrat and the VR Yagarande are usable. Yagarande is described as a powerful boss character with strong attacks, and is also being adjusted for balance in the Saturn version. Dr. Watari gives his check verdict, mentioning a slight drop in processing when things get very busy on screen. But overall, he's very impressed with how well the Saturn version is turning out, and is excited for its release. This article previews the Saturn version of Virtual On, specifically focusing on the VR Viper 2 mech. The magazine highlights the Viper 2's gorgeous aerial combat, sleek design, and key weapons, homing beam and shotgun attacks. Despite light armor, its strengths are high mobility and aerial prowess, including the SLC dive move. While dash attacks differ from the arcade version, the developers are focusing on a 2-player mode, made possible by the CD-ROM format. They are aiming for a fast frame rate and replicating the arcade experience despite the 30 FPS limitation, creating a Saturn-specific feel. The article concludes with positive impressions and Dr. Watari's approval, suggesting they are successfully capturing the arcade spirit on the Saturn. SEGA Saturn magazine previews the Saturn version of Virtual On, focusing on the APHARMD mech, the Burning Virtuoid, designed for close combat. The game includes improved speed, power, and a power-up system compared to the arcade version. Dr. Watari highlights the faithful reproduction of the arcade's bomb display, and confirms the beam Tenkafa attack. He addresses player requests for additional content, like CG demos, acknowledging the importance of meeting player expectations and new game modes. The review assesses the game's development progress. The team believes the Saturn version is about 60% complete concerning arcade features, but aims for 100% quality. Content-wise, the game is roughly 40% complete, with development working within a time limit to achieve full content. The magazine also teases more Virtuoid reveals in the next issue, and mentions the arcade engine contributing to lighter, quicker gameplay, likely reducing loading times. Sakura Wars for the Sega Saturn is launching in 2 weeks, with a release date of September 27th by Sega. A standard edition will cost 6,800 yen, and a limited edition is available for 8,800 yen. The limited edition includes shuttle mouse support and 2 creeds. The limited edition focuses on a mouse and mousepad set. The mouse features a pink start button and is Sakura Wars specification. 2 mousepad designs are offered, Type A with a group shot, and Type B showcasing the Kubu Mecha. Stickers with the Sakura Wars logo and character illustrations are also included. Additionally, a Sakura Wars themed power memory card, HSSO153, will be released. This page focuses on Ogami Ichiro from Sakura Wars, detailing his profile and role within the Imperial Opera Troupe. He's described as very popular with female fans, and his profile mentions his birthday, height, and weight. We see he's part of the Imperial Combat Review's Flower Division, and previously in the Navy. The page shows Ogami in his daily life as a staff member of the Imperial Opera Troupe, highlighting his various duties, from greeting guests to handling paperwork late into the night. It mentions he's quite busy and popular with the female members. There are several screenshots showcasing different scenes. One shows Ogami in conversation with General Yoneda, discussing secret missions. Another captures a comedic moment where Ogami is falling. Other images depict office scenes, with Ogami working at his desk, and a battlefield scenario, with Ogami leading troops on a map of Tokyo's Ueno Park. The text emphasizes the idea that, now is the time for the Imperial Flower Troupe to show justice, and depicts Ogami receiving orders and heading out to battle alongside the Flower Division. It seems to be hyping up the game's story and action elements. This page unveils the profiles for Iris and Sakura from Sakura Wars, as part of the Flower Division character introductions. Focusing on Iris Chateaubriand, we learn she is 9 years old from France, and her full name is Iris Charlotte Prière. She loves her teddy bear Jean-Paul, and is described as somewhat selfish, but possesses strong psychic powers in combat, able to teleport and heal allies. Her special move is called Iris Marionette, and her standard attack is Iris Étoile, which seems to involve shooting star-like projectiles that damage surrounding enemies. Moving on to Sakura Shinguji, we see she's 17 years old and born on July 28, 1906. She's described as wielding the Riken Arataka sword and being a practitioner of Hokushin Itoryu sword style. Despite being new to stage combat, she is determined and faces challenges head-on. Her special move is Breaking Evil Sword Style Cherry Blossom Dance Divine Wind, which appears to be a powerful slashing attack. Both characters' profiles are highlighted with their portraits, in-game sprites, and screenshots of their special attacks in action. The page seems designed to showcase these two key members of the Flower Division and their unique abilities within the game. The next page continues introducing the Flower Division characters, this time featuring Maria Tachibana and Sumire Kanzaki from Sakura Wars. Maria Tachibana is described as being of both Japanese and Russian descent, born on June 19, 1903. She is portrayed as a cool and collected woman. Her special attack is called Snegrachika, which apparently means Snow Maiden in Russian, and her standard attack is also detailed. Sumire Kanzaki, on the other hand, is from a wealthy Japanese family, specifically the Kanzaki Heavy Industries, born on January 8, 1907, at 16 years old. She is depicted as talented and somewhat self-centered, but also with a captivating charm. Her special move is Kanzaki-style flowing dance, Lake Butterfly Dance. The page includes screenshots of both characters in action, showcasing their special attacks and some in-game dialogue exchanges. It seems to be giving a more in-depth look at these two members and their roles within the game. This page continues introducing the Flower Division from Sakura Wars, focusing on Kana Kirishima and Lee Hongran. Kana Kirishima is introduced as a 19-year-old from Okinawa, born on September 7, 1903. She is described as cheerful and optimistic, skilled in Ryukyu Karate, and known for her big appetite, earning her the nickname Master of the Dining Hall. Her vital stats are listed as B93, W70, H98. Emphasizing her well-built physique. The page highlights her powerful moves, including her special attack, Hyakuren Sho, 100 Ring Palms, and describes her standard attacks as forceful. Lee Hongran, Lee Koran, is presented as a 16-year-old from Beijing, China, born on March 3. She's portrayed as cheerful and weather-sensitive, with her only weakness being her small chest. The profile mentions she works in the Flower Division's maintenance department and is a development staff member in the theater. Her special attack is Chibi Robo, small robo, described as a skill where she uses small robots developed by herself to inflict damage, showcasing her technical expertise. The page uses screenshots to show both characters in dialogue and action, demonstrating their special and standard attacks in the game. It maintains the character introduction theme from the previous page, further fleshing out the Sakura Wars cast. This page focuses on 3 supporting characters from Sakura Wars who contribute to the Imperial Theater's atmosphere. Kasumi Fujieda, born in 1904, manages theater affairs, known for her kindness and reliability. Yuri Kashiwabara, born in 1905, also works in affairs, is cheerful, curious, and loves gossip. Tsubaki Takamura, born in 1909, is a shopgirl, popular with men though uninterested in romance. The page also mentions Ayame Fujieda, leader of combat divisions, who provides strategic advice. The page includes screenshots and hints at an upcoming major battle, emphasizing the importance of the full cast beyond combat. This page is all about Grandia, a highly anticipated RPG for the Sega Saturn. It's previewed as part of a special report from the Tokyo Game Show, where a demo was shown. The game is still in development, at 55% completion, and is slated for a spring 1997 release from GameArts as a 3D RPG on 2 CDs, with single-player gameplay. The article highlights the impressive demo showcasing Grandia's visuals and camera work. It mentions the CG movie quality being stunning and comparable to Link: A Liver Story, another GameArts title. The reviewer is impressed by the detailed graphics, smooth character animations, and dynamic camera angles, which create a cinematic feel. They also mention the game's world design and the effort put into making it feel alive and immersive. The screenshots feature Justin, the main character, on what appears to be a ship deck, emphasizing the dynamic camera movements like circling around the bow and looking ahead, all contributing to a visually engaging demo. The text emphasizes the demo's use of CG movie techniques, seamlessly blended with actual game graphics, making it a standout presentation. This page continues the Grandia coverage, showcasing the exciting aerial battles and a new sea-based scene. It highlights a massive red aerial battleship called the Lynx, emphasizing its powerful ascent and the sheer spectacle of these air battles. The reviewer seems particularly impressed with the visuals and the sound, mentioning Skywalker sound. We also see Justin on a ship at sea, sensing danger, leading to the appearance of a haunted ship. This reveals a shift from the aerial combat to a different type of encounter, suggesting a varied and engaging adventure. The page reinforces the earlier praise for Grandia's stunning visuals and immersive quality, further building anticipation for this RPG. Grandia's developers prioritized creating immersive environments, avoiding generic towns. Each town and dungeon boasts unique atmosphere and environmental details, enhancing realism. This dedication extends to sound design, as revealed in an interview with Tom Myers from Skywalker Sound. He aimed for entirely original sound libraries, emphasizing sound effects and background music to create a cinematic experience. The goal is to evoke genuine emotions and fully immerse the player through high-fidelity, ambient sound, moving beyond simple action-triggered effects. Myers highlights the collaborative relationship between sound designers and composers, referencing the power of sound as demonstrated in films, and the importance of a subtle, slow-burn approach that thoughtfully considers the game's environment and gameplay needs. This page is an interview feature with Tom Myers from Skywalker Sound, a world-renowned sound design company. It's a visiting Japan commemorative interview, so it's likely related to him visiting Japan for work. The interview dives into the importance of sound in video games, with Tom emphasizing realism and creating emotional impact through sound effects. He talks about how games are different from movies because players interact directly, and sound is crucial to enhancing the immersive experience and emotional connection. Tom mentions how they focus on making sounds realistic, drawing inspiration from real-world recordings, and aiming for sounds that convey weight, texture, and depth. There are sections discussing camera positions and how they influence the player's perception of the game world and atmosphere, showing screenshots of town and lava cave environments. Tom admires designer Ben Burtt, particularly for his work on Star Wars and pioneering realistic sound in SF films. He aims to bring that level of realism to game sound design, mentioning examples like steam locomotives and even phones ringing in games. Overall, the page highlights the craft and philosophy behind creating impactful and realistic sound in video games, emphasizing its role in evoking emotions and enhancing player immersion, all from the perspective of a leading sound designer in the industry. This page is a special report about the upcoming SEGA Saturn RPG, Shining the Holy Ark, the latest in the Shining series after Shining Wisdom. The page emphasizes that the entire game world, including towns, dungeons, and battle scenes, is rendered in 3D polygons, a significant feature for the time. This means seamless transitions between areas without screen cuts, offering a more immersive 3D experience. The screenshots showcase various aspects of the game, including a battle scene with character stats displayed, and environments like towns and dungeons. The text highlights the detailed 3D world and promises an immersive adventure. It also mentions the opening cinematic is a CG movie, featuring mysterious figures in robes, floating platforms, and a ship heading towards a mysterious light. The reviewer seems impressed by the 3D polygon graphics and the seamless world design of Shining the Holy Ark. This page continues the special feature on Shining the Holy Ark, highlighting the meticulously crafted characters. It mentions that each character is created with great detail in 3D CG based on original artwork. The text emphasizes that during battles, players can directly control party characters to attack enemies and cast magic. It notes that characters possess individual personalities and grow as the story progresses, with their actions reflecting these detailed original designs and settings, creating unique and engaging characters. The page showcases action scenes where party members confront monsters in dungeons. It also features screenshots illustrating super powerful magic attacks, showing spell effects and damage numbers during combat. The text explains that magic attacks are visually impressive with flashy graphics, and that this is a powerful magic press attack. The player character's cape is even depicted as dynamically reacting to the magic's wind pressure. Finally, the page shows images related to a large vessel referred to as this box ship arc. The text suggests this arc is powered by the power of the diamond ring and the power of magic, unleashing tremendous power and causing explosions, hinting at a crucial element in the game's story. This page delves into the adventure stages, towns, and buildings of Shining the Holy Ark. It mentions that the adventure unfolds in varied locations, from towns where you start your journey and visit churches, to stone-built dungeons, forests, and mysterious buildings. The game promises diverse situations and encounters for your party. The page highlights the charming polygon townspeople and showcases the towns built with polygons. Moving on to buildings, it describes mysterious structures floating in the air and interiors rendered in full polygon. It points out that the viewpoint shifts dynamically with the party's movement within these 3D environments, showing example interior shots. There's also a mention of churches being present in towns, suggesting deep faith among the townspeople, possibly hinting at their use for prayer or healing. Finally, the page teases castle events, posing the question, what kind of event is this in the castle? It shows a seemingly kind king, but then progresses to depict a shocking transformation where the king appears to be possessed by evil, becoming larger and monstrous. The text indicates that as the story progresses, various events will occur, including a dramatic event in the castle where the king is overtaken by evil, suggesting a quest to help him. This page showcases the diverse monsters you'll encounter in Shining the Holy Ark, highlighting their unique designs and actions. It mentions that, similar to the party characters, enemy monsters are meticulously designed from the initial concept stages, influencing their in-game actions and behaviors. The page emphasizes how their appearance patterns and reactions during battle are carefully decided for each monster. It features a specific monster called the Aka Purinja, likely Red Puringer, or similar in English, detailing its design from different angles and its actions in combat. This monster is shown wielding a spear and a whip, demonstrating its attack styles. The text describes monsters appearing suddenly from the darkness in groups of 5, mentioning a type called Goblinja, and how they use different weapons and attack unexpectedly. They are described as somewhat cute but relentless. Moving on to mid-bosses, the page reveals that their appearances are marked by impressive CG movie cutscenes. These movies are said to enhance the battles with these significant monsters and add to the overall excitement. A crab-like monster is shown as an example of a mid-boss encountered, and a screenshot of a golden, imposing CG monster is presented, emphasizing the high quality and dramatic feel of these mid-boss introductions, creating a truly formidable presence compared to regular enemies. An interview with Hiroyuki Takahashi of Sonic Software Planning reveals their shift toward a deeper, more mature narrative for Shining the Holy Ark, moving beyond simple entertainment. The game aims to be emotionally resonant and demonstrates the potential of polygon-based 3D RPGs on the SEGA Saturn. Takahashi highlights the focus on detailed 3D character and enemy models, emphasizing the visual improvements and fully explorable 3D dungeons, creating a greater sense of immersion. A screenshot showcases the 3D battle scene within a dungeon, and its strategic, command selection combat system. Takahashi aims to showcase the Saturn's capabilities in a then-rare 3D RPG format. This page is a special report about a new game in development tentatively titled Real Sound. It's directed by Kenji Ino, who previously directed Enemy Zero. The game is described as a challenging project that focuses on real sound and a new direction for Ino. The script is being written by Yuji Sakamoto, known for TV dramas like Please Give Me Wings, Tokyo Love Story, and Classmates. The article details how Sakamoto was chosen, highlighting his ability to create compelling stories and evoke emotions through his writing, which Ino greatly admired. The writer describes attending a meeting with Ino and Sakamoto to discuss the game. It's mentioned as a 3D sound role-playing game, emphasizing sound over visuals. The concept appears to be very unique, particularly coming from Ino, known for his visual style. Ino is quoted saying he explained the game concept to Sakamoto, who responded positively, saying, "That sounds interesting." The bottom of the page gives further details, mentioning Warp as the developer, a planned spring release, price to be determined, and the genre as 3D sound role-playing, set to be released on 2 discs. This page is a special interview with Kenji Ino focusing on Warp's booth at the Tokyo Game Show. Ino jokingly describes their booth as a magazine publisher bullying booth, suggesting perhaps it was unconventional or different. The article details the hustle and bustle of the show, mentioning that from day one, the Warp booth was packed. Ino describes a variety of events they held, including 13 different events across the days, with some events repeated. They showcased presentations for Enemy Zero, referred to as E0 and D2, along with live performances such as a piano and violin trio, and demos of games like Oyaji Hunter Mahjong, and a jungle version of something unnamed. Kazutoshi Suzuki, likely Yu Suzuki, also visited the booth. They also had the premiere of the Ver.ba3 movie and announced a Saturn version of Ver.ba3. Other events included a demo movie for Enemy Zero, synthesizer performances, Ino himself singing Taiyo no Shima no Uta, Song of Sun Island, creator talks, a Nights into Dreams live performance, and a demo of Real World Soccer 2. Ino touches on the large crowds and the challenges of managing them, mentioning long queues for tickets and the chaos at times. He expresses opinions on cosplayers, suggesting dedicated spaces for them would be better. Overall, the article gives a lively picture of the Warp booth at the Tokyo Game Show, emphasizing its popularity and the diverse range of activities they hosted. This page continues the interview with Kenji Ino and delves into the development progress of Enemy Zero and D2. The interviewer asks about Enemy Zero, specifically if it will be finished within the year. Ino replies that the piano recordings are complete and voice recording is nearly finished, with polygon issues being mostly resolved, focusing on making the visuals impressive with techniques like toll blur motion. Moving to D2, Ino mentions the story is progressing well and has a D2 feel, but they are facing challenges with the game's scale and volume. Regarding character dialogue, Ino states it's decided quickly in consultation with Mr. Sakamoto. The conversation then touches upon Laura's movements in Enemy Zero and the effort to make them realistic and responsive, adjusting elements like footstep sounds based on movement speed. Ino also hints at a potential announcement event for Enemy Zero, which he envisions as a classical concert, and confirms that both D2 and Enemy Zero music will feature, potentially with live performances, and even movies being shown. The page features a screenshot from Enemy Zero, and a photo of someone speaking on stage, likely related to a Warp event or presentation. This page reviews the SEGA Saturn version of Daytona USA Circuit Edition, focusing on the reborn Hornet and the game's enhancements. Compatibility with racing controllers and 12-player support are key features. Graphics receive a 30% improvement, with updated coloring and improved car modeling for a more stylish new-generation Hornet. Impressions from the Tokyo Game Show 96 are positive, with players praising the controls and overall improvements. The game boasts an 800 PS power and a monster V8 engine. The car selection screen is revamped with 8 car types, and the design aims for realism. The game is 50% complete with new courses playable, generating high anticipation for its release, further supported by screenshots showcasing the gameplay. This page is all about Daytona USA Circuit Edition and its return to the SEGA Saturn with a focus on visual and gameplay enhancements. It highlights the 777 Speedway course, a classic track known for its short lap times and being a signature Daytona experience. The developers aim to make the initial course very approachable, perfect for first-time players. The page then dives into specific improvements on course elements, like the sonic wall, roulette curve, and million slot, showcasing visually enhanced textures and details in these areas. It's described as a newborn Daytona, with upgraded texture mapping across gate points, goal lines, and corners. The overall texture quality has been improved, aiming for a more realistic and gorgeous look, including details like rally and Daytona logos. The developers themselves chime in, stating their focus was on improving the texture quality and responding to user feedback, especially regarding the initial courses. They're also tweaking gimmicks like the sonic wall to enhance the experience. The screenshots throughout the page demonstrate these graphical upgrades in action. This page continues the Daytona USA Circuit Edition hype, showcasing the brand new National Park Speedway course. It's set in a giant amusement park, offering a high-speed roller coaster-like experience. Even though it's built for speed, the course is designed to be easy to pick up for new players, while still offering plenty of thrills. The developers describe it as a course where jet coasters and observation cars run alongside the track, really emphasizing that amusement park vibe. They highlight the curves, corners, and home straights as key features you'll encounter. They've even shown off screenshots of different sections of the track, like the continuous corners and the tricky curve entry, to give you a better feel for the layout. There's also a section about the dynamic sound system, linked to 4 different viewpoints: helicopter, normal angle, driver's view, and dynamic view. Each view offers a different sound perspective, and it sounds like the engine noises are especially dynamic in the driver's view and dynamic view, changing based on your speed and driving situation. They're really pushing the sound design in this new Daytona, making the BGM, sound effects, and engine sounds more immersive and powerful. It's all about making the sound experience as dynamic as the racing itself. This page is a special report focusing on Virtua Cop 2. It's showing off a show version of the game that's 50% complete. The article highlights the stages up to Stage 2 are finished and ready to be checked out. We get details about the stages. Stage 1 is a beginner stage, where you're on a car battling enemies, damaging tires, and even the car itself. Stage 2 moves to a medium difficulty level on a ship, with almost all areas being complete, now with new objects appearing in the arcade version, particularly mentioning the helicopter. The boss stage is also complete, with attack patterns and cutscenes finalized, and introduces a glow-wielding skydiver as a boss. Excitingly, Stage 3 is revealed for the first time with a screenshot of the gameplay, showing a ninja enemy in a building setting. There's also a report from the Tokyo Game Show. Apparently, Virtua Cop 2 was a huge hit, drawing massive crowds to the SEGA booth. They had multiple cabinets, and the high level of completion impressed everyone. People were lining up to play it all day. It mentioned Stage 3 wasn't playable at the show, but development is well underway, and they're looking into how to present the stages, following the initial base scene. The game is confirmed to be from SEGA. Release date and price are still undecided. It's a gun shooting game and will be compatible with the Virtua gun. This page continues talking about the Virtua Cop 2 game show version that is 50% complete. It's File 1 and focuses on the stage where you are pursuing armed thieves. The first half of Stage 1 is all about high-speed car chases. It mentions that the car chase scenes have been significantly improved, allowing you to damage tires and bumpers, and even crash cars in various locations. Then, the latter half of Stage 1 moves to a factory area, featuring crane trucks, rolling drums, and other environmental hazards to shoot. The game is said to be about 50% complete, and still being tweaked. There's a boss rush section, highlighting the boss battle, stating the boss movements are now complete in this version, including cutscenes and dynamic attacks. There are also check it sections scattered around the page, pointing out specific cool moments. One highlights the helicopter, noting its completion and how it appears from above the stadium, just like the arcade version. Another, check it, shows how cars and dump trucks crash spectacularly in the game. Finally, there's a Virtua Cop 2 famous scenes section showcasing various fun moments you can experience, like bike crashes, destroying monitors, shooting champagne bottles, and even smashing watermelons that roll towards you. This page is diving deep into Stage 2 of Virtua Cop 2, which is all about stopping the mayor's kidnapping. Stage 2 is split into 2 parts, starting at a passenger terminal, and then moving on to a luxury liner for intense battles inside. The visuals are really getting polished, especially the helicopter. They're showing off the glow shading, saying it's a major improvement that really stands out, making it look just like the arcade version. They even point out the beautiful glow-shaded panels featuring Sarah in the level, urging players to check them out. Moving on to the boss battle, it's against the skydiver on the sea. They emphasize the detailed modeling of the skydivers themselves, noting how each one is uniquely rendered and moves. Apparently there are 5 of them attacking separately, making it a pretty tough fight as they swoop down and try to take you out. Finally, they spotlight some of the classic Virtua Cop 2 moments in Stage 2, particularly the mayor's suffering scene, where he gets kidnapped. They explain that the stage design is built around this, forcing you to fight through the terminal and ship to save him, encountering a lot of enemies and chaotic action along the way. The developers from AM2 even chime in to say they are really proud of the glow shading on the helicopter and encourage players to see it for themselves. This page is all about the upcoming game Yuna Remix, and it's showcasing some brand new illustrations by Akinori Nagaoka, which is a big deal. It's part of a special report, and they are really highlighting these new artworks and character introductions. They're diving into the sub-characters of the game, saying this is a deep dive. Apparently this version is for the PC engine, but these characters are well known to fans of the series. The article mentions that these illustrations are freshly drawn by Akinori Nagaoka himself, so they are meant to be something special for fans. There are 3 characters spotlighted here: Kaede Tsugaoka, who is described as Yuna's rival, and an idol herself, apparently quite selfish. Then there's Mari Kawara, a younger girl who is also an dark goddess follower, and described as Flower Girl Mari. Lastly, Tuko Mizuno, a typical schoolgirl and friend of Yuna. The overall tone is very promotional, excited to reveal these characters, and the new art for Yuna Remix. It's clearly aiming to hype up fans for the game. Street Fighter Alpha 2, Street Fighter 02 in Japan, is coming to the SEGA Saturn, promising an authentic arcade experience at home. The page emphasizes advanced techniques, particularly counterattacks, to enhance gameplay depth. The text highlights the excitement surrounding the release with phrases like, "Really awesome days begin now," and emphasizes the game's 18-character versus battle basic knowledge. A reader question segment, "My what is bad, please tell me," invites players to submit gameplay questions, fostering community engagement. A special report banner confirms the September 14th release date, a price of 5,800 yen, and its versus fighting genre, published by Capcom. The page aims to build hype for the Saturn port by showcasing the game's complexity and encouraging player interaction. The next page delves into the intricacies of playing as Ryu in Street Fighter Alpha 2. It starts by profiling Ryu, highlighting him as the main character focused on pursuing true strength, and lists his signature moves like Hadoken, Shoryuken, and Tatsumaki Senpukyaku. It then breaks down Ryu's move list into special moves, super combos, and even unique techniques with their command inputs. The page provides detailed battle data focusing on both grounded and aerial strategies. It advises players to use feints and mix-up tactics at long range, utilizing jumping attacks and Hadokens. For close-range combat, it suggests various crouching weak kick combos and transitions into special moves. Mid-range strategy emphasizes using strong Hadokens to control space and punish opponents. There's a section on ideal original combos, showcasing level 1 and level 3 super combo examples that incorporate crouching strong kicks, dragon punches, and hurricane kicks. It also features continuous techniques, outlining both basic and advanced combos, including jump attacks, crouching kicks, and standing punches. Finally, it gives tips on effectively using original combos, explaining how to chain them after specific moves, and advising caution against predictable usage. The page is packed with gameplay advice and combo examples to help players master Ryu in Street Fighter Alpha 2. This guide focuses on Ken in Street Fighter Alpha 2, highlighting his projectile-focused fighting style, contrasting with Ryu. It covers his basic attacks, emphasizing the dragon punch for anti-air defense. Special techniques like the hurricane kick and essential moves such as the Hadoken, Shoryuken, and Tatsumaki Senpukyaku are detailed. Super combos, including Dragon Flame Destruction and God Dragon Fist, are also listed. The guide provides combo suggestions for level 1 and 3 supers, starting with crouching strong kicks. It also offers continuous techniques, from basic to advanced. Gameplay tips stress the importance of original combos, space control with the Hadoken, and close-range tactics with crouching kicks and dragon punches. The aerial hurricane kick is also highlighted. The guide concludes with gameplay footage. This guide analyzes Guki, Akuma, in Street Fighter Alpha 2, a character best suited for players who enjoy executing special moves. Guki's fighting style shares similarities with Ryu and Ken, but features unique techniques. The guide provides battle data categorized by range, detailing moves like the Heaven Demon Flying Kick and Dragon Coil Air Flash. It lists special moves, such as Gao Hadoken, Gao Shoryuken, and Hurricane Kick, along with super combos like Deadly Blow. Gameplay tips include avoiding overuse of Hurricane Kick due to its recovery frames, and emphasizing close-range combat with sweeps and cancels. Dragon Coil Air Flash is highlighted for after hitting an opponent. The guide also recommends learning original combos, especially in corner situations. While powerful, Guki's instant kill super, Wrath of Raging Demon, is easily evaded. Though Guki might seem strong, he's infrequently used in arcades, and can be challenging to learn, but mastering him is rewarding. This page introduces Nash from Street Fighter Alpha 2, detailing his character data and combat strategies. It emphasizes Nash's strengths as his long limbs and 2 special moves. The guide breaks down his basic moves that can be cancelled, and his essential anti-air techniques. The battle data section analyzes Nash's fighting style by distance, highlighting his zoning game with Sonic Boom, jumping Sonic Boom for aerial approaches, and close combat tactics, using sweeps and crouching medium kick. The core of Nash's offense revolves around the Sonic Boom to control space and bait opponent approaches. Defensively, the guide suggests using spinning back knuckle to counter jumps. It also presents ideal original combos for different levels, mainly focusing on variations of the somersault shell. Finally, it advises on reading the opponent's strategy, suggesting defense against predictable somersault attacks, and offering general tips for dealing with rushdown opponents. In short, this page offers a comprehensive breakdown of playing Nash in Street Fighter Alpha 2, covering offensive and defensive strategies, as well as combo advice. This page is all about Chun-Li in Street Fighter Alpha 2 and positions her as a seriously strong character. It breaks down her character data, highlighting her fast movement and powerful basic moves, especially her long-reaching, crouching medium kick and strong standing medium punch, which are great for controlling space and poking. The guide details her special moves, like the Kikoken projectile, spinning bird kick, and Tenshokyaku anti-air, alongside her super combos such as Senretsukyaku and Kikosho. For combos, it gives ideal examples for level 1 and level 3 super meters, both starting with a crouching medium kick and leading into multiple hits of Tenshokyaku. There's a section on continuous techniques, showing basic and more advanced combos that begin with a jump-in attack. Interestingly, it mentions her classic Street Fighter 2 costume, which you can select by holding start when picking Chun-Li, and explains some slight command and move property differences from Street Fighter 2, particularly concerning canceling moves and combos. Ultimately, the page emphasizes Chun-Li's top-tier status in Street Fighter Alpha 2, and even more so in the sequel, suggesting she's almost overpowered in the eyes of the reviewer. The next page delves into a Gadon from Street Fighter Alpha 2, characterizing him as a powerful force with strong offensive capabilities. It highlights his core strength being his powerful standing medium kick, which is excellent for controlling space and keeping opponents at bay. The page details Akandan's special moves like the Jaguar Crunch and Jatting Kick, and essential techniques like the Jaguar Kick, Jaguar Tooth, and Rising Jaguar. For super combos, it lists the Jaguar Revolver and Jaguar Barrage Assault. It presents ideal original combos for both level 1 and level 3 super meters, starting with Crouching Strong Kick and incorporating Jaguar Kick and Rising Jaguar. The guide also outlines continuous techniques, differentiating between basic combos, starting with jumping attacks, and more advanced applications using the Meekly, Crouching Strong Kick, and Jaguar Beat Assault. Battle tactics sections cover maintaining mid-range using Crouching Medium Punch, dominating close range with Standing Strong Kick into Jaguar Kick combos and mix-ups with Crouching Strong Kick, and strategies for handling an opponent's wake-up by using Crouching Strong Punch or throws. The final section emphasizes using the zero counter to punish predictable attacks, especially wake-up techniques. Essentially, this page positions Akadadon as a strong, aggressive character reliant on his powerful kicks and mix-up potential, much like Chung Fresaili on the previous page, but with a different set of tools and strategies. This page introduces Sodom, another character, likely also from Street Fighter Alpha 2 judging by the style, and it appears to be continuing the character guides from the previous page. Sodom is presented as a close-range powerhouse, strong in mid-to-close combat, with a key standing medium kick and crouching strong kick. The page details Sodom's special moves including Jigoku Sukurepu, likely Jigoku Scrape, Shirahachi, Butsumetsu Basta, likely Butsumetsu Buster, and Daikyu Ningu, likely Daikyo Burning. It lists super combos like Meido no Miyage, likely Souvenir of Hell or Gift of the Underworld, and Tenchu Satsu. Battle strategies are outlined for both long and close range. At long range, the focus is on using Jigoku Scrape and crouching strong kick to control space and close in. Close range tactics emphasize continuous attacks, starting from weak medium kick and using the Butsumetsu Buster. Ideal original combos are provided for level 1 and level 3 super meters, revolving around crouching strong kick, Jigoku Scrape, and Daikyo Burning. The page also highlights continuous techniques from jumping attacks and using meekly crouching strong kick into Jaguar Beat Assault, with a section dedicated to how to utilize super combos effectively, focusing on timing and counterattacking opportunities. Here, the reviewer notes that Saturm's super combos are useful for punishing predictable opponent actions. This guide introduces Guy from Street Fighter Alpha 2, focusing on his rushdown style. Guy's powerful moveset includes the Kubikudaki, Hizagari, Hiji Otoshi, Bushin Gokusa Ken, and Bushin Ryu Seoi Nage. His super combos are Bushin Hasuken and Bushin Gorikyaku. The guide outlines cancelable moves, anti-air options, and techniques for different ranges. Long-range strategies utilize standing medium kick and Huyokusen, while close range focuses on standing/crouching medium punch, Hayagake, throws, and Bushin Senpukyaku. Ideal combos are provided for level 1 and 3 super meters, using moves like crouching medium kick and Huyokusen. Basic and advanced continuous techniques are also detailed. The guide concludes with advice on using these combos strategically, such as after blocking projectiles or when countering attacks, to dominate the fight. The next page delves into Birdie, another character from the Street Fighter series, highlighting his command throw fighting style. This guide details his special moves, such as the body press, and his essential techniques, which are named Bullhead, Bullhorn, Murderer Chain, and Bandit Chain. The page then introduces his super combo, called the Birdie, or Bull Revenger. Moving on. The guide provides ideal original combos for level 1 and level 3 super meters, giving players a starting point for creating their own combos. It breaks down battle strategies based on distance, suggesting long-range tactics using bullhorn and close-range combat, utilizing command throws like Murderer Chain and Bandit Chain, after getting in close. There's a section explaining how to effectively use command throws, followed by details on how button charging works for bullhorn, emphasizing the different charge levels for varying distances and power. It also advises on how to pressure opponents on wake-up, using strong attacks and command throws. Finally, the guide gives tips on utilizing the Bull Revenger super combo strategically, noting its effectiveness both in the air and on the ground, especially for countering projectiles or controlling space. This page introduces Rose, another character from the Street Fighter series, highlighting her as a character who fights using projectiles and tricky movements, a contrast to the more direct fighting style of other characters. The page details her special moves, essential techniques, and super combos, which include moves like Soul Spark, Soul Throw, Soul Reflect, and Soul Spiral. The page then delves into battle strategies for Rose, focusing on a Wait 3, Attack 7 approach, suggesting a mix of patient defense and aggressive offense. It recommends using her sliding move to approach and then launch into combos. The guide advises on using her Soul Illusion super combo to try and take away half of the opponent's health, and gives example combos for both level 1 and level 3 super meters. Further sections offer tips on basic and advanced combos, and how to effectively use Rose's sliding move in offense, emphasizing that it's difficult to punish if used from a distance. The guide also warns about the Soul Spiral, labeling it as versatile but risky, because it can be punished if blocked or countered. The page encourages players to master Rose's unique style, to avoid playing her in a predictable way, aiming for a more refined and skillful approach. Finally, there's a small comment at the bottom, mentioning something about a small girl needing help, likely a light-hearted remark to end the character guide. This guide focuses on Vega, M. Bison, from Street Fighter Alpha 2, highlighting his unique playstyle. Vega excels at single, impactful hits, long-range combat with his Psycho Shot, and aerial dominance with moves like the Somersault Skull Diver. He's a strong anti-air fighter. Key strategies include utilizing standing and crouching attacks, with an emphasis on the Somersault Skull Diver for air control, The zero counter is a vital defensive tool. The guide covers essential techniques, including combo starters and more advanced combinations. While Vega's zero counter deals chip damage, the super combos are primarily for significant direct damage. Strategic use of these, avoiding overuse, is advised. Ultimately, players are encouraged to master Vega's air control and strategic zero counter usage. This guide focuses on Sagat's gameplay in Street Fighter Alpha 2, a defensive and counter-attacking character. He excels at controlling space with powerful Tiger Shot projectiles and benefits from strong reach. Despite slow movement, he utilizes moves like Tiger Crush for offense. The guide details his special moves: Fake Kick, Tiger Shot, Grand Tiger Shot, Tiger Blow, Tiger Crush, and super combos: Tiger Cannon, Tiger Genocide, Tiger Raid. It provides combo examples starting with crouching weak kicks, and emphasizes adapting strategies based on the opponent. Battle data flowcharts show long-range, Tiger Shots, and close-range, Tiger Crush, tactics. The guide advises on applying pressure after throws, mixing up attacks with crouching weak kicks, and following up with standing strong punches and Tiger Blows. It highlights the effectiveness of super combos, especially Tiger Raid, and the strategic use of level 1 super combos within combos. The next page features Dan from Street Fighter Alpha 2, highlighting him as a character with explosive offensive power despite his comical nature. The page details his special moves and super combos in tables, showing button inputs. It emphasizes that Dan's basic moves are essential, and advises players to utilize combos starting from crouching weak kicks. The guide breaks down Dan's fighting style into constant combo aim and Saikyo-style retreat, suggesting a mixed approach of aggressive combos and strategic retreats using his unique Saikyo-style moves. It notes that throws are important for opening up opponents and recommends mixing throws into his offensive pressure. The original combo reversal section talks about utilizing original combos and gauge management in OC mode, suggesting the strong standing heavy kick and Saikyo uppercut as key moves. 2 example original combos are provided for level 1 and level 3 super meters, emphasizing the use of crouching medium kick into Saikyo uppercut and various super combos like his Seisho Buraiken and Koryuken. The page concludes with essential move usage, stating Dan's Gadoken projectile can be used to build gauge, and that his Koryuken uppercut is effective against aerial opponents and can be incorporated into combos. It also mentions that the Shinku Gadoken super combo should be used sparingly due to its difficulty to land, but that Saikyo-style moves are surprisingly strong. This page introduces Sakura Kasugano from Street Fighter Alpha 2, describing her as a character with user-friendly basic moves and strong combo potential. It highlights her special moves like the Hadoken, Shuken, and Shunpukyaku, along with her super combos such as the Shinku Hadoken, Midarezakura, and Haruichiban, detailing the button inputs for each. The page provides battle data, focusing on utilizing her long reach and combo potential to win fights, advising players to use standing strong kick and crouching strong kick to control space and initiate combos. It emphasizes approaching from mid-range and using jump-in attacks. The guide then dives into specific combo strategies, breaking down melee range combos and jump-in combos. It recommends using crouching medium kick into Sakura's special moves, or jump-in medium kick, followed by standing strong punch and Shuken for effective combos. There's also advice on utilizing psychological warfare jump-ins, suggesting varied jump-in timings and mix-ups with throws to keep opponents guessing. The using super combos section advises saving super combos for situations where they can reliably connect, and suggests using the Shinku Hadoken and Haruichiban combos effectively. It presents 2 ideal original combos at level 1 and level 3 super meter, centered around crouching strong kick, Shuken, and varying numbers of Shuken hits. Finally, continuous techniques here showcases basic and advanced combos, incorporating jump-in attacks, standing strong kick, crouching medium kick, and special moves, encouraging players to find their own combo variations and aiming for knockouts. This guide covers Rolento from Street Fighter Alpha 2, a tactical soldier proficient with rods and knives, excelling in air combat. It details his basic moves, highlighting the crouching strong kick as a strong anti-air tool. The strategy involves controlling range, utilizing the Mekong Delta escape for aerial maneuvers. Key ground attacks include crouching strong punch and kick. Jump-in medium punch and air spike rod are recommended for air control. Rolento's super combos, Take No Prisoner and Minesweeper, are powerful. Combos, utilizing crouching strong kick and high jump kicks are emphasized. Basic and advanced combos are detailed, encouraging player experimentation. The guide also covers the zero counter system, suggesting punch for guarding opponents and crouching weak kick to initiate counterattacks. Rolento's rod is highlighted as part of the weapon-based character design in the Street Fighter series. This guide focuses on Dalsim from Street Fighter, a character known for his long-range prowess and zoning abilities. Dalsim's stretchy limbs allow him to control space, making him effective at keeping opponents at bay. However, he's vulnerable up close, emphasizing the need to maintain distance. The guide details Dalsim's moves, including Yoga Fire, Yoga Flame, and Yoga Blasts, along with commands. It highlights strategies for zoning, like using standing strong kick and crouching medium kick. Tactics include using jump-ins and sliding moves to counter those who get close. The guide also provides combo examples, including combinations with Yoga Blast and Yoga Flame, and discusses counterattacks using sliding moves and the Yoga Flame reversal for defense. The core gameplay revolves around strategic distance control and capitalizing on Dalsim's reach. The next page introduces Zangief, a stark contrast to Dalsim from the previous page, as he is all about powerful close-range combat and grappling. Zangief's signature move is the devastating screw pile driver, and this guide emphasizes how to set it up by getting in close. It details his cancelable normal moves, useful for creating openings, and his anti-air options like the double lariat and dynamite Mach punch to deal with jumpers. The guide explains how Zangief can absorb attacks and counter using moves like the body attack and double lariat. It also covers approach strategies using jump-in attacks and sweeps. There's a breakdown of his special moves, such as the Russian kick and flying body attack, and, importantly, his command throws like the screw pile driver and atomic suplex. Super combos like the final atomic buster and aerial Russian slam are also listed. Ample combos are provided, showing how to link moves together, including basic and more advanced combinations. The guide also gives advice on using the banishing flat and double lariat for both offensive and defensive purposes. Finally, there's a humorous comment at the end, referring to Zangief's screw pile driver as a formidable Heimheim technique, highlighting the fear and respect it inspires in opponents. The next page introduces Jen, a master of two distinct fighting styles, Mantis and Morning. The page details how Jen can switch between these styles mid-combat by pressing all three punch or kick buttons simultaneously. Morning style is described as orthodox and fundamental, while Mantis style is considered trickier and more unconventional. The guide then breaks down Jen's core strategies for each style, focusing on neutral game and combos. For Morning style, it highlights utilizing crouching medium kick to control space and initiate zero combos, which are special chains that seamlessly link normal and special moves. In Mantis style, the focus shifts to close-range mix-ups, using moves like close medium kick and crouching medium punch, emphasizing confusing the opponent. Special moves like Gekiro are emphasized for both styles, particularly for controlling the ground and cornering opponents. The guide suggests using Gekiro to set up high and low mix-ups, especially when the opponent is cornered. For Mantis style, it mentions the unique guard-breaking capabilities and aerial throws to further disrupt the opponent's defense. Example combos are provided for both styles, showing how to effectively link moves together and utilize super combos like Zaine in Morning and Jakoha in Mantis for high damage output. The page emphasizes that Jen's strength lies in his versatility and ability to adapt his fighting style to different situations, making him a very unpredictable and complex character to master. This page is all about maximizing your fun with Street Fighter Alpha 2 on the Saturn. It breaks down the game modes, starting with Arcade, the classic single-player experience. Versus mode is where you and a friend can battle it out. Training mode is super useful for practicing combos and recording your sessions to review. Survival mode is a cool new addition where you fight a gauntlet of 18 characters. But the real Saturn exclusive treat is the Illustrations mode, which is packed with over 100 pieces of artwork, a real treasure for fans. The page also mentions tweaking settings in Arcade and Versus, and the Training mode's replay feature. Overall, it's highlighting why the Saturn version is the way to go. This page is hyping up the Saturn version of Super Puzzle Fighter 2X. It's preview time, and the game's completion is still under wraps, but it's slated for a December release. This is Capcom's crazy puzzle game mashup, featuring characters from Street Fighter and Darkstalkers. The page breaks down the core gameplay. You're dropping colorful gems, matching them up to create bigger gems, and then using crash gems to set off chain reactions. These combos send garbage gems to your opponent, messing with their board. Power gems and counter gems are also mentioned as key strategic elements to mess with your opponent. We get a good look at some of the playable characters, like Felicia, Chun-Li, Sakura, Donovan, Shienko, Ken, Dan, and Ryu, all in their super cute chibi forms. There's even a section wondering if the hidden characters and bosses from the arcade version will make it to the Saturn release, teasing the possibility of Akuma, Lilith, and others joining the roster. The page really emphasizes the dream match aspect, bringing all these popular Capcom characters together for a puzzle battle. This page is your guide to dominating CPU opponents in real bout Fatal Fury on the SEGA Saturn. It emphasizes the use of the expansion RAM cartridge. This article breaks down essential battle strategies, starting with 3 key tactics: utilizing jump-in combo attacks to pressure the CPU effectively, making smart use of projectile moves, and baiting with normal attacks to create openings. The page then zeroes in on Terry Bogard, providing powerful combination attacks. These combos include plus A, repeated 13 times, into B, then plus C, and the advanced plus A, repeated 13 times, into plus C, which can be cancelled into a crack shoot. The article advises using power waves from afar and leveraging the sway line for strategic movement. For opponents who sway line, dashing forward and executing Z-crack shoot is recommended. Essentially, this page is giving you the beginner-friendly pro tips to crush the CPU in real bout. This guide details character-specific strategies for defeating the CPU in real bout Fatal Fury, focusing on ND Bogard and Joe Higashi. For NDD, 2 key combos are highlighted. The first involves a string of attacks ending with the Zane Ryu Reppuken, especially effective when opponents are cornered. The second is a simple series of strong punches. Joe Higashi's guide presents 2 combos, one utilizing down plus B and down plus C, the other starting with back plus A. The article emphasizes the importance of Joe's Hurricane Upper for punishing predictable CPU behavior, recommending its use to counter close-range attacks, and even after a guard. Joe is portrayed as a powerful, combo-like character, making him a straightforward choice against the CPU. This guide details strategies for using Mai Shiranui, Bob Wilson, and RT Turtle in real bout Fatal Fury. Mai's combos include an AA, forward plus C into Kachozen, and a down plus A, down back plus B, C, Yang Flame Dance sequence. Jumping strong kicks and canceling jumping Klee into special moves are effective. Bob Wilson's combos are AB down back plus C, Monkey Dance, and repeating C attacks, cancelable into Dangerous Wolf. The Rolling Turtle, back plus B, allows for safe approaches, followed by low attacks or Monkey Dance / Dangerous Wolf. Turtle's strategy centers on Rolling Turtle, followed by close-range attacks like Crouching B. Against Geese, jumping C followed by an A combo is recommended. This guide details combo attacks for Franco Bash and Blue Mary, likely from a Fatal Fury game. For Franco Bash, 2 combos are recommended. It first targets crouching opponents, starting with down plus B, forward plus B, up plus C, and then forward plus C after Meteor Tackle, leading to Meteor Back Blow. The second, ACCC, forward plus C, is an easy, continuous attack. Blue Mary's combos include a back plus B twice, forward back plus C sequence canceling into Straight Slicer, and Stand Fang, ideal as a starter. Another combo starts with AB, forward plus C, leading into Vertical Arrow, aiming to float the opponent, and chain into M Snatcher. Against CPU opponents, Blue Mary should begin with Spinfall. If it hits, follow with AC, then Straight Slicer, and Stand Fang. If blocked, immediately use Spinfall again. Use Stand Fang as an anti-air if the opponent tries to escape. Effective against specific characters. This Fatal Fury Real Bout Guide details strategies for Hanfu and Mochizuki Sogetsu. For Hanfu, effective combos include down plus B, forward plus B, back plus C and AC circa. His crouching C is a strong starter, followed by his electric firestone to pressure opponents. Sogetsu's combos are emphasized, starting with standing C down plus C and BB back plus C, followed by possession bullet. His jump C is particularly potent. Against the CPU, use a sliding move, then guard break, followed by a command throw if guarded. If the slide hits, use standing Z, then a special move. Upon the opponent's recovery, employ crouching circa. If they keep guarding, use command throws, back plus C, or a ghost gate attack. The guide provides strategies for Kim Kafwan and Duck King in Fatal Fury Real Bout. Kim's combos include repeating downward A, followed by a sequence of back and button presses, and down plus A followed by multiple B attacks, ending in a phoenix kick. CPU strategy involves crouching C into half-moon slashes, or countering jumping opponents with aerial half-moon slashes. Duck King's combos are A, B, B, C, or forward plus C, and B, close range, BC. The final attack can be cancelled into a headspin. Duck King's CPU strategy emphasizes aggressive jump-in attacks, crouching attacks, and running attacks. If the opponent guards, use headspins to break the guard or use break spiral throws. Both characters' combos are effective, with Duck King's emphasis on relentless pressure. This guide focuses on two Real Bout Fatal Fury characters, Billy Kane and Ryuji Yamazaki. For Billy Kane, two combos are recommended. A simple A, B, down forward, forward plus C for beginners, and A, crouching B, down C, sequence, emphasizing lever control. Use jump attacks against the CPU and crouching A to initiate combos while guarding. Be wary of Billy's standing circa. For Ryuji Yamazaki, the strategy centers on jump-in and combo attacks. Recommended combos include A, C, 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 and down plus B, B, C, then cancel into kick neck cutter. Utilize jump attacks against the CPU, especially against non-jump heavy characters. Kick neck cutter is a safe offensive option. When the power gauge is full, Yamazaki can use a level 2 combo, substituting the final character with down forward plus C for a powerful super move. The next page features combo attack strategies, this time focusing on Jin Chonshu and Jin Chonrei, continuing the fighting game theme from the previous page, which was Real Bout Fatal Fury. For Jin Chonshu, the guide suggests two combos, a simpler one involving A, then crouching down plus C, and a more advanced combo starting with crouching A twice or thrice, then B, forward plus C, and canceling into his special move, the Emperor God Leg Fist. The advice emphasizes timing for this more intricate combo. For Jin Chonrei, similar combo strategies are presented. The first combo is crouching repeated a few times, then A, crouching forward plus C. The second combo mirrors Chonshu's advanced combo, starting with crouching plus A, then B, forward plus C, and also canceling into the Emperor God Leg Fist. The text mentions these combos are effective against CPU opponents, and highlights the importance of timing for the Emperor God Leg Fist, especially in these more complex combinations. It notes that while similar to Chonshu, Chonrei's techniques have a slightly different feel. The guide suggests that for CPU opponents using jump C and then crouching A for chip damage can be a solid tactic for Jin Chonrei. This page showcases strategies for Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, focusing on Geese Howard's combo attacks. It presents two recommended combos with button inputs for players to master, accompanied by screenshots demonstrating these moves in-game. The lower half of the page shifts to a Real Bout Writer Countermeasure Scramble Interim Report, which appears to be a tournament update. It shows a tournament bracket or table with player names like Mayumi, Otoshima, Rei, Umanosuke, and Ken Mamu, along with their wins and losses so far. Rei seems to have withdrawn from the tournament. The report highlights the match between Umanosuke and Mayumi, praising it as a great fight, where Umanosuke won with impressive techniques like jumps cancels, flying spin attack, and dancing wave attacks. It mentions Mayumi played strongly, using Terry Bogard. The report also touches on character popularity, noting Terry and Geese are frequently chosen, and generally gives a sense of the competitive scene surrounding Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, with a mention of a deadline on September 30th. Yoshimoto Kogyo, a prominent Japanese entertainment company, is entering the SEGA Saturn market with its Funky game series. The first title, Funky Fantasy, a nearly complete simulation RPG scheduled for November, is filled with gags and parodies, starring characters based on Yoshimoto comedians. Its opening sequence, titled Human Boken Plan, adds to the humor. The second game, Funky Head Boxers Provisional, a boxing game planned for January, will incorporate Yoshimoto's comedic style and features a Poyokon system. Despite the comedic focus, the RPG boasts solid gameplay with polygon graphics, strategic battles involving up to 6 characters, card battles, and a monster summoning system. The games were announced at a Tokyo Big Sight press event attended by Yoshimoto's president and a SEGA representative, alongside campaign girls. Yoshimoto aims to leverage its comedy and star power to make a splash on the SEGA Saturn. Battle Vava is an upcoming 6-player armed car action game for the SEGA Saturn, developed by Victor and Enchante. Targeting a late-year release, the game features high-resolution 640 by 448 graphics and promises easy-to-learn gameplay with strategic depth. Players can customize their vehicles and weapons with meticulous balancing. Character designs are by Yuki Hiroshi, and the game will include MPEG animation. Developers Mr. Uchiyama and Mr. Miyanaga aim for a fun, party game experience accessible to all players, regardless of gaming experience. They emphasize simple controls and a focus on visual appeal, targeting a wide audience. The game prioritizes immediate fun and is designed to be enjoyable with friends. Screenshots showcase colorful character art and top-down battle arenas. Battle Vava is a 6-player car combat game featuring 6 distinct vehicle types with unique drivers and supporters. The game emphasizes its 6-player simultaneous battle mode, allowing for intense versus matches. A 1-player story mode lets players battle rivals, strategically choosing their preferred vehicle. Developers Uchiyama and Miyanaga are crafting the game with an eye towards cooperative 2-player mode in addition to the planned 1-player story. They aim to create appealing vehicles and incorporate strategic elements influenced by games like Motor Rotors. Character designs, like the returning Barcheron, are being developed to stand out. Car customization, inspired by Mini 4 WD and RC cars, is also a core feature, with save settings for sharing and battling with friends. This page showcases 04 Champ Doozy J Typer, the latest installment in the popular 04 Champ series, which is all about thrilling 400-meter drag races. It's touted as a media ring race and simulation game hitting the SEGA Saturn. Fans are eagerly awaiting this new title, which promises upgraded graphics and systems. The article mentions the game is set in America and features brand new courses, adding a fresh location to the series. Screenshots reveal in-game racing action with speedometers, gear shifts, and multiple cars competing. It also highlights the inclusion of the latest Japanese domestic cars, with images of the GTR, Silvia, Supra, and Mr. 2 shown as examples of vehicles players can expect to drive. There's a character illustration on the side, and bullet points mention it's planned for a year-end release, with pricing still to be decided, and will support 2-player battles and is aimed at an 18-plus audience. Overall, it seems like a highly anticipated title for Saturn owners, promising fast-paced drag racing action with enhanced features and a focus on cool cars. 04 Champ Doozy J Typer blends racing, nurturing, and romance. Players select one of 8 female partner tuners, each with distinct personalities and tuning specialties, to help them win the All Japan Championship. Building a strong relationship with your chosen tuners through dates and gifts boosts racing performance. The game features a detailed car tuning system with authentic customization options. Players can finely adjust various car parts with visual feedback, graphs, to monitor performance changes. Success depends on meticulous tuning to optimize your car for peak performance, allowing you to create the ultimate racing machine. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Battle Athletes Daiyundukai, which is based on the anime series. It seems to be a sports simulation game where you aim to get into University Satellite and become a top athlete. The article introduces Akari Kanzaki, a 15-year-old girl from Hokkaido who is determined to enter University Satellite, following in her deceased mother's footsteps. The story seems to revolve around her training and participating in the Daiyundukai, Great Athletic Meet, to prove her worth and unlock some unknown powers. We learn about IPC Increment P, who are described as software developers originally focused on car navigation systems and PC software. They're behind things like the MapFan car navigation software and Quadrom software for peace. It's mentioned that they are aiming to bring the excitement of the Daiyundukai to the SEGA Saturn. Then there's AIC Spirits, the production group behind the game. They are known for anime game adaptations like El Hazard and Tenchi Muyo, and seem to be confident in delivering a high-quality game adaptation of Battle Athletes. They emphasize their focus on character creation and original game elements. They also mention their upcoming Pretty Sammy game and other character-based games. The article seems enthusiastic about the game being a great adaptation of the anime for fans. This page delves deeper into the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Battle Athletes Daiundukai, focusing on the gameplay. It's a training simulation, where you're tasked with nurturing Akari Kanzaki into a top-tier athlete, aiming for University Satellite. The daily schedule involves checking Akari's condition, consulting with the coach, and setting up her training regime. Training starts off relatively easy, but progressively ramps up in intensity, introducing tougher methods like giant roller pulling and sand bath training to boost her power, agility, and stamina. Special training is key and offers personalized coaching to really hone Akari's skills. While initial training options are limited, they expand as she develops. The game boasts around 100 different events, ranging from story-driven scenarios and training sessions to parameter-based happenings. Events can occur both indoors and outdoors, adding variety. The article also highlights the game's successful reception at the Tokyo Game Show, mentioning appearances from voice actors and promotional giveaways. They are even running a contest for fan-made character illustrations based on the Daiundukai theme. Finally, it teases that details about rivals and other characters will be revealed in the next issue. This page is all about Master of Monsters, Neo Generations on the SEGA Saturn, which is touted as a major release. It's a simulation game based on a popular PC title, where you raise monsters and engage in battles. The game was already 90% complete at the time of this article, with a planned release on October 25th at a price of 6,800 yen. It even supports 2-player battles. The article highlights several key features. Monster summoning is central, with units being monsters called from other dimensions using magic. Battles are enhanced by impressive animations, showcasing various attack types, from magic to physical strikes. There's a strong emphasis on monster depth, with compatibility, evolution, and numerous parameters affecting gameplay, with around 6 monster types in total. Monster evolution is visually represented, and the game provides detailed information to help players strategize. Monster fusion is introduced as a unique Saturn feature, allowing you to create even stronger monsters. Powerful magic is a key element too, with large-scale spells like Heal All, Firewall, and Meteor having spectacular animations. The game is promised to have a stunning opening cinematic that sets the scene for the monster battles to come, filled with atmosphere and even the roar of a dragon. Reader's Station features submissions covering various topics. Ree's Diary anticipates autumn, mentioning food, games, and the end of summer. It includes a strange purchase of a Gucci tip bag. The Saturn section highlights game purchases, with one reader finding a bargain copy of Fighting Vipers and another overspending at a Beep store. July's submissions feature a visit to Kampubu for pudding and a trip to Hong Kong, where someone imported nights into dreams. A 13-year-old shares excitement about a high school baseball game. The Game Center section describes an arcade visit, observing Virtua Fighter 2. Otakebi includes reader drawings. Finally, the 9/13 section tells of a reader attending a Game Center filming dressed in a suit. A cartoon strip, Super Very Very Bar, is also included. This section of Year Station Free Talk solicits reader submissions after summer. Ogata fans' heartfelt cry discusses Sakura Taizen, referred to as Ogata, advocating for non-playable main characters to emphasize RPG elements and an option to disable voice acting. About Kids reviews Virtua Fighter Kids, praising its beginner friendliness but questioning the impact of the game over screen. VF2 Porting Degree addresses reader feedback on the Saturn port of Virtua Fighter 2, with one reader expressing disappointment and hoping user opinions will influence future improvements. GDNet Expectations expresses excitement for online gaming via GDNet, hoping it fosters quality game development despite potential negative feedback. Finally, Saitama Gallery features reader artwork, including Knight and Master. Aris Station explores Sega Saturn expansion slot possibilities, sparking debate among readers. Fukushima readers advocate for slots to play Mega Drive games, even proposing an adapter, driven by a desire to preserve Sega's legacy. Conversely, some Chiba readers prefer RAM cartridges and a unified system, referencing existing games needing extra RAM. A Tokyo reader questions the integration of older games, citing concerns about performance and RAM limitations, and referencing the Saturn 32X. The editor highlights the demand for features like unlimited continues and save slots. Additionally, the page previews upcoming age restriction changes. Reader artwork, featuring characters like Pepsi Man and Zero Two, is included, showcasing the creativity of the community and referencing existing Saturn games. Ars Station highlights reader-submitted game recommendations. A reviewer enthusiastically recommends a shooting game from the Thunder Cross lineage, praising its addictive quality and encouraging Saturn and PlayStation owners to play it. Another review recommends the Saturn game Grand Chaser, a high-speed battle racer, comparing it to Cyber Formula and highlighting its impressive sound and surprisingly good controls. The review emphasizes how the reviewer, despite initial skepticism, found the game captivating, thus recommending it to racing and action fans. Other sections include reader submissions like This Month's Gansei and This Month's Puzzle, and a 4-panel manga. The theater edition presents reader comments from various locations, demonstrating the magazine's wide appeal. The final, Grand Service, Gorgeous 8 feature hints at a collection of reader-generated content, promising diverse perspectives and high reader expectations. This page kicks off with Virtua Time! Everyone assemble! Diving into a feature about a game where you select your character, like a Formula One racer or a pro boxer, and aim to become champion. It sounds like a deep dive into character customization and the thrill of becoming the best. Then there's a section describing a game feature called 3 Dice and a Bowl, which seems to be recreating traditional Japanese gambling with dice, polygons, and cue sound for a realistic feel. Another segment, Virtua Patria, describes an environmental software game where you place people in pools and enjoy watching them swim, with camera angles and replay features, even including humorous scenes. This month's RPG spotlights Lunar, riding the GD.net wave of popularity, with readers highly anticipating its release. The Satamaga public questionnaire section has reader questions, including one asking if the protagonist of Space Harrier is an alien, another questioning if the SEGA Saturn logo is different from the HI Saturn logo, and finally, a lighthearted question about favorite idols. The information section provides guidelines for reader submissions. Following that, Free Gal Zone and Ehime Prefecture Tales Shippo are reader submission sections, featuring letters discussing everyday gaming habits, preferences, and even humorous anecdotes about game-related arguments, with partners and kids being obsessed with games like Nights into Dreams. Lastly, there's a September 13th issue apology and correction section, addressing errors in a past issue and apologizing to readers. This article profiles Gamer Mickey, a mysterious figure associated with Sega. The piece reveals her height and hints at her age, while listing her representative works as Sorcerian and Searching for Stars. Mikiki, who joined Sega early on, discusses the company's culture, citing games like Outrun and her entry into arcade game development. She expresses a desire to continue creating engaging content using Sega's resources. The article also highlights various ways to access the latest Sega information. These include the Sega JoyJoy telephone for daily updates, and Sega Fax Club for detailed news. Other sources include Sega Video Magazine and Flash SEGA Saturn, the latter featuring game introductions and promotional videos. Finally, Sega Personal Computer Network is promoted, listing several network services like Nifty and PeakVan, along with their contact details. This page is packed with reader interaction and Sega news. The Sega Press Q&A's corner answers questions about Sega's current situation. They talk about Mega Drive and Saturn game development, feeling nostalgic, and the difficulty of selling overseas. One question asks about the game Pawn, described as a new arcade classic, and another asks about Sega Fax Club information. Moving to the Sega Public Relations Diary section, we have voice actress Ikebe Kura as a special guest. She talks about voice acting for a Sega Saturn game, mentioning Virtual Saturn, and expresses her love for Gundam, Macross, and Sega games in general. She seems excited about the Saturn and enjoys going to Akihabara to buy games. The editor's postscript section has short comments from the team. Take-chan mentions Power Up being a secret and being busy. Gamer Miki mentions Kids Gear being popular and Panzer Dragoon Mini and CG Portrait Rayearth also mentioning illustration contests and TV appearances. Honey Hanaya talks about weddings and feeling young, while Kanda Tetsujin introduces himself and his Kashiwa Chef series, mentioning dining out and cooking. Satama Kenji George discusses M2 research and virtual Karen readers, mentioning meeting Kurokawashi and encountering real things. Finally, there's a call for postcards for different sections like Opinion Corner, Question Corner, Illustration Corner, and other. And in the Sega Present section, they are giving away Knights merchandise, including a cap and badge set and a Knights t-shirt. This licensee space update from various game companies previews upcoming titles and provides development insights. Atlas announces action and shooting games Battle Gario and Princess Kura Great Strategy. Ultron thanks players for their game show participation, highlighting mighty hit. Virgin Interactive Entertainment returns from a summer break, readying for new projects. Grams introduces Quo Vadis 2, hinting at potential future space adventurer characters. Game Arts teases upcoming Grandia details, mentioning keywords related to the game. Societa Sigun is nearing completion of Horned Head Casino, highlighting development struggles. Sonic showcases Shining the Holy Ark, a comical dungeon RPG. Nagzato discusses the end of summer vacation and health tips. Japan Create announces Dynamite Deca 2 and My Dream. Pioneer LDC thanks players for supporting El Hazard and is planning new titles. Back in Video describes a location scout for a video with a mysterious car accident incident. Finally, readers are encouraged to send postcards with opinions and questions to the magazine. This page features an article titled, Warp has come to Haneda Airport. Is EO okay? The author, Aino, reflects on the Tokyo Game Show, mentioning the excitement around Nights into Dreams, but questions the status of Enemy Zero, EO. He describes seeing Virtua Fighter 3 footage and Konami soccer games and the live performance of Nights. Aigano felt exhausted from the game show, but acknowledges that Enemy Zero visuals have improved, addressing earlier concerns about polygon issues and bugs. He emphasizes the game's immersive atmosphere and ambitious technology, while also mentioning the development difficulties and engine problems they faced. Enemy Zero is confirmed for a December release, and there's a pre-launch event called Aino's Dinner of Madness, scheduled for September 20th. The Saturn Communication section seems to be about reader feedback and magazine policies, mentioning Square and SoftBank, and discussing reader submissions and editorial decisions. Lastly, the afterword is an editor's note about the magazine's production, the long hours, and includes contact information for SoftBank's SEGA Saturn magazine, reiterating, the warp has come to Haneda Airport. Theme. This page announces the results of the 1996 July Brain Battle Q National Quiz Competition. It highlights the intense battles that occurred throughout July, culminating in a grand competition. The top 3 winners are celebrated, with Nishimura Takefumi from Kochi Prefecture taking first place, achieving a score close to double the runner-up and being hailed as the champions. Second place went to Nagano Sachiko from Saitama Prefecture, who narrowly missed the top spot. Third place was secured by Harada Yoshiomi from Tokyo, a Sega Saturn enthusiast known for his dedication to quiz games. The announcement also lists the winners from 4th to 10th place: Kobuchi Hiroyuki, Ando Koji, Hayashi Yoshihiro, Oyazawa Yuki, Yato Takashiaki, Hidachi, and Komaki Kunimitsu. The page then promotes the quiz game Brain Battle Q, stating it's available for 4,800 yen, and encourages readers to participate in the national championship. It includes contact details for inquiries and game purchases. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game Ultraman Encyclopedia. It's pitched as a database-style game that's presented across 5 stages, covering all things Ultraman. The sections highlighted include Ultra World, showcasing Ultraman warriors, Monsters World with in-depth analysis of 126 monsters and aliens, and Stories Digest, which covers 39 Ultraman episodes and 49 Ultra 7 episodes in digest format. There are also dedicated sections for both Ultraman and Ultra 7 themselves, promising detailed data, from height and weight to special moves. The advert emphasizes that it's the 30th anniversary of Ultraman's birth, billing it as a definitive video encyclopedia. It's set for release on September 13th and priced at 6,800 yen. It also mentions that if you have a Sega Saturn movie card, you can enjoy high-quality full-screen video playback. Creative Humans mail-order ad promotes SEGA Saturn games and related goods, open year-round with phone and 24-hour fax ordering. The Autumn Long Night SS advert features upcoming titles like Real Bout High School Battle Wolf Legend, Likely Guru, Mark of the Wolves, Tokimeki Memorial vs. Puzzle Ball, and Sakura Wars Standard Edition. A list of available games includes titles like Street Fighter Alpha 2, Gundam Side Story 0079, Rise from the Ashes, and Guardian Heroes, alongside Sega Ages releases. The ad also highlights membership benefits, discounts, and a large catalog of Saturn games. Special deals on Power Dolls and a fighting game bundle, Fighting Vipers and Last Bronx, are promoted. The ad also features a Garage Kit Corner and Human Out-of-Print Goods Corner. It's a comprehensive service. This page showcases Ultimate Revenge Attack Yura, a 3D fighting action game for the Sega Saturn. The game, also known as Kakyusei 2, is being advertised with the tagline, "The Revenge Play of a Famously Dead Person." It boasts high-resolution graphics that stand out among Saturn fighting games and features 11 playable characters. Among these are familiar faces and 2 brand-new characters. Players can customize various aspects of the game, including costumes, backgrounds, BGM, and more, promising a fresh Kakyusei 2 experience. The game was set to release on September 27th for 5,800 yen. We also see screenshots of the gameplay showcasing the 3D fighting action. The text mentions characters like Eiji, Ellis, Sophia, and Ripper as part of this new installment. This page is a striking full-page advertisement for the game Enemy Zero, presented by Warp. It boldly proclaims, "Warp presents an interactive movie," highlighting the unique cinematic approach of this title. The game's name, Enemy Zero, is displayed prominently in both English and Japanese. Visually, the page uses a strong red and white color scheme with large, stylized text, creating a futuristic and impactful feel. This advert showcases a completely different game compared to the previous page, which was about the fighting game, Ultimate Revenge Attack Yura. The next page showcases another striking advertisement, this time still presented by Warp and still for the Sega Saturn. It announces a release in 1996 to see, and a price of 6,800 yen for a massive 4 candelas set. The image features a close embrace between 2 3D rendered figures, suggesting a dramatic or emotional scene, hinting at the interactive movie experience Warp is known for from the previous page about Enemy Zero. It seems like this could be another game from Warp, given the similar visual style and presentation as the previous page's Enemy Zero advert. This page is dedicated to the wacky world of Earthworm Jim 2 on the Sega Saturn. It's a full-page spread shouting about the game's arrival. The tagline at the top is pretty enthusiastic, something like, "Finally he's back," and boasting that this Earthworm Jim is even more powered up, ready to cause mayhem with his whip and blaster. The page is visually dominated by a huge, cartoonish hand doing the peace sign, with Earthworm Jim's iconic blue suit sleeve, and a speech bubble saying, "Take it easy." We also get a glimpse of classic Earthworm Jim 2 craziness with some screenshots, including those bizarre cows, and the surreal level design the series is known for. It's an advert highlighting that Earthworm Jim 2 is coming to the Sega Saturn in September, priced at 5,800 yen. The bottom of the page lists all the legal details, mentioning Playmates, Shiny Entertainment, Screaming Pink, and Takara as the companies involved in bringing this game to us. It's a classic, over-the-top ad to get Saturn owners hyped for some more invertebrate action. This page is all about Virtua Fighter 3 and how to get better at the game. It's part of a series called Virtua Clash, and this volume is number 23. The article is giving players advice on improving their VF3 skills, saying that just wanting to be strong isn't enough, you need to think about how to get there. The writer talks about practicing a lot, learning your character well, understanding your opponent's character, and working out effective techniques. They stress the importance of not just playing randomly, but thinking strategically. The article also mentions playing against stronger opponents to improve, and learning from losses instead of getting discouraged. They suggest focusing on defense as much as offense, and finding a fighting style that suits you. It encourages players to experiment, learn from mistakes, and find a training partner to practice with. There's also a report on a Virtua Fighter 2 event in Yokohama, featuring a team called Blocks. It sounds like the event was fun, and they mention people enjoyed playing VF2 and the original Virtua Fighter. They also apologize for any shortcomings in their own VF play during the event. Lastly, there's a little section called This Week's Yukun, which seems to be a personal update. It mentions something about walking in two-legged mode and getting birthday presents. This page highlights Capcom's Dungeons & Dragons character popularity contest, prompting players to try arcade next consumer in reference to the arcade to console transition. The elf character won with 82 points, followed by the magic user. Thieves, fighters, shinobi, shopkeeper, dwarf/cleric, and earthborder denon completed the top 10. M-users and a wild dog group didn't fare well. The page also includes information on a story series, special issue number 6, focusing on Puzzle Fighter. Additionally, a big push room section showcases the visually impressive Alien vs. Predator game. Finally, Capcom is running a Cyberbots Hot postcard recruitment, with prizes for winners, encouraging postcard submissions. SNK is showcasing upcoming titles at a gaming event. New tag battle games like Dodonpa and Stormbringer STB are highlighted, alongside True Samurai Spirit's Skyflower Blade Dance Descent, expanding Samurai Showdown scope. Development updates include Real Bout Fatal Fury, 100% complete, and releasing September 20th. Playable at the show, and recommended for those with extra RAM. Samurai Showdown is slated for next spring, featuring 2 stories and impressive visuals. The King of Fighters 96 is in development, with a TBD release and unknown completion percentage. Fan engagement includes a contest for SNK Goods and SNK Furukuzi Summary and Special Edition, featuring fan art. A strategy guide for KOF 96 by Kenpon offers advanced tactics for CPU battles. This page delves into the rise of RISC architecture in gaming, particularly focusing on the Nintendo 64's hardware and its RCP, Reality Coprocessor. It explains how RISC design philosophy, emphasizing simplified instructions and streamlined hardware, has become a leading trend in CPUs, seen in systems like the ARM series, Saturn's ESH series, PlayStation, and notably the Nintendo 64, with its MIPS R series processor. The article highlights the N64's adoption of the 64-bit RISC R4300 processor, a member of the MIPS R series lineage, contrasting it with the Saturn's ARSH-2 and PlayStation's R3000. It emphasizes the performance and cost-effectiveness of RISC, mentioning its low power consumption. The N64's graphics prowess is attributed to the RCP, which is divided into SP signal processor and DP display processor blocks, enabling powerful polygon rendering and advanced graphical techniques like sub-pixel positioning and texture magnification. The page also includes a MIPS architecture roadmap diagram, illustrating the evolution of the R series processors, and explanations of technical terms like multiplex bus and MIP mapping to aid understanding of the discussed concepts. It positions the N64's R4300 as a cost-effective yet powerful CPU solution leveraging RISC architecture. The next page continues the discussion about the Nintendo 64 and its impressive capabilities, focusing on the RCP, or Reality Coprocessor. It breaks down the RCP into its SP, signal processor, and DP, display processor blocks, explaining how they work together for graphics rendering. The SP handles geometry calculations, while the DP is responsible for rasterization, texture mapping, and effects like alpha blending. The page emphasizes the N64's sub-pixel positioning, which allows for smooth graphics and its ability to handle resolutions up to 1280 by 960 internally, even if the display output is lower, like 320 by 240 dots, showcasing its advanced interpolation. The article highlights the powerful renderer DP and its capability to handle textures and depth information, allowing for sophisticated effects like blending and transparency, which are crucial for realistic 3D graphics. It mentions Mario 64 as a prime example of what the N64 can achieve, showing screenshots and praising its smooth polygon rendering and detailed textures. The article suggests that the N64's hardware is on par with, or even surpasses, workstations like SGI in terms of potential. It notes that while the hardware is powerful, software optimization is key to fully unlocking its capabilities, particularly in areas like transparency effects and blending. Finally, there's a section called Dr. K's Hard Days, which seems to be a light-hearted column about gaming experiences and impressions, mentioning music from Sailor Moon R, and the inconvenience of changing trees in music players. It's a casual piece, reflecting on everyday gaming life. This document catalogs SEGA Saturn games released between November 1994 and September 1996, presenting them in a data-rich format. Each entry includes release dates, titles, publishers, prices, genres, reviewer scores, and peripheral compatibility. The listing begins with November 1994 releases like Virtua Fighter and Myst, highlighting features like Virtua Fighter's positive reviews and Myst's mouse support. The catalog progresses through the years, including titles such as Daytona USA, Panzer Dragoon, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and Sega International Victory Goal, with notes on special features, like multi-tap compatibility or specific controller support. This information is meant for enthusiasts and gamers seeking detailed game information. This page continues the SEGA Saturn software databank, listing games released from November 1995 through to March 1996. November 1995 saw the release of titles like F1 Live Information and the popular X-Men Children of the Atom, which is known for its frantic tag-team fighting action, Christmas Nights into Dreams. Also launched in December 1995, bringing festive cheer with its unique gameplay and beautiful visuals. Moving into January 1996, notable titles included Pro Mahjong Kiwame S and Creepy Crawlers, indicating a variety of genres were still being catered to. March 1996 saw the release of The Tower, Gotha 2, Heavenly Knight, and Virtua Cop 2, showcasing a range of experiences from adventure and strategy to light gun action. Virtua Cop 2 in particular, a sequel to the acclaimed original, likely generated significant buzz for its improved graphics and intense gameplay. The page lists each game with details on its publisher, price, genre, and, importantly, reviewer scores, giving a snapshot of how these games were initially received. Peripheral support information is also included, noting compatibility with accessories like the mouse and multi-tap for certain titles. This page continues the SEGA Saturn software databank, showcasing more games released in the 9,596 period. It presents a table format detailing titles, their publishers, prices, genres, reviewer scores, and peripheral compatibility. While there's a lot of data, we can see a diverse range of games were released, spanning genres from sports and adventure to RPGs and shooting games. Titles like Cyberdoll and Deep Fear appear in the listings. There are also puzzle games and simulations in the mix. On the right side, there's a Saturn software popularity ranking, based on genre. It seems to be based on reader scores, highlighting that RPGs are most popular with an average score of 7.8148, followed closely by table games and others, with 7.8147. Shooting games rank third, and simulation and action games follow. The text notes that while RPGs are number one by a small margin, table games are surprisingly close, and the overall difference in scores isn't huge. It also mentions that the ranking is based on the average scores of all games within each genre. The most represented genre in the rankings is action with 41 games listed, followed by table games with 36, and shooting with 27. The next page continues the Saturn software databank, providing an index of games. It appears to be organized alphabetically in Japanese. We see more game titles listed with software numbers. It looks like another extensive list of games, continuing from the previous page, covering a wide range of genres. There's a lot of text listing game titles, publishers, and some scores. Games like Deep Fear, Cyberdoll, Fighting Vipers, Virtua Fighter, Daytona USA, Clockwork Knight, Panzer Dragoon, and Sega Rally Championship are mentioned amongst many others. It's essentially a continuation of the games database, showcasing the breadth of titles available on the Sega Saturn during this period. This page showcases the new soft schedule for the Sega Saturn, essentially a release calendar for upcoming games. It's laid out like a table, detailing release dates from October through to yearly releases. Looking at October, some titles listed are Tri-Rush Deppy and Batsugun, both action and shooting games respectively. Eternal Melody seems to be an RPG or simulation game. Moving into November, we see games like Lulu, Fist, Virtua Cop 2, and Victory Goal Worldwide Edition. December highlights 3D Baseball, Doom, and Die Hard Trilogy. The schedule also looks ahead to autumn releases, with titles like Lunar Silver Star Story and Farland Story. Winter features Heart of Darkness and Sankyo Fever. Finally, there's a section for yearly releases mentioning games such as Shining the Holy Ark. The table also includes details like game prices, publishers such as Sega, Bandai, and Atlas, and game genres, ranging from action, RPG, shooting, adventure, simulation, puzzle, and more. Peripheral support like mouse and multitap is also noted. At the top, there's a legend explaining the genre abbreviations used in the table. Overall, it's a comprehensive look at the Sega Saturn's upcoming software lineup. This page continues the new soft schedule for the Sega Saturn, listing games slated for release from January through summer of 1997. For January 97, we see titles like Dragonheart, Mario & Wario's Super Giant Chess. February includes Idle Janshi Special and Jam Extreme Stream. March features Space Jam and WWF in Your House. Moving to July releases, there is Guilty Gear. Looking at the summer releases, The Crow City of Angels, Magic the Gathering, Deep Fear, and Real Sound are listed amongst others. Games like Guardian Force, Baroque, Wolffang, Kuga 2001, Sonic 3D Blast, Critical Blow, and Panzer Dragoon 2's Y are also highlighted. The software schedule is a section titled Saturn Magazine Editorial Department Check. This editorial piece talks about the excitement surrounding upcoming Saturn games, especially with the Tokyo Game Show approaching in August. They mention the anticipation for Virtua Fighter 3 and suggest that it might be a major attraction at the show. The editors are excited about the new software lineup and hint at big announcements, possibly even unreleased titles, for the Saturn platform, emphasizing that things are heating up and there's much to look forward to for Saturn fans. This page provides instructions on how to fill out the included questionnaire postcard. It gives examples of how to answer the multiple-choice questions and emphasizes using a black pen and filling in circles clearly. The page then presents the actual questionnaire, asking for details like gender, age, occupation, how many Sega Saturn software titles they own, which gaming magazines they read, and their opinions on the current issue of the magazine. The survey also asks about the quality and interestingness of articles in the magazine, and asks readers to list their top 10 favorite Sega Saturn games from the provided lists. There are 3 tables on this page. Table 2 lists hard software options like Sega Saturn consoles, Mega Drive, Super 32X, and various peripherals such as controllers and memory cards. Table 3 lists software, categorized into genres with a huge list of game titles. Some notable games mentioned include Panzer Dragoon SWI, Guardian Heroes, Virtua Cop 2, Die Hard Arcade, Street Fighter 02, Sonic 3D Blast, and Deep Fear. Table 1 lists the current issue articles, highlighting features such as Landmark, Daytona USA Circuit Edition, Virtua Fighter 2, Street Fighter 02, and Sonic Jam. This page is showcasing the latest Sega Saturn titles and upcoming games. The page is headlined, Latest Sega Saturn Titles, Catch Up. It highlights both new release titles and coming soon software. The new releases section includes games like Heart of Darkness, Die Hard Trilogy, Sokyu Kurenai, Ken Yukyu no Carnival, Advanced Variable Geo, Batsugun, Tsuki no Kishi Ou Kaisen, Dragon's Heaven, and Kyan Kyan Bunny Premiere 2. The coming soon section is titled Pre-release Sega Saturn Software Mega Introduction, and mentions that September will be a big month for new releases. The page lists a large number of upcoming games, including Mobile Suit Gundam Gaiden 1, Senritsu no Blue, Langrisser 2i, Steep Slope Slider, Rigload Saga 2, Legend of Oasis, Policenauts, Joshikusei no Hukago, Fukatsuban, Tokimeki Memorial Taikuban, Dengeki no Nijin Iro Seishun, Shinseiki Evangelion Second Impression, Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon Super's Various Emotion, Angel Paradise Volume 2, Yoshiki Hiroe, Ishoni Aitai in Hawaii, Mezase, Idol Star Aster, Summer Memories, Mahjong Hen, Thunder Force Gold Pack 1, Starfighter 3000, and Tantei Jinguji Saburo Miken no Rupee. The page also features an image of a character, possibly from one of the featured games. It seems to be an action-packed lineup of games for Sega Saturn owners, highlighting a variety of genres and titles coming soon to the platform. This page showcases 3 games. First up is Heart of Darkness, an action-adventure game emphasizing cinematic presentation and immersive sound. It highlights the game's blend of action and adventure, with movie-like scenes and orchestral sound. Next is Die Hard Trilogy, an action shooting and racing game that recreates famous scenes from the Die Hard movies in 3D polygons. It mentions scenarios from the first 2 movies, including Nakatomi Plaza and an airport setting, as well as car chase sequences from the 3rd movie. Finally, there's Soccer Kids, Entry Level, an educational soccer game aimed at teaching children the basics. It emphasizes voice guidance and practical instruction from a former professional soccer player, covering fundamental techniques like kicking, trapping, and dribbling, with practice modes. It's described as suitable for soccer classes in elementary schools. This page features 3 new game releases. First up is Advanced Variable Geo, a fighting action game starring beautiful girls. It seems to be a port from the PlayStation, and focuses on the story mode, where you select 1 girl from 9 waitresses and battle to win a large prize. The reviewer notes the improved graphics compared to the PS version and mentions new character patterns and techniques being added. It's currently at 20% completion. Next is Batsugun, a fast-paced shooting game from Toaplan. This Saturn version appears to be enhanced with a special version mode, adding extra stages and levels on top of the arcade original's 5 stages, and total of 14 stages. The reviewer highlights the vertical scrolling gameplay and the 4 available screen modes, and mentions the intense 2-player co-op action. This game is at 70% completion. Lastly, there's Night Under the Moon, Dragon King Battle, a shogi, Japanese chess, game based on a popular manga. This game seems to focus on tournament battles with strong AI opponents, emphasizing deep strategic elements and challenging gameplay even for beginners. The reviewer highlights the impressive voice acting, story mode, and the ability to play against famous shogi players within the game. It's shown at a high 90% completion rate. 4 upcoming SEGA Saturn games are highlighted. HT and T Dragon's Heaven, a role-playing game based on tunnels and trolls, is 20% complete and aims to replicate the tabletop experience. Saint Tail, an adventure game based on the anime, is 80% complete and features faithful transformation scenes. Can Bunny Premiere 2, an adventure game for mature audiences, is in early development and involves a quest for a Makara egg with a protagonist and strong female characters. Finally, Q-Back, a 75% complete action game set in 2096, features players with timed bombs competing in a chaotic, multiplayer arena. The SEGA Saturn has 2 upcoming games highlighted. Mighty Hit, a gun shooting game, earns a glowing 90 score. It features over 20 stages that test memory and concentration, with diverse gameplay modes like memory games, rapid-fire challenges, and puzzles. The game offers adjustable difficulty, making it accessible even to less experienced players. Hypa Securities receives a score of 60. This simulation game puts players in the role of a police chief managing 3 female officers in Tokyo. Players must balance officer training, schedules, and crime fighting. Gameplay involves setting schedules, managing stress, and engaging in crime incidents, including card battles. A dress-up mode is included, and the game is likened to PC simulation titles. The SEGA Saturn is receiving a new batch of games, starting with Good Island Cafe Ijima AI, a multimedia adventure where players manage a TV show and interact with virtual personality Ijima AI, earning a high score of 90%. Tai Kyoku Shogi Gokumo 2 is a strategy title with strong AI, handicap options, and shogi problems, receiving 80%. Announcements include Discworld, a point-and-click adventure based on the book series. 2 J-League soccer games are on the way. J-League Go Go Goal, with polygon graphics and motion capture, and J-League Exciting Stage, focusing on realism. Finally, Digital Pinball Necronomicon is a digital pinball game with a dark, occult theme. This page showcases Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 0079 War in Space for the SEGA Saturn, promising a deep dive into the one-year war. It's flagged as a dramatic shooting game, published by Bandai, and slated for release on September 20th, priced at 4,800 yen. The page highlights that this game is part of the original Gundam Story (OGS) series, offering a fresh perspective on the familiar one-year war timeline, distinct from the main Gundam storyline, and emphasizing the gameplay as entertainment aspect. It's presented as a new media work and the first installment in the Gundam Side Story series, with this release focusing on the climax of the first volume. The text explains the backstory in Universal Century 0079, focusing on the events after the Battle of Odessa, where the Earth Federation gains momentum against Zeon. Players will engage in realistic mobile suit combat and data collection, following the story of Yu Kojima, a mobile suit pilot who is unaware of the major destiny awaiting him. The 100% completion badge suggests the game is in its final stages of development, and a reviewer's comment mentions the game is nearing release, with bonus goodies included in the initial shipments, different packaging, and hints at Volume 2 already in mind, expressing excitement for players to savor Volume 1. It emphasizes it's a single-player, Alasia's recommended title. Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 0079 War in Space features the first mission, Moonlight Sortie, where players pilot a GIM, focusing on data collection and realistic combat. Mission involves facing enemies like the Tochka and Zaku, with a strategic emphasis on turret destruction. The game introduces character profiles for fellow GIM pilots: Philip Hughes, a seemingly unreliable but dependable ally, and Samana Fulis, a strong-willed, reliable pilot. Mission 3, Fierce Battle in the Wilderness, introduces new weapons and the Blue Destiny mobile suit against Gelgoog units, highlighting challenging enemy attacks and objective-based gameplay. The Desert Zaku Company commander type is presented as a powerful adversary. Producer Makoto Asanuma explains the game's concept as exploring the one-year war beyond the original Gundam narrative, focusing on the perspective of GIM pilots and lesser-known units. The goal is to depict their growth and offer unique gameplay experiences, with a third volume already planned. This page dives deeper into Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 0079 War in Space, showcasing two missions, Mission 2 Blue Destiny and Mission 4 Zeon's Fierce Attack. Mission 2 introduces the RX-79BD Blue Destiny mobile suit, piloted by GIM Blue Destiny, highlighting its unstable exam system developed by Crust Moses. The gameplay scenario involves deploying this experimental unit in combat, showcasing its high mobility and powerful linear beam rifle, but also its pilot struggling to control its immense power during battles against Zeon forces. Mission 4 shifts focus to base defense, where players must repel a large-scale Zeon attack. The mission, titled Energy Plant Defense Base, emphasizes large-scale battles against Zeon mobile suits, particularly Zaku's. The screenshots show intense cockpit action and a focus on strategic defense of critical facilities. The page also discusses plans for Volume 2, indicating a desire to enhance the game's presentation with more elaborate staging and storytelling techniques inspired by anime and original video animations. They are looking to improve the story and gameplay based on user feedback from Volume 1, suggesting elements like cockpit views might be more prominent in future installments. The development team, who are self-professed Gundam fans, are keen to explore different Gundam eras and potentially create sequels, hinting at a longer-term vision for the series beyond just these initial volumes. This page introduces Mission 5 Ace Pilot for Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 0079 War in Space. This mission throws you into a tough spot right from the start, facing 3 Hygog amphibious mobile suits. It's described as a desperate battle, where you're ambushed from all sides. The mission briefing explains that you're cut off from reinforcements, and the enemy's objective is to destroy a nearby plant. You're tasked with taking on these powerful white Hygogs, which are noted as the latest amphibious mobile suit, alone. The page highlights the Hygog's capabilities, mentioning its external water-cooled system, high-output megaparticle cannons, and flexible arms for underwater combat. It also points out its powerful megaparticle cannons, both handheld and chest-mounted rocket launchers, emphasizing their destructive power. The reviewer seems to be warning players that these enemies are formidable and require skillful maneuvering and weapon usage, suggesting tactics like jumping to avoid attacks. Screenshots show cockpit views and in-game action against the Hygogs, demonstrating the intense combat. This page continues the coverage of the Gundam Side Story series and introduces Next Gundam Side Story is The Successors of the Blue Destiny. It emphasizes a significant step up in enemy AI and tactics compared to previous games, highlighting how KAO is now facing Zeon Ace pilots. The page details how enemy units utilize formations and jet stream attacks, suggesting a more strategic combat experience, and also draws attention to shoulder markings, possibly for unit identification or customization. A key tactical point is revealed, focusing on defeating the enemy commander unit, hinting that taking out leaders will disrupt enemy formations and strategy. Furthermore, the page touches upon defense-type scenarios within the game, warning players to be mindful of friendly facilities and avoid damaging them while engaging enemies. It advises players to consider the environment and enemy positions in these defensive missions. The article mentions that more details about the successors of the Blue Destiny will be revealed in the next issue, specifically in 2 pages of the November edition, and also refers to this as the second chapter of information, indicating ongoing coverage. Finally, it mentions the appearance of a mobile suit blue in a character's vision, and that the ending theme is titled Soldier's Blue, giving hints about the game's narrative and music. This page is showcasing Langrisser 2I Angrisser for the SEGA Saturn and spotlights 2 scenarios from the game. Scenario 14, Runaway Dios, focuses on rescuing Dios, who has defected from the Beryl army. The story explains that your mission objective is to save Dios, who is in a dangerous situation. Winning requires defeating Flea's forces, while losing occurs if either the main character die-hearted or Dios dies. The page hints that you should advance your units along the road, utilizing naval units effectively in the sea areas. It also warns that Dios is vulnerable and needs protection. Moving on, there's a completion rate section marked at 95%. The reviewer mentions playing the opening and finding it well made and easy to get into, despite initially expecting it to be difficult. They are looking forward to the final version. The game is slated for a October release by Messiah, priced at 6,200 yen, and is described as an SLG plus RPG with a special package. The next scenario highlighted is Scenario 15, Sword of Ruin. In this mission, you are tasked with rescuing the captured Dios and retrieving the Sword of Ruin from the Estel ruins. Victory is achieved by eliminating all enemies, while defeat results from Diehart's death or losing the Sword of Ruin. The page advises that the ruins are prone to flooding, so units with high mobility are recommended, especially flying units starting in the forest area. It suggests taking the less populated northwestern route. This text reviews 2 scenarios from Langrisser I and 2 for SEGA Saturn. Scenario 16, Yang Motion Strategy, sees the protagonist's forces besieged. The goal is to break the siege by retaking Rusilis Gate, using a bridge for strategic defense against a formidable Imperial army, including powerful Dark Knights. Healing magic is crucial for survival. Scenario 17, Raphael Rescue Operation, involves a diversion to rescue Raphael. The player, now wielding the Sword of Ruin, faces numerous enemies, providing ample experience. The strategy is to weaken enemies with strong units and then finish them off with weaker units for level-ups. Healing magic support is again recommended. The review also praises the game's significant improvements from a previous trial version, highlighting the evolution to rank 2 is and building anticipation for the final release. This page, titled Passion Langrisser 2 Ladies Biographies Data Edition, provides information on the heroines of Langrisser 2. It features detailed heroine data for Tyrus, Lyphony, Luna, and Sophia, including their preferences, dislikes, and aspirations. The page also contains fan art and popularity polls. Galcon, likely gallant contest, results rank Luna as most popular, followed by Tyrus. Poicon, likely pretty contest, places Dehalt in the top spot. These polls were conducted in a magazine, and the page presents their midterm results. Finally, the page advertises postcard illustrations, encouraging fan participation through entries. A small box at the bottom mentions SEGA Saturn Magazine. This page announces the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Stakes Winner. It's described as a horse racing action game where you breed and raise horses to conquer the GI races. This Saturn version adds new breeding horse options and emphasizes the importance of selecting good parent horses to pass on their abilities to their offspring. The page highlights a training mechanic using button mashing to improve your horse, with screenshots showing different aspects of the game like breeding menus and racing gameplay. The game is currently 70% complete and is slated for release in November. It also mentions that save data for bred horses can be shared with friends using a backup memory cartridge for versus play. This page introduces Riglord Saga 2 as a major tactical RPG coming to SEGA Saturn. The focus is on how the 3D environments and terrain will significantly impact gameplay, making strategy more crucial than in the previous game. It highlights two movement types for characters: walking type, which is affected by terrain and obstacles, and flying type, which can move freely over terrain. The page then details four distinct terrain types: walkable places, which are mostly flat but can limit walking characters in certain areas; slippery places, like slopes where walking characters can slide and fall; falling places, which are bottomless pits where walking characters will die if they fall; and impassable places, with obstacles that block all character movement. The article emphasizes that mastering these terrain types and their effects is vital for success in Riglord Saga 2. The next page of the SEGA Saturn magazine delves deeper into the strategic elements of Riglord Saga 2, focusing on how height and terrain play a crucial role in battles. It explains that flying characters operate at two altitude levels: high sky and low sky. This altitude affects combat, as attack ranges and defensive capabilities change depending on whether a character is in the high sky or low sky. A new mechanic called grab is introduced, allowing flying units to pick up and carry walking-type characters. This adds a tactical dimension, enabling players to transport units or set up strategic drops. The page highlights that height differences also directly impact combat effectiveness. Attacking from a higher elevation increases the hit probability, giving a significant advantage. The page then illustrates practical combat strategies, leveraging these height and terrain mechanics. One tactic is to grab and drop enemies from high places for instant kills. Another strategy involves using status effects like freeze on slippery slopes to cause enemies to slide and fall to their doom. Finally, simply maneuvering and pushing enemies off edges is presented as a viable tactic. The overall tone suggests that these height and terrain features will make Riglord Saga 2 a deeply strategic tactical RPG, emphasizing clever positioning and environmental manipulation as key to victory. Riglord Saga 2 features a robust skill system central to gameplay, boasting over 200 skills to master. Characters improve skills through use, unlocking stronger versions. Skills are categorized, including unique dragon skills for transformations, granting abilities like the fiery dragon press. Sword skills offer direct and area of effect damage, with attacks such as strike and slash. Holy magic provides healing and status recovery through Holy Cure, while bow skills include the undead slaying Holy Arrow. Skills possess attributes like fire, wind, and holy, suggesting elemental strategic depth in combat. The variety of skills and their types emphasize tactical gameplay. Skill management and strategic usage are crucial for success, complementing the game's height and terrain mechanics. This page is all about the new skill fusion system in Riglord Saga 2, highlighting it as a major feature of the game. It explains that you can combine skills you've learned, mixing both weapon skills and magic to create over 40 brand new abilities. The system emphasizes strategic combat, letting you choose two skills to fuse during battles. If successful, you unleash a powerful new technique, but failure means wasting a turn. The page details different skill types. Attack magic are offensive spells like Thunder and Fire Blast, dealing elemental damage. Nindo, or ninja skills, are physical attacks like Circle Sky Slash, Gale Wind Slash, and Back Shadow Slash. Special magic offers support and battlefield control, with skills like Flyzer and Move Slow. Finally, defense/weight skills such as Ki are for defense and powering up for future turns. Screenshots show the skill selection interface and various skills in action during battles, giving a good overview of how combat will work in Riglord Saga 2. This page is all about the March of the Black Queen, which is part of the Ogre Battle Saga. It's heavily emphasizing the dramatic story of the game with phrases like many sad dramas, and builds anticipation by announcing it as coming soon soft. The page highlights the game's unique tarot card system, showcasing some card artwork and mentioning their special effects. It looks like the game is nearing completion, with a 90% complete marker, and they're even running a pre-order campaign where the first 10,000 people get a limited edition tarot card set. The release date is set for October 4th, priced at 5,800 yen, and it's described as a simulation RPG. There's a key character spotlight on a woman named Endora, who's described as a former princess from the Highland Kingdom leading a rebellion. The page teases new story elements and scenarios that players will experience before battles, suggesting deeper strategic planning. They are also showcasing a new feature where you can change the viewpoint on the main field map, offering a top-down perspective which should give a better overview. Finally, they confirm the formation screen is finalized, emphasizing improved icon visibility and helpful command messages, similar to the Super Famicom version, but even better and easier to understand. Overall, this page is really hyping up the game as it approaches release, focusing on story, strategy, and visual improvements. This page delves into the importance of tarot cards in Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, highlighting them as 22 mysterious factors that control the fate of the rebellion. It explains how these cards are integral to gameplay, influencing battles, and adding a layer of strategic depth. The page breaks down the tarot cards into 4 main categories, based on their function in combat. Firstly, attack magic cards, like the Devil card, are used for offensive dark magic attacks. Secondly, assistance attack support cards, such as the Hierophant, provide helpful buffs and support during battles. Thirdly, battle avoidance cards, with the Fool card as an example, allow players to strategically evade battles altogether. Lastly, recovery stamina recovery cards, including Priestess and Empress, are essential for healing units and restoring their health. The article emphasizes that mastering the use of these tarot cards, choosing the right ones at the opportune moment, is a crucial element of the game's strategic depth and essential for victory. This guide provides strategies for the early stages of Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen, on SEGA Saturn. The tutorial island teaches players the basics, emphasizing liberating cities for tarot cards, information, and funding. Finding buried treasure at specific locations yields rare items. Meeting and recruiting allies, such as Lance Hamilton, is crucial, with Warren providing guidance. The final objective of the tutorial stage is to defeat the boss in the castle, with the guide warning that bosses are challenging. The guide then shifts to the Shawworm region, where players can trade in cities for essential items. Encountering and recruiting neutral characters is also introduced. Finally, the guide concludes with an announcement for a legendary Ogre Battle, SEGA Saturn release commemoration event in Akihabara, Japan, featuring exhibits, gameplay, cosplayers, and stage events. This page showcases the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Policenauts. It highlights that the game is 100% complete and ready for release. The page seems to be giving players a taste of what to expect from this adventure title. It dives into the story so far, mentioning Jonathan, who, due to an accident in space 30 years prior, ended up investigating cases on Earth as a private detective. He's asked to investigate the disappearance of his ex-wife Lorraine. The plot then takes him to Beyond Coast to investigate with his former partner Ed, uncovering conspiracies and chasing after the truth. The article also talks about replayability, pointing out cool features like using the Virtua gun with Beretta, and how the ending background music changes depending on how many times you've cleared the game. The first playthrough is normal, the second has a different version, and the third becomes a radio drama style ending. It encourages players to fully enjoy every aspect of Policenauts and discover all its secrets. It's also noted that it's a single-player adventure game, compatible with the Virtua gun, and will cost 6,800 yen. This page delves into the secrets of the shooting training mode within a game accessible from the main menu. It seems like there are hidden elements to discover by achieving certain scores. If you're skilled enough to get a perfect 100 score in target mode, you'll be rewarded with mice running across the screen after you finish shooting, though you can't actually shoot them. Scoring 70 points or more in target mode unlocks 3 additional target types, featuring faces of characters, starting with Ed, then Redwood, and finally Snatcher. Keep hitting that 70-point mark, and you'll cycle through these faces. Combat mode also has hidden bonuses. You can increase your starting ammo to 20 rounds, and UFOs will even start flying across the screen. If you're going for high scores, aim for combo hits to get a massive 10x score multiplier. As you progress in combat mode, expect the blocks to start moving left and right at level 64, making things trickier. The background music will also change at levels 31, 41, and 51. Finally, there's a medal system in combat mode, where you get medals for every 20 targets you hit, and these medals will change in type as you level up, offering some visual reward for your sharpshooting skills. This page is all about getting more enjoyment out of Policenauts, especially during the tense bomb defusal scene in Act 2. It seems many players struggle with this section. The magazine reveals secrets to help, like using the vibration sensor effectively, and what happens if you remove all the screws. Apparently, there are even more screws underneath. There's also a tip to hold the screwdriver in reverse, to avoid messing up. Beating police knots unlocks special movies as a reward for dedicated players. Looking back, the page also covers Toy Show 94 and 95, showcasing the game's CG and anime development, including mechanical designs by Kotoki Hajime. There's also an interview with Inoue Kikuko, the voice actress for Karen. The page even hints at extra hidden movies on the PlayStation Private Collection. In short, it's a treasure trove of gameplay secrets and behind-the-scenes insights for Policenauts enthusiasts. This page is diving into some of the extra fun added to the Saturn version of what seems to be Policenauts, focusing on these so-called boob grab scenes. Apparently, Kojima himself talked about adding more opportunities to touch female characters' chests in this version, and they've even added 4 new locations for these interactions. These locations are called BCCH Receptionist, AMM Receptionist, AMM Companion, and Shoe Store Wife. Each section has a screenshot showing these scenes and some suggestive dialogue. The page then moves on to discuss why Kojima's directorial work is considered cinematic. It mentions how he's been pursuing this direction since the early days of Credron Media and using full-motion video. He talks about Policenauts and his earlier work, Metal Gear, as examples, highlighting how he focuses on cinematic techniques and interactive elements. Kojima emphasizes the importance of movie-like direction and how he wants players to feel like they are watching and participating in a movie through games. This page delves into the Tokimeki Memories feature, which sounds like it adds special elements to the game based on your save data. They mention that if you have save data from other games, particularly action titles like Snatcher, it can influence the scenarios and dialogue in Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, on Saturn. It seems like they are using save data from other games to create unique memories or scenarios within Tokimeki Memorial. They give examples of these memories, like seeing Anna Oleski's swimsuit picture from Snatcher and it triggering a birthday conversation with her, or seeing Ed's meal from Snatcher and having a talk about romance with Anna. There's also mention of bomb defusal memories and Karen's bone marrow transplants, alluding to scenes from Snatcher influencing Tokimeki Memorial. The page also has a section with an interview featuring Hideo Kojima. He talks about his philosophy of game development, emphasizing the cinematic quality he aims for in his games. He mentions that from the early days of Credroms and full-motion video, he's been striving to create a movie-like experience in games, pointing to Policenauts and Metal Gear as examples of this approach. He discusses his focus on directing and wanting players to feel like they are both watching and participating in a film. Kojima also touches upon his role as a director and taking responsibility for the creative aspects of his projects. He seems passionate about delivering high-quality cinematic game experiences. Puku Puku Panic, a puzzle game for the SEGA Saturn, is set to release on September 27th. The game, subtitled Girl High Schoolers After School, features classic block-clearing gameplay. Players match 3 or more colored balls to eliminate them, utilizing unique small balls that come in pairs and can be rotated. These balls are key to creating combos and sending garbage blocks in versus mode. The game emphasizes strategic use of these balls for success, noting their transformation into larger balls upon clearing and their directional launching. The game also features 8 high school girl characters, representing various clubs like soft tennis, art, judo, and occultism, each with a brief personality profile. This page introduces Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama, described as the ultimate form of the Puzzle Dama series. It seems to be a sequel, building on the mechanics of the previous games. The page details the basic rules, which involve lining up 3 or more of the same Obanama balls vertically or horizontally to eliminate them, a standard puzzle game mechanic. It also explains how to deal with Kodama balls, which seem to be garbage blocks that need to be cleared. The page then focuses on 3 special types of Tama or balls. The Zendama converts surrounding Kodama balls and eliminates them. Akudama is a negative item that turns all surrounding balls into Kodama, which can be problematic for the player. Finally, Kuidama is described as a ball that falls downwards, eating the balls in its path, and can be useful when used strategically to clear obstacles. The page is encouraging players to learn these special ball types, to create new strategies in versus battles, and enjoy the game. The reviewer mentions it is considered the final form of the Puzzle Dama series and is very challenging, especially the root mode. This page focuses on Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama's characters and their unique attack patterns. Kuge Kitema. Each character has two selectable types, A and B, with the latter often offering a different strategic approach. The page introduces multiple characters: Shiori Fujisaki, Yuko Asahina, Yukino Yayoi, Yumi Saotome, Yukari Shina, Miho Kiryu, Mira Kagami, Nayuki Tsubaki, Ayako Katagiri, Ruriko Kagami, and Nozomi Kiyokawa. Their descriptions highlight personality traits and gameplay styles, such as Yumi's chain-focused B-type and Ayako's complex feel-so-bad pattern. Visual diagrams illustrate the specific Kugeki Tema patterns for each character, emphasizing the game's strategic depth and character-specific playstyles. This page announces "Coming Soon Soft" from SEGA Saturn Press and highlights the amusing concept in Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama of interrupting a girl's confession in the game. It introduces more characters in the game, namely Hayate Saotome, Rei Ijuin, and a mysterious koala character, showcasing their in-game dialogues and interactions with the player. The page points out that the Saturn version of Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama has small bonuses, such as dialogues that change depending on the time of day you play, adding a bit of extra flavor, and an options menu where you can select your favorites. Finally, it advertises original Konami merchandise being released, including Crane game prizes, strategy books, music grids, garage kits, and limited edition posters, and telephone cards, featuring characters from the game. It mentions a set of limited edition telephone cards and posters being available as special merchandise. This page showcases Coming Soon Soft and dives into Battle Arena to Shinden Yura. It highlights that this new version adds CG movies after completing matches and boasts new character-specific cutscenes and poses. The page focuses on introducing two brand new characters, Ripper and Lon Lon, showcasing their special moves. Ripper is described as a speed-focused character using knife-like movements and is presented as a dark hero within the Yura storyline. His special moves are listed as Jamming Out, Sidewinder, Cutting Edge, and Lightning Stinger. Lon Lon, described as a scientist, is presented with moves like Bomber Ball, Piri Piri Stick, and Long Lon Panic. The page includes a completion rate of 95% and quotes a reviewer who is excited about the upcoming release in September, mentioning new characters, costumes, backgrounds, and CG movies. It's priced at 5,800 yen and categorized as a 3D fighting action game. The page is essentially a hype piece for this upcoming Battle Arena to Shinden Yura game, emphasizing the new content and characters. Coming Soon Soft introduces the character dynamics of Battle Arena to Shinden Ura. Eiji, the protagonist, is pursued by his brother Keiin, a bounty hunter, and Duke, who collaborates with Tracy on the Divine Soldier project. Tracy and Rungo are also involved in the project. Rungo is raising Ellis, who seeks revenge, while Mondo aims to acquire the Divine Soldier project data, working with Sophia. Sophia is under Rondron's command, who is investigating a strange killer. Other connections include Ripper, linked to Foe and Duke, and Poor, possibly linked to Ellis. The story outlines a complex web of relationships, with characters driven by revenge, data acquisition, and involvement in the Divine Soldier project. This page is focused on Romance of the Three Kingdoms V, or Sangokushi Versus, a historical simulation game. It highlights three key elements: war, people, and politics. The game emphasizes strategic battles, with diverse terrains and formations, where the player's tactics are crucial. It mentions that in V, there are more patterns of one-on-one duels between warlords compared to previous games. The page also details various unit formations and their strengths and weaknesses. There is a section dedicated to SEGA Saturn original functions, noting that the Saturn version isn't just a direct port, but includes unique elements like scenario-specific openings and drama scenes based on Chinese stories. Finally, there's a Q&A section addressing beginner questions, specifically about city development and internal affairs, giving advice on appointing magistrates and managing resources to develop cities effectively. It encourages players to learn the game's rules through trial and error, and assures them that the guidance system will help. Romance of the Three Kingdoms V centers on three pillars of nation building: people, war, and politics. People, the foundation, require protection and enrichment, with citizen interaction and happiness being crucial for prosperity. War highlights military commanders, who players directly control in strategic battles, enhanced through training and patrols. Politics emphasizes internal affairs, including resource management, land development, and magistrate appointments for efficient governance. Players manage internal affairs, diplomacy, and research to strengthen their nation, with the magistrate system handling city-specific tasks. Annual evaluations help set yearly goals. The Saturn version features significant graphics enhancements, including improved maps and character graphics, polygon-style siege scenes, and cinematic cutscenes. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon Super's Various Emotion. It's a fighting game based on the Sailor Moon Super's anime series, and the page highlights that it's 90% complete according to the developer. A reviewer mentions that it's going to be a premium title with impressive visuals that fans shouldn't miss. The page details that the game focuses on a main character battle theme where players compete for the protagonist position, suggesting a story mode where Sailor Guardians fight amongst themselves. It mentions story mode with animation sequences and emphasizes newly drawn animation just for this Saturn version. Key features highlighted are character parameter adjustment and ability customize system, indicating you can tweak your character's stats and abilities using bonus points to tailor them to your playstyle. The player select screen shows 6 playable characters, implying a diverse roster of Sailor Guardians to choose from in the game. Finally, Moon Gorgeous Meditation is prominently featured, likely a special attack or a key game mechanic for Sailor Moon. The screenshots show various in-game battles and character portraits, giving a glimpse of the game's action and visuals. This page continues showcasing the SEGA Saturn game, Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon Super's Various Emotion, moving on from the scenario mode to explore other gameplay modes. The page enthusiastically declares, "Let's also enjoy modes other than scenario mode." It details the training mode, perfect for mastering special moves. In this mode, by pressing start, you can always see the command list on screen while you practice. Then it describes the one-player mode. Story mode characters unavailable before, like Sailor Uranus, Sailor Neptune, Sailor Saturn, and Sailor Pluto, become playable here. You get to choose your character and stage, with adjustable computer AI difficulty. Finally, the Versus mode is highlighted as being super exciting for competitive play, mentioning team battles are possible. It emphasizes the thrill of 5-on-5 team battles and how exciting it gets to fight against friends. The page also includes humorous manga-style panels featuring Sailor Venus reacting to the game with expressions like, "Oh my god," and calling herself a troubled maiden of the era. This page dives into the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Angel Paradise Volume 2 starring Yoshino Kimi, subtitled, "Let's Do It Together in Hawaii." It's described as a movie puzzle game, where the movie changes as you progress. The core gameplay revolves around chain reactions in a puzzle grid. You place pieces, and if pieces of the same shape are aligned 2 spaces apart, the pieces in between vanish, potentially triggering further chain reactions. The goal is to clear pieces efficiently. The page also highlights other modes. Cult Quiz Mode tests your knowledge of Yoshino Kimi with quizzes about her. It mentions the quizzes are quite challenging and aimed at dedicated fans. Data Room Mode lets you view photos and profiles of Yoshino Kimi. You can find out various details about her, like her birthday and blood type. The reviewer recommends checking out the Data Room Mode first before tackling the Cult Quiz. The article mentions, the game is 100% complete and set for release around September 13th, priced at 5,800 yen, and is for one player. The reviewer expresses excitement, saying it's a fun game even for non-fans, and suggests players check it out. This article previews Angel Paradise Volume 2, a SEGA Saturn game centered around a virtual Hawaiian trip with Yoshino Kimi. The game offers diverse gameplay experiences. Let's Quickly Go to the Sea features beach scenes with puzzle elements. These are sports tastes. Showcases sports-themed mini-games like golf and basketball. And then, after that, depicts relaxed scenes at the hotel. The article also covers a real-world promotional event at the Tokyo Game Show, including a successful talk show with Yoshino Kimi. It mentions a questionnaire postcard with prizes, though the deadline mentioned seems to have already passed. Overall, the game promises a varied experience combining vacation simulation with mini-games and fan engagement. This page reveals Summer Color Memories Mahjong Edition, a new SEGA Saturn title from Sherrock. It's described as an idol-raising mahjong game, where you play as a talent manager guiding one of 8 cute girls to become an idol. You'll compete in mahjong matches against these girls. The reward for winning? Seeing their swimsuit images, apparently taken at a southern island location, the game is marked as 100% complete and is set to release on September 27th, priced at 5,800 yen. It supports 2-player mahjong and is recommended for ages 18 and up. The reviewer from the Multimedia Development Division, Aizawa, highlights this game as a concept shift for Sharok, emphasizing bringing idols to life through games and guaranteeing satisfaction. We are introduced to the 8 girls who are featured in the game: Nomoto Kaori, Toyama Kasumi, Sakine Toshi, Yamada Ami, Fujiwara Rei, Koshiro Keiko, Ota Yuki, and Igarashi Emi. The page mentions these girls were selected through auditions specifically for this game, emphasizing their cuteness and asking players to cheer them on. It sounds like a light-hearted and fan service-oriented title focused on mahjong and attractive young women. This page is all about Thunder Force Gold Pack 1 for the SEGA Saturn, which bundles together Thunder Force 2 MD and Thunder Force 2i, both originally popular Mega Drive shooting games. The page boasts a 100% completion rating, with the reviewer stating it's a perfect port, and expresses hope for Thunder Force IV to follow. It's mentioned that this Saturn version includes newly created opening movies and a kids mode to make it easier for new players to jump in. We get a look at screenshots from both games. Thunder Force 2 MD is shown with its unique gameplay switching between top-down and side-scrolling stages. Thunder Force 2i screenshots highlight some of the intense boss battles, showcasing enemies like Gorgon, Hydro, and Gargoyle. The overall message is that this gold pack is the definitive way to experience these classic shooting games on the Saturn, appealing to both longtime fans and newcomers to the series. This page is focused on Starfighter 3000. A mission-based 3D flight shooting game for the SEGA Saturn. It's highlighted as an authentic SF 3D shooter, originating from the UK, set in a future of space battles. You play as a test pilot for a new battlecruiser simulator, clearing missions by defeating enemy attacks and achieving objectives. Strategic elements are emphasized, such as using map information, resource management, and friendly support. The page showcases different camera views available in the game: external, flyby, likely flyby, tracking, and cockpit. These views offer varied perspectives during gameplay. Difficulty levels are introduced through ranks like Cadet for training, Corporal for beginner players getting used to 3D space, Captain for intermediate players, and Commander for advanced players seeking challenging gameplay and strategic depth. Each level description provides guidance on the game's mechanics and difficulty progression. The game received a 100% completion rating from the magazine reviewer. It's noted as a 3D shooting game supporting analog mission sticks, and is set for release on September 20th at a price of 6,800 yen. The next page dives into the world of Detective Saburo Jinguji, Unfinished Report, showcasing its unique zapping system. This system lets you switch between different characters' perspectives to advance the story, adding a cool layer of depth to the gameplay. We see different investigation scenarios are being previewed. First is the Jinguji investigation chapter, where you are looking into a seemingly small incident that could lead to a bigger case. Then there's the Yoko investigation chapter, focusing on a missing husband case in Tokyo, with Yoko taking on the investigation in Jinguji's place. The Kumano investigation chapter talks about finding an important item inside an attaché case that was lost by a salaryman. Finally, the Yano investigation chapter deals with a water quality investigation following reports of pollution from a factory's drainage. The page also touches on the game's progress, stating it's 70% complete, and highlights that the game includes many events not directly related to the main story to discover. It's set to be released in November for 5,800 yen and is described as an adventure game for one player. There's even a mention of a mini-game called Mystery Novel Trick Chessboard included in the game, which seems to be a puzzle element offering in-game presents and a chance to win a prize. The reviewer seems excited about the zapping system and the overall depth of the game's narrative. This page focuses on Sentimental Graffiti, a SEGA Saturn title where you experience heartwarming stories with 12 different girls across Japan. The article explores how these girls express their feelings of affection. We see a photo of someone involved in the game's development, possibly discussing reader input. The page highlights the game's concept of dating sim elements, where the reader-submitted ideas are used to shape the game's scenarios and locations. It mentions that the developers collected many ideas from readers and are now refining them for the game. The article showcases 4 characters with screenshots and location details. Hotaru Sawatari in Sapporo, mentioning locations like the Botanical Garden and Maruyama Park. Ayame Ando in Aomori, featuring spots like the Prefectural Museum and Nebuta Festival areas. Emi Nagakura in Sendai, listing places such as Date Masamune Statue and Shiogama Bay. And Yukiho Imamura in Kanazawa, with highlights like Kenrokuin Garden and Higashichaya District. The article also touches upon the game's production, mentioning location scouting and incorporating local elements. The developers are using illustrations to depict the girls, and are aiming for backgrounds reminiscent of real locations. They mention they plan to start recording voice work around September, and are considering opportunities to meet with readers who contributed ideas. The writer expresses excitement about seeing reader ideas come to life in the game, and anticipates the diverse settings from metropolitan areas to local regions. This page continues the focus on sentimental graffiti, showcasing more of the girls and their hometowns across Japan. We get to meet Yuri Yamamura from Nagoya, with locations like Nagoya Castle and the Higashiyama Zoo and botanical gardens being mentioned as potential date spots. Next up is Natsue Mori, representing Osaka, and the article highlights areas such as Minami and Dotonbori, famous for their bustling city vibes, and Osaka Castle. Moving along the coast, we have Akari Hoshino from Yokohama. Locations here include Yamashita Park and Harbor View Park, perfect for romantic strolls. Then there's Manae Sugihara from Takamatsu, featuring Ritsurin Garden and Yashima, known for their traditional beauty. Kyoto is represented by Wakana Kirisaki, with iconic spots like Kiyomizu Temple, Arashiyama, and Kyoto Tower making the list. Hiroshima brings us Unanase, with mentions of the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park and Miyajima, blending history and scenic beauty. Fukuoka introduces Chiho Matsuoka, showcasing the Tenjin area and the waterfront, indicating a modern city setting. Lastly, we have Akira Endo from Nagasaki, featuring the historic Orandazaka Slope and Glover Garden, hinting at a town with international influences. Interestingly, there's a section calling for reader submissions, looking for information on local spots, events, and even local jinxes or superstitions, implying these might be incorporated into the game. They are even offering ANEC Windows 95% as a prize for contributors, showing how much reader input is valued for this title. This page is all about Lunar Silver Star Story. It introduces 2 key locations, the bustling port town of Melibea and the magical floating city of Vane. The article describes Melibea as a lively city with lots of merchants and a place known as Black Parasol Street. Vane is described as a magical city in the sky, where you can learn all sorts of magic. The page highlights new graphical improvements, showing screenshots of Luna's smiling face by the Fountain of Berg in a beautiful new scene. We also see Alex meeting Temjin and Philia of the Grassland people in another scene. The reviewer seems impressed with these new visuals. This page is all about Voice Actor Introductions Part 3, focusing on the voice cast for 3 characters in what we can assume is Lunar Silver Star Story, given the previous page. First up is Rams, voiced by Takahito Sakuramoto. Rams is described as a mischievous but dreamy boy who guides Alex. Sakuramoto-san comments on playing a sharp merchant character, noting the first impression of Rams being chubby and expressive, saying he used his whole body to act the part. Next we have Temjin, voiced by Yasunori Masutani. Temjin is portrayed as mature, yet naive to danger, and a young leader of the Grassland people. Masutani-san mentions it's unusual for him to voice young boys due to his typical deep voice roles. He focused on capturing Temjin's inner personality. Finally, there's Royce, voiced by Machiko Toyoshima. Royce is a mysterious fortune-teller in Melibea, known for powerful magic and watching Vane. Toyoshima-san initially pictured Royce as older, but found her to be younger. She enjoyed the interesting dialogue, and encourages players to play the game and appreciate Royce. The page also includes an illustration and postcard recruitment section, inviting readers to send in fan art and postcards for the game, suggesting autumn nights are perfect for playing it. They are still accepting submissions for an illustration contest, and provide an address for sending in contributions to the SEGA Saturn Magazine editorial department. This page is all about the Just Meet Elf corner, and this time the spotlight is on the game Yayamura Hospital no Hitobito by Tama. The big news is the announcement of a Windows 95 version of Yayamura Hospital no Hitobito, set to launch on September 27th, priced at 7,800 yen. It boasts enhanced 256 color graphics compared to the Saturn version. The page highlights merchandise for Yayamura Hospital no Hitobito, including a Silk Key Original Picture Collection Volume 1 and a video and LD release. 2 volumes of the adventure featuring the Nazarath sisters are out courtesy of Wanapix. For those wanting to try the game on Saturn, there's a chance to win a copy of the Saturn version of Yayamura Hospital no Hitobito in a giveaway. Finally, there's an event scheduled for September 29th in Tokyo, a party sensation event featuring elf merchandise and exclusive items like original drawings and same Raw 2 original costumes. And to lighten the mood, there's a small comic strip at the bottom related to the game. This page is all about the Red Company's visit to the Tokyo Game Show, focusing on Mr. Okumura's activities, subtitled, Run Through Echigoya. It seems he's been quite busy promoting Sakura Wars at the Sega booth. The article is framed as an observation of other makers' hostility. It mentions Okumura leaving the Sega booth to check out other companies. There are photos of him interacting with attendees, showcasing Sakura Wars, gameplay, and distributing official pamphlets. He's even seen engaging with cosplayers, including someone dressed as an astral warrior. The page highlights Okumura's promotional efforts, describing him going booth to booth to promote Sakura Wars and hand out pamphlets. There's a section called Game Show Walkthrough, with snapshots of him in action. The article humorously suggests that Okumura, dressed in costume, was a bit lost when looking for the Sega booth, and had to ask for help at the information desk. The final image shows Okumura with Sega staff and Sakura Wars promotional items, ending with a shout-out to Sakura Wars. This page introduces the GW Gameware and the 1 Million People's Egothon project, which seems to be a user submission project featured in the magazine. It's framed as a way for readers to get their game ideas and artwork into a software title, likely Egothon. They're re-releasing Egothon from GW Issue 3 and starting to accept general submissions from Issue 4. There are examples of game ideas provided. One is Dog and Fat, mentioning that GW Issue 1's Egothon Detective Agency had few keywords, emphasizing location names. They're looking for more original ideas beyond just location descriptions. Another example is Curse and Blessing, still related to Egothon Detective Agency, suggesting using onomatopoeia in unusual combinations for puzzle solving. Near Miya is another example, wanting something visually appealing and unique to Egothon itself, asking for new locations. A work example section displays a user submission titled, The Noble Falling into This Lake Is. It's a drawing with text, showcasing the kind of user-generated content they're looking for. They are accepting submissions in various formats, like writing, middleman text, drawings, puzzle questions, and titles. It seems like they want readers to contribute to the Egothon game world by providing ideas and content that can be incorporated into the game. The page emphasizes that new Egothon titles will be created based on these submissions, encouraging readers to participate. This page features Next Gameware News, announcing a game called Schick Protector. It's an action game based on the Schick brand, known for razors, and it seems to be advertised on TV. The gameplay is described as aiming to become the Space Protector King, with stages divided into block-breaking and shooting sections. A boomerang-like weapon is used, and the blocks are positioned both above and below. The micro safety wire product is also mentioned, likely referencing a Schick razor product within the game's context. The page also has a special project section about Satomaga's creation movie for GW, which stands for Gameware. They were creating a movie and seeking user submissions for it. They've reviewed these submissions and incorporated some into the movie, which will be featured in GW Volume 3, asking readers to check it out. In the column section, writes about racing games. Focusing on Sega Touring Car Championship, they praise the game's realism, comparing the intense racing experience to Formula One. The game includes various international elements, makers, and professional drivers, creating a realistic pro-racing atmosphere. Mr. High Fashion is also mentioned in relation to the game's development. Finally, Mono's Talk is a reader corner section. They're asking for reader feedback and ideas for the corner itself. They encourage submissions related to good games, impressions, CM ideas, and new GW planning ideas, similar to the Egothon and Paboon projects mentioned before, with a submission address provided. This page introduces SEGA Freaks trading cards, announcing their release on September 27th, with a total of 60 different types of cards to collect. These cards are priced at 300 yen per pack, with each pack containing 10 cards. The page explains that trading cards are popular, and SEGA is now entering the market with their own brand focusing on their games and characters. They plan to release 60 new cards every month. The page highlights that there are different types of cards, Prism cards being rarer and more valuable than the normal cards. We can see examples of cards featuring characters from Virtua Fighter 2, Fighting Vipers, and Panzer Dragoon. Some of the characters shown include Akira, Jackie, Sarah, and many more fighters, as well as dragons from Panzer Dragoon. The advert promotes these SEGA Freaks cards being available in game stores and encourages everyone to go and check them out. The first series of SEGA Freaks trading cards, featuring cards number 32 to 60, launches September 27th. The series is divided into Prism and normal rarities. Prism cards include Knights and SEGA toy-themed cards like Robo Pitcha and Lock-On. Normal cards showcase Knights characters, Knights into Dreams characters, Virtua Fighter characters, and SEGA hardware. The cards also feature classic arcade cabinets and the Pico educational console. This series offers a nostalgic look at SEGA's history, with collectors sure to enjoy the hunt for these cards. This page is the cover of a SEGA Saturn software complete guide. It's promising a thorough rundown of all the Saturn games available after release. Looks like this edition is heavily focused on Fighting Vipers, which is splashed right across the page. And the character in the cool armor is definitely from that game. They're also highlighting Legend of Eldian, which was known as Albert Odyssey Gaiden in Japan, and Dukyusei If, which is probably another game they're covering inside. It's a pretty bold, in-your-face cover, typical of game mags back then, with that big star shape drawing your eye right to the SEGA Saturn soft guide title. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn version of Fighting Vipers, and they're making a big announcement. It's packed with info about the arrangement mode, and the real kicker here is the reveal of Pepsi Man as a playable character. They're even giving away the secret to unlocking him. You gotta play arcade mode and lose on purpose. Apparently, if you're about to lose, Pepsi Man will suddenly jump in. Defeat him there, and you can then choose him as a fighter. The developers at AM2 have even left a comment saying Pepsi Man is designed to be a really strong character in the game. They're also showing off some screenshots of special moves with characters like Tokyo and Raxel, and teasing that even after Pepsi Man, more new characters are going to show up. There's also a section talking about the visual style of the game, focusing on the wall paint look and how it creates a unique atmosphere. Right at the bottom, there's a little interview where the developers are talking about how they came up with the concept of Fighting Vipers and the idea of using walls as a central theme in the game's design. Fighting Vipers on SEGA Saturn features new hidden characters Kuma-chan and Panda, originally conceived as joke characters. Several hidden options become available after clearing arcade mode, including Stage Select, No Damage, Portrait Viewer, Pepsi Man mode, and BGM control. The biggest news is the unlockable bosses, BM and Mahler, from the arcade version. Mahler is easier to unlock, but BM, a powerful character with 7-hit combos, requires completing arcade mode on very hard. The developers emphasize the strength of both boss characters, particularly BM, bringing the arcade challenge home. Endurance values for both characters differ slightly between normal and arrange modes, promising a wealth of secrets and content for players. The text details the original arrange mode and hyper mode of a fighting game, likely Fighting Vipers. AM2 developers have balanced the game for experienced players, introducing new techniques and enhancing gameplay. Key changes in arrange mode include altered character taunts, adjusted armor durability, modified throw escapes, making them easier and more rewarding, shorter invincibility after pursuit attacks, and tweaked large jump kicks. Hyper mode, designed for a more exciting experience, boosts movement and offensive capabilities. The text also includes detailed move lists for a character, broken down by attack types and stances, emphasizing combo information. Mastery of these moves is vital, as even the CPU opponent utilizes them effectively. This page continues the Fighting Vipers coverage, diving into arrange mode and hyper mode strategies for the characters Grace and Bond. For Grace, the focus is on her new Camel Hay Spin move, a variation of her high spin kick, now usable as a feint and part of her standard moveset. M2 research highlights Grace's foot techniques as being especially powerful and cool. The page details changes to previous moves, like the beat row spin and the sit-at row spin, mentioning they are now easier to link into combos and cause frame advantage. Moving on to Bond, the page highlights his washing throw as a new powerful throw that adds to his already strong grapple game. It emphasizes Bond's core strength remains unchanged, focusing on powerful throws. Two research notes Bond's balance and power, stating his basic style remains the same, but this new throw adds to his arsenal. The text also touches upon how throws are now generally easier to execute and more rewarding in the game. The page also gives advice on how to play after dodging in hyper mode for both Grace and Bond, suggesting counterattacking and using guard breaks. It seems the game is balanced to encourage aggressive and strategic play with these new modes and moves. This page delves deeper into fighting Vipers, now focusing on Raxel and Tokyo. For Raxel, the guide highlights his hypermode strategy, emphasizing rotational attacks and the Disu spin kick combo as key offensive tools. It also mentions a range mode changes that enhance his air combat and floating techniques. Specifically, it details modifications to moves like the glaive post, Desu spin slash, Desu spin roller, and back off die tick, adjusting damage and properties. AM2 research points out that the Disu spin upper has been adjusted to improve its usability within combos and overall flow. Moving on to Tokyo, the page explains his hypermode tactics revolve around maintaining distance and utilizing moves like the triple lot spin and Starlight Dancer. A range mode for Tokyo centers around guard break and armor break techniques, making him more effective at breaking defenses. New moves like the berry flap punch and lightning arrow are introduced, enhancing his offensive capabilities. AM2 research notes that Tokyo has received a significant power-up, particularly in guard-breaking and armor-breaking abilities. The page suggests these changes make Tokyo a formidable character, especially when applying pressure. In essence, this page gives players the lowdown on how to maximize Raxel and Tokyo's potential in fighting Vipers, particularly with the new arrange and hyper modes. Sandman's arrange mode sees adjustments to his hammer and boost kick, reducing feinting options and attack power. His round-trip hammer is slower, making him weaker overall. In hyper mode, focus on elbow smashes, armor-breaking moves, and effective options like block bombers. The desperate clothesline punch is crucial for air combos. Jane's arrange mode nerfs her combo Ray knee, making it easier to evade, while the two-hand bash punch is now a mid-level attack. Despite the knee's changes, AM2 research considers Jane strong overall. Hyper mode strategy emphasizes positioning, angles, and power smashes. The Crowl Tornado Punch is effective when the opponent's angle is halfway toward homing. Though the combo Ray knee is weaker, Jane's combo spin kick and triple bash remain viable. This page continues with strategy and character changes for Honey and Picky in Fighter's Megamix. For Honey, in hyper mode it's recommended to use guard and attack, focusing on throws and avoiding reckless actions. Down attacks and deep Zagreg are good for follow-ups. For arrange mode, the Captain Wheel's invincibility time has been shortened, and the Gordop Heaven is now more important. New techniques like the Honey DDT and Rolling Hell Array are introduced, performed with P plus G. Moving to Picky, in hyper mode, the high spin kick is highlighted as a versatile move. It's fast and effective for both offense and defense. The low punch tail kick and Robo punch tail kick are also useful. In arrange mode, the low spin kick has been added as a new technique. It's effective for down attacks. The upper to Rose spin kick combo is also emphasized. New moves mentioned are the knee and high spin kick, K plus K, and upper high spin kick, P plus K. The Rose spin kick, plus K plus G, is highlighted as a powerful technique that can bury opponents in the ground, especially after an upper. AM2 research suggests that Picky benefits significantly from the addition of the Rose spin kick, making up for any perceived weaknesses. This page is all about the release of Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldine. It's a character relationship chart showing the main players in the games. It's an RPG from Sunsoft, already on sale for 6,500 yen, suitable for all ages and single player only. The chart is divided into sections. First up is Pike and his companions, featuring Pike, Ika, who is possibly his rival, Carol, and Elder, who seems to have romantic feelings for Carol. Then, there's Amon and Fatime, who are Pike's companions. Next we have the Eldine three siblings, Eldine, Estan, and Liera, and Liera, seem to have a sibling-like relationship with Eldine. Eldine and Fatime are in a master-servant relationship. The Ladria Magic Course section includes Rachesta, who has romantic feelings for Bernard, Bernard who is in a master-servant relationship with Ladria, and Frontiera, which seems to be related to Bernard in some way, perhaps a territory or organization. Finally, Other Forces features Norma and Balin, who are also in a master-servant relationship. The page uses these relationship lines to give a quick snapshot of the character dynamics within the game, hinting at rivalries, romantic interests, and alliances, which is typical for RPGs. This page reveals the results of an illustration contest for Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldine. The grand prize winner from Osaka got a special Sunsoft-made telecard. Their artwork is praised for capturing the game's atmosphere and originality. The Sunsoft prize winner, from Tokyo, also received a Sunsoft telecard. Their artwork is described as portraying the characters well, with a fantasy-like feel, and cute dragons. The Satumaga prize winners, who each received a Satumaga original t-shirt and telecard, are also showcased. There are multiple winners from various prefectures. The comments highlight different aspects of their artwork, from detailed character expressions to unique interpretations of the game's world and characters, including cute, cool, and even humorous drawings. Sunsoft's overall comments are very positive, praising the high level of artwork and expressing happiness that fans are enjoying Albert Odyssey Gaiden. They appreciate everyone who submitted and highlight the effort put into each piece. Satumaga also expressed their delight at the quality of entries and the number of submissions, noting the passion and skill of the artists. They comment on the unique styles and interpretations of the game from the fans. This guide focuses on maximizing enjoyment of Dukyusei If, highlighting key gameplay secrets. A primary focus is the Secret House in Sakigake Town, offering hints for progression. Players are encouraged to visit frequently. Another secret, Wallpaper House, alters the message display area, unlocked by visiting the Secret House first, then paying 10,000 yen to return time at the fourth dimension house. Meeting these conditions allows saving to unlock the visual change. Finally, the guide emphasizes experiencing all 17 best endings to unlock a special title screen visual created by Masanori Takigawa, advising multiple playthroughs to achieve this. The page ultimately encourages exploration and thorough completion of the game. This page highlights some of the original visuals and scenarios unique to the SEGA Saturn version of Dukyusei If. Part 1 is focused on Quiz Brothers service shots. Apparently, there are 5 different service shot scenes related to the Quiz Brothers that you can encounter in the game. To see these, you need to answer quiz questions correctly and meet specific day and location conditions. These special scenes, unavailable on the PC or PC Engine versions, include scenarios like milk drinking mood, 2 people in the sick room, and sneaking into the Marique's backyard. The article suggests saving your game beforehand if you're aiming to witness all of them. Part 2 moves on to Original Event and Scenario Edition. These are original scenarios unique to the Saturn release. While they aren't essential for achieving the best ending, they are presented as enjoyable sub-scenarios that expand on the characters. However, triggering these events seems to require quite specific and possibly difficult conditions, such as particular choices or actions involving heavy boxes. Characters featured in these scenarios include Takano Midori, Sakuragi Mai, and Kurokawa Satomi, with one scenario specifically mentioned as, "After that, whereabouts." Essentially, this page is showcasing some of the extra content and visual treats specifically added to the SEGA Saturn version of Dukyusei If, emphasizing the unique experience for Saturn players. This guide provides strategies to romance 13 characters in Dukyusei If, focusing on key events and conversations. The scenarios for 4 characters are detailed. For Tanaka Misa, frequent visits to school locations like the schoolyard and cinema are important, along with monitoring Suzuki and Kinoshita's events. Saito Ayako's route requires pharmacy visits and conversations with Mr. Makoto, followed by tea house and park dates. Naruse Kaori's path involves school meetings, cinema and station dates, and visits to Yatsui Ai, Layla. Spending around 10,000 yen is noted. Prioritize dates with Sakuma, and avoid the bar before them. Ninomiya Kurumi's route starts with initial meetings and meeting at the tea house. Focus on Sakigake Station, park, and cinema dates, plus morning meetings around Kasukabe Station. Crucial decisions at home are advised. Screenshots from the game are included to illustrate the scenes. This guide offers strategies to romance 5 characters in Dokusei If. For Sakuma Chihiro, frequent dates and specific location visits, station, park, arcade, are key. Buying items at the station triggers events. Tamachi Hiromi requires initial meetings, followed by dates, and careful dialogue choices on the 17th, 18th, and 19th. Saitoma Siko is initially found at home, then requires specific morning actions on the 14th, and visits to her house before noon. Kuzuha Yayoi is encountered frequently in various locations, with the goal of triggering her adult scenario. Yoshioko Yoriko, sensei, is found at school, staff room, broadcasting room, rooftop, and her house. Focus on conversations until the 20th, aiming for a date on the 21st. This guide provides dating tips for the game Dokusei If, focusing on 5 characters: Suzuki Minaho, Masaki Natsuko, Kurokawa Satomi, Sakuragi Mai, Sakuragi Kyoko, and Takano Midori. For Minaho, focus on meeting her at school, and consider Tanaka Misami as an alternative. Natsuko requires weekly boutique visits, with key dialogue choices determining her route, potentially leading to a pool date and a room invitation. Satomi benefits from daytime dates at the tea room and riverbank. Mai thrives on pool dates, especially before noon, followed by amusement park dates and frequent encounters at Yatsushiro Town Park. Kyoko's route starts at the school gate, with crucial pool dates and meetings at Sakuragi Park. Finally, Midori involves encounters at the school gate, school locations, and disco dates, requiring attention to fashion and time. This page is all about magical brainpower for the SEGA Saturn, developed by SEGA AM1. It's a quiz game based on a super popular TV show, aiming to bring that exciting quiz show experience to your console. They're calling it a new wave in quiz games, and it's designed so anyone can jump in and play. The article highlights that you can even use a microphone to answer questions, just like on the TV show. Apparently, voice recognition is still being tweaked, but it's meant to be a key feature, making it feel really different from other quiz games. Up to 3 players can compete at once, and it mentions that chaos is possible, which sounds fun. They are even suggesting it could spark a magical brain power versus boom! There are screenshots showing various types of quiz modes, like magical shout, magical paint, 3D text quiz, and one-letter quiz. It seems like there are different categories, with one example question being about accessories. They also show gameplay screens, displaying brain index scores and rankings, so you can see how you stack up. It's advertised as being broadcast on TV every Thursday at 7:54 p.m. on Nippon Television. Overall, it looks like a really energetic and fun party quiz game for the Saturn. This page is all about Dynamite Baseball. It's designed by SEGA AM1 and is running on the Model 2 arcade board. They're really hyping it up as the baseball game to play this autumn. It sounds like they've put a lot of focus on the batting controls, using a bat switch system to adjust power and timing, aiming for a really engaging and strategic experience. They emphasize how smooth the player movements are and the overall speedy feel of the game, distinguishing it from other baseball titles. The reviewers at Saturn Magazine seem impressed, highlighting the game's controls and the exciting strategic depth it brings. Then there is a section called Dynamite Dika CG Gallery, showcasing character models from Dynamite Cop, known internationally as Die Hard Arcade. They describe the characters' personalities as being somewhat silly and over the top. It features characters like Bruno Dellinger and Cindy Holiday, and mentions they are from the San Francisco City SWAT team. Apparently, these CG models are part of a special project. There's also a giveaway for a special Dynamite Cop fan. Wave Runner, a new arcade game by SEGA AM1, is coming to arcades around September, running on Model 2 hardware. The game, designed to evoke a tropical feel, aims for realistic jet ski simulation. Development prioritized realistic body feel and wave movement, making the experience immersive. Players control the jet ski using handlebars and body movement for steering, with leaning into turns for advanced play. The game balances accessibility for beginners, with depth for experienced players. Courses range from beginner-friendly tropical resorts to challenging city and bay areas. Acceleration involves on/off throttle, and utilizing the edge of the jet ski for controlled slides. The developers hope the game is fun for everyone, promising a sense of skill regardless of experience. Try it out at the JAMA show for a taste of the tropics. This page from SEGA AM3 Research is titled Rush, and asks, Last Bronx 2? It seems to be an article detailing the development of a game, likely Rush, and hinting at a sequel to Last Bronx. The page features a profile of a character named Yusaku Kudo, discussing his inner turmoil and the importance of leadership. It mentions the Soul Crew team and the impact of a leader's death, suggesting a dramatic storyline. The designer's comment reveals that Last Bronx 2 is still in early stages, but they are focusing on creating character images to generate excitement among fans, particularly those of LASPRO, presumably Last Bronx characters. The page includes screenshots, one showing gameplay from Rush, a fast-paced racing game, and another a character portrait of Yusaku Kudo. Overall, it's an update from SEGA AM3, showcasing their current project Rush, and teasing the potential development of Last Bronx 2 through character design and story hints. This page is titled, Making of Character, File 1 Yusaku Kudo, and it dives into the development of the character Yusaku Kudo, likely for the game Rush. We learn that Yusaku is designed to be a hot-blooded character, and they go into detail about his signature weapon, the 3-section staff. The article explains the design process, focusing particularly on the challenges of animating the 3-section staff to look realistic and powerful. They even used videos as reference to understand the weapon's actual movements. Making it look both natural and impactful within the game was a key point of focus. The page is filled with images showing Yusaku, from character artwork and design sketches to action poses and in-game sprites, demonstrating his skills with the 3-section staff. The designers mention the hard work involved in getting those weapon animations just right, and the satisfaction in achieving realistic movements. It's clear they are aiming for a character style that will resonate with fans of their Last Bronx characters, which they refer to as LASPRO, something they mentioned on the previous page too. Designer Yoshitsugu is also mentioned, with a comment praising his bike illustration as excellent. This page dives into character-specific aerial combos, guided by the AM3 research team, likely for the game Rush. It's all about mastering those impressive mid-air attacks, especially since aerial combos are crucial in this game, where keeping opponents airborne is key to victory. The page focuses on 2 characters, Yusaku and Joe, and gives example combos for each. For Yusaku, after launching an opponent with a move like Dual Knuckle, they suggest combos using punches and kicks. For Joe, they highlight his slash accelerator, which can lead into further combos. They give a few combo examples for each character, using simplified button notations, showing how to link moves together effectively in the air. They emphasize that mastering these aerial combos will give you a significant advantage in matches, and make your gameplay more stylish and powerful. There's also a little announcement for a LASBRO telecard, which is a promotional phone card featuring Last Bronx artwork. It's a prize giveaway related to SEGA AM3 Research Rush magazine. This page focuses on the fighting game Last Bronx, specifically highlighting character Lisa and her aerial combat prowess. It details her moves and combo execution, similar to previous character spotlights. The page also features coverage of the LASBRO event, held on August 6th at locations like Shibuya Parco and Spain Slope. The event, judged by Mr. Yamamoto Sho, was a success, with intense battles and an energetic atmosphere. Additionally, the page includes LASBRO Illustration Corner, Volume 4, showcasing fan art, and an illustration grand prize, encouraging more submissions with the promise of prizes and feedback from the AM3 staff. Finally, Confusion Scene displays photos from the LASBRO event, emphasizing the game's popularity and the enthusiastic fanbase. Dr. Watari's lecture Volume 13 details a defensive strategy for the HBV-05 Raiden in Area Knifing Pen. Following a successful, albeit costly defense during Operation Moongate, the lecture outlines a new battle scenario. The defensive setup involves placing Ascon cannons at point D, Salban cannons at point E, and Meganeer machines at point F to lure and engage enemy VRS. The primary objective is to repel 20 incoming enemy VR-20 units, of Farmed and DeLucas types, approaching the reactor. The plan involves splitting Salban units and deploying Raiden in the S-shaped tunnel for interception. Success hinges on precise timing, sufficient forces, and a degree of luck. The strategic discussion emphasizes positioning at point E and the observation post for coordinated defense against the overwhelming enemy presence. A screenshot of Raiden in action accompanies the tactical analysis. This page continues Drive Watari's lecture, diving deeper into the tactical deployment and movement of ASCON and SALBN cannons in the area knifing pen defense strategy. It elaborates on how to effectively utilize these cannons against the incoming enemy VRS, specifically a farmed and DeLucas types. The lecture stresses the importance of luring enemies towards designated kill zones using Meganeer machines, and then strategically maneuvering the ASCON and SALBN cannons for maximum impact. There's a detailed breakdown of how to position the cannons at points D and E respectively, and how to adapt their movements based on the enemy's approach. The diagrams illustrate different tactical formations, including T-shaped setups and flanking maneuvers, showing how to effectively use terrain and cannon placement to control the battlefield and funnel enemies into traps. The text emphasizes the need for precise timing and coordination between different unit types to achieve a successful defense. The lecture also touches on anticipating enemy movements and making adjustments on the fly, highlighting the dynamic nature of combat and the importance of adaptability in this defensive scenario. It's all about using the ASCON and SALBN cannons in conjunction with the Meganeer machines to create a layered defense and overcome the numerical disadvantage against the VR-20 units. Dr. Watari's lecture details the tactical application of his ASCON and SALBN cannons in a defense strategy. A combat scenario involving Raiden units and a Meganeer is presented against enemy VRS, a farmed and DeLucas Model 20. The lecture explains the deployment of the Meganeer as a lure, drawing enemies into a kill zone where the SALBN cannons are positioned. Tactical commands like wait, retreat, and attack are used to coordinate actions. The Meganeer endures heavy fire but successfully draws the enemy. The SALBN cannons engage, resulting in direct hits and explosions. The lecture emphasizes precise aiming, timing, and quick decision-making in close quarters combat. The summary highlights the Meganeer's damage, the SALBN's effectiveness, and the importance of ammunition conservation. The lecture's intent is instructional, guiding players on utilizing the cannons and Meganeer in similar combat scenarios, particularly for the area knifing pen defense strategy. This page continues the tactical lecture, diving right into a combat scenario. We're seeing the practical application of the area knifing pen defense strategy using Raiden and SALBN cannons, with a Meganeer unit acting as bait. The action kicks off with the Raiden pilot launching bombs, but the SALBN unit quickly finds itself dodging enemy fire. Despite taking some hits, the Meganeer successfully draws the enemy units, which are identified as a farmed and DeLucas Model 20 VRS, into the kill zone as planned in the lecture. The SALBN cannons then engage, scoring direct hits and causing explosions. It's a tense situation with commands being barked out like retreat and attack as the units maneuver. The ASCON unit is also in the thick of it, dodging laser fire and retaliating. In the end, the ASCON Corps takes out a whopping 21 enemy VRS, while the SALBN Corps takes down one. Despite the heavy action and close calls, victory is achieved, though it sounds like only one SALBN unit remains operational. The dialogue hints at more challenges ahead, with a sense of relief mixed with anticipation for the next, possibly even tougher, encounter. It really brings to life the tactical concepts discussed earlier, showcasing the importance of precise positioning and coordinated attacks in a chaotic VR battle. This page seems to be a fun interlude from the tactical discussions, showing the Gunblade team enjoying a barbecue party. The page title is Gunblade Barbecue Squad Talk, and it features a casual chat among team members named Yamanashi Team Leader, Mensur Miyagi Training Chief, and Kalbi Tomari, pictured in blue uniforms. They're discussing various topics while grilling meat, including how much meat they've eaten, games they've played, and funny stories, all in a lighthearted and informal tone. There's a section titled Today's Results, which lists what they consumed during the barbecue, including impressive amounts of kalbi, roast beef, tongue, harami, rice, beer, and oolong tea. Thankfully, no liver sashimi was eaten. The page also reveals a secret dragonfly ending in Gunblade. Apparently, this ending appears when you play on easy or hard difficulty and successfully enter your pilot. The method to achieve this ending involves pulling both the P1 and P2 triggers simultaneously. The page shows a screenshot with a helicopter labeled Dragonfly, confirming this special ending in the game. Gunblade New York is also mentioned as being developed by SEGA AM3 and runs on the Model 2 board. This excerpt from SEGA AM2's Express Neo, Volume 29, focuses on Virtua Fighter 3. It highlights stunning full CG footage, first previewed at Tokyo Joytopolis, and showcased at the Tokyo Game Show, August 23, with a planned September release. The footage, featuring all characters, emphasizes realistic movements, sound, and detailed graphics within a 2-minute and 10-second movie. The article also covers a talk show at the Tokyo Game Show '96, featuring director Mr. Suzuki Yu and sound director Mr. Yuchi. They discussed a potential Saturn port, stressing the need to preserve the original experience. The event included a special interview session with Capcom members. Mr. Suzuki emphasized their dedication to making a satisfying Saturn version of Virtua Fighter 3. The audience seemed pleased with the event. AM2 Research Institute discusses Virtua Fighter 3 and its CG movie shown at the Tokyo Game Show. Director Mr. Suzuki noted enthusiastic audience reactions and interest in the game. He pondered the potential of future full CG movies. The interview then focuses on character expression in Virtua Fighter 3. Mr. Suzuki highlights the effort put into character expressions, particularly the use of morphing for more lifelike character portraits. The evolution of the character selection screen across Virtua Fighter titles is also discussed. Finally, the interview praises the detailed animal effects in the game's stages, showcasing sparrows and a hawk. Mr. Suzuki explains their focus on integrating animal movements into the CG world, with detailed wave and sand effects enhancing the stage realism, alongside Sarah's hair movement and 8-channel sound. This page is a scoop announcement about the Virtua Fighter 3 Centigrams movie, which was revealed at the Tokyo Game Show and is causing quite a stir. The CG movie is described as having incredible detail, showing off realistic character expressions beyond what was seen in the game itself. We get a glimpse of various scenes from the movie, including Jackie racing through city streets at night, Sarah in a beautiful Japanese garden, Lau drinking tea, Cage hugging a dog, and Akira in a dramatic sunset scene. There's even a scene with Jackie wrestling a shark. The article then moves on to discuss the evolution of stage design in Virtua Fighter 3, particularly the Ikata stage, or raft stage. It mentions how the stage design has become much more sophisticated since the original Virtua Fighter games, with the water and raft movement being much more realistic. Apparently, it was quite challenging to design stages that are both fun to play and strategically interesting. Finally, the page introduces the AM2 research designer team and shows a group photo. It mentions that the next page will feature more details from the AM2 research team, exploring the designers, final decisions, and design documents for each stage. There's also a mention of the official Virtua Fighter 2 and 3 guidebook, described as a comprehensive guide with character introductions, techniques, and strategies, available in bookstores from September 19th. This page continues the feature from the AM2 research team, diving into the design of Akira Yuki. We hear from one of the designers who talks about creating Akira's in-game model from initial pixel art, mentioning the challenges of making him recognizable, especially with the red line on his outfit. They also mention arranging his clothes to be a bit darker, like in Virtua Fighter 1. We then see Akira's stage, which is called Gymnasium, showcasing the stage where you fight as Akira. The majority of the page is dedicated to Akira's Technique List Part 1. This is a rundown of Akira's moves, presented as a table, and with accompanying screenshots in numbered boxes. The table lists each move by name, its command input, and the attack level. The screenshots and descriptions in the numbered boxes elaborate on each move, detailing its properties and how to use it effectively in combat. It looks like a guide to help players understand Akira's fighting style and master his techniques in Virtua Fighter. The page also notes that the techniques are shown using photos and that new techniques are highlighted in red text. This page continues the character features with Kagemaru from Virtua Fighter. The designers talk about how Kagemaru's 1P and 2P colors are almost the same, and they didn't change his ninja image much. They mention wanting to keep his cool ninja vibe, which led to the mask design. We then get to see Kagemaru's stage, which is a classic Japanese castle setting. Like the previous page for Akira, the bulk of this page is dedicated to Kagemaru's Technique List Part 1. It's another move list table, this time showing off Kagemaru's special attacks. Each move is numbered with screenshots in boxes, alongside the name, command input, and attack level in the table. These screenshots with descriptions seem to be guiding players on how to execute and use Kagemaru's various ninja techniques effectively in Virtua Fighter. Just like before, it's noted that the techniques are shown with photos and any new techniques are highlighted in red. The next page focuses on Jackie Bryant from Virtua Fighter 2. Similar to the previous character pages, we get a section called Designer's Comment, where they talk about how Jackie has stronger techniques in Virtua Fighter 2 compared to the first game, and now has a variety of combos. We then see Jackie's stage, which is a high-rise building. Again, like Kagemaru's page, the majority is Jackie's Technique List Part 1. It's another detailed move list, showing Jackie's special attacks. The page uses screenshots alongside each move, showing the move name, command input, and attack level in a table format. These details guide players on how to perform and effectively use Jackie's moves in Virtua Fighter. Just like before, the techniques are shown with in-game photos, with new moves highlighted in red text. This page introduces Sarah Bryant from Virtua Fighter 2. Like Jackie's page, it features sections like Designer's Comment, where the AM2 designers discuss Sarah's character design, noting her 1P and 2P color variations. They mentioned the 2P color was considered quite flashy, and also talk about refining her proportions and hairstyle. Sarah's stage is revealed to be the subway stage, and there's a comment about the stage being decided on quite late in development, but they worked to make it interesting. The majority of the page is dedicated to Sarah's Technique List Part 1. It's a detailed breakdown of her moves, presented in a table format with move names, command inputs, and attack levels. To the right of the table, each move is showcased with screenshots demonstrating its execution and a brief description of its properties and usage. The list covers 30 different moves, providing players with a comprehensive guide to Sarah's fighting techniques in Virtua Fighter 2. New techniques are highlighted in red text, similar to Jackie's page, to draw attention to additions in this game. This page continues the character breakdowns, this time focusing on Pei-chan from Virtua Fighter 2. Just like with Sarah, there's a section called Designer's Comment, where the AM2 team talks about Pei's design. They mention that her 2P color outfit was initially considered quite showy. They also discuss how they aim to make her look like a normal girl, rather than just a stereotypical Chinese-style character, eventually settling on a design with pigtails and a Chinese-style hat for her 2P look. Pei's stage is revealed to be the roof of the restaurant, which they call rooftop. The text mentions this stage is built around the idea of making a stage with pillars, and uses all 3 stages of the roof, being the 3rd stage in the game. The bulk of the page is dedicated to Pei's Technique List Part 1, presented as a table. It details 30 of her moves with names, command inputs, and attack levels. To the right of the table, each move is illustrated with screenshots showing the move in action, and a short description of its properties and how to use it. Similar to Sarah's page, new techniques in Virtua Fighter 2 are highlighted in red text in the list. It looks like a really helpful guide for players wanting to learn Pei-chan's moves in detail. This page moves on to introduce Lao-chan from Virtua Fighter 2. Like Pei-chan, there's a designer's comment section from the AM2 team. They mention that Lao-chu's design didn't undergo significant changes during development, and his 2P color was chosen to be White Dragon themed, aiming for a cool look. Lao's stage is revealed to be the Great Wall, described as a fitting location for his character, and wide and expansive in the game. The main part of the page is dedicated to Lao's Technique List Part 1, presenting 30 of his moves in a table format. It lists the move names, command inputs, and attack levels. Similar to Pei's page, each move has accompanying screenshots illustrating the move in action, and a brief explanation of its properties and usage in battle. New techniques introduced in Virtua Fighter 2 are highlighted in red text. This section looks really useful for players looking to master Lao-chan's moveset. This page showcases Wolf Hawkfield from Virtua Fighter 2. Continuing the trend, there's an AM2 designer's comment section. They mention Wolf's weak points were addressed in this iteration with more striking techniques. The designers elaborate on his 1P and 2P color schemes, with the 2P color inspired by a villainous wrestler, aiming for a cool and villainous feel. Wolf's stage is revealed to be Desert. The designers explain that the stage's idea came from conversations within the team, settling on a desert theme due to its unique visual style compared to other fighting game stages, and they enjoyed the challenge of developing it. The main focus is Wolf's Technique List Part 1, presenting a table of 30 moves. Similar to Lao's page, it lists move names, command inputs, and attack levels. Each move is illustrated with screenshots and includes brief explanations of its properties and usage in battle, with new techniques in Virtua Fighter 2 highlighted in red text. It appears to be a helpful guide for players wanting to learn Wolf Hawkfield's moves. This page continues the Virtua Fighter 2 character spotlights, this time focusing on Jeffrey McWild. Just like with Wolf, there's an AM2 designers comment section where the designers talk about Jeffrey being conceived as a power-based character with a focus on striking. They mention ensuring players can master his techniques. Jeffrey's stage is revealed as Southern Island. The main part of the page is dedicated to Jeffrey's Technique List Part 1, which is another table listing 30 of his moves. It breaks down each move with its name, command inputs, and attack level. Each move is visually demonstrated with screenshots and includes descriptions of its properties and how to effectively use it in fights. Again, like with Wolf's List, new techniques in Virtua Fighter 2 are highlighted in red text. This looks like a useful guide for players wanting to learn Jeffrey's moves and get better at playing him. This page continues the character spotlights for Virtua Fighter 2, this time focusing on Lion Rafal. Similar to previous character pages, there's an AM2 designers comment section where the designers discuss Lion as a character designed around combination attacks and throws, emphasizing his diverse range of low attacks. Lion's stage is revealed to be the library. The majority of the page is dedicated to Lion's Technique List Part 1. This is presented as a table that lists 30 of his moves, along with their names, command inputs, and attack levels. Each move is also visually demonstrated with screenshots and includes descriptions of its properties and tips on how to use them effectively in battle. Just like with previous character lists, new techniques introduced in Virtua Fighter 2 are highlighted in red text. This section is clearly aimed at helping players learn Lion's moves and improve their skills with him. This page continues the Virtua Fighter 2 character spotlights, this time focusing on the Drunken Master, Shun Dai. Similar to Lion's page, we get an AM2 designer's comment, where they mention that Shun Dai was initially designed to be a cute character, but the final design became quite different. The main part of the page, titled Shun's Technique List Part 1, is dedicated to showcasing 30 of his moves. It's presented in a table format, listing each move's name, command input, and attack level. Screenshots accompany each move, demonstrating it visually. These descriptions offer tips on how to effectively use each technique in battle. Just like with Lion's List, new moves introduced in Virtua Fighter 2 are highlighted in red. This section is clearly aimed at players wanting to master Shun Dai and learn his unique fighting style. This page is another character spotlight from the Virtua Fighter 2 section, this time focusing on a Choi Ume no Koji. Like the previous page for Shun Dai, there's an AM2 designers comment section. Here, the developers talk about Akameo's design, mentioning she was initially conceived as a programmer-level model. Even her clothing was designed by a programmer. They almost went with a sailor uniform and decided on her 2P color before her 1P. They also noted that her outfit colors nicely match her snowfield stage. Below this is Alaoi's Technique List Part 1, showcasing 30 of her moves in a table format. Each move is listed with its name, command input, attack level, and a screenshot demonstrating the move. Helpful descriptions are included to explain how to use each technique effectively. Similar to Shun Dai's list, new moves introduced in Virtua Fighter 2 are highlighted in red for players to easily spot. This section is great for players wanting to learn the ins and outs of Agaoi's fighting style and master her moveset. This page is all about Takarashi from Virtua Fighter 3 and his move list. Similar to the Aoi page, there's an AM2 designers comment section where the designers talk about his fighting style being designed to eat into the opponent's rhythm and how his moves are designed to look powerful. Below this, we have Takarashi's Technique List Part 1, which showcases 30 of his moves. It's presented in a table format detailing each move's name, command input, attack level, and a screenshot demonstrating the move. Descriptions are given to explain how to use each technique effectively in combat. Just like with Akadoe's list, new moves for Virtua Fighter 3 are highlighted in red. This is a great resource for players wanting to get to grips with Takarashi's sumo-based fighting style. The page also shows Takarashi's stage, called Sumo Ring, depicting a traditional Japanese sumo ring. This page gives players a good overview of Takarashi's moves and fighting style in Virtua Fighter 3. This page announces the results of a combo contest For Virtua Fighter Kids, the headline boasts, many excellent combo submissions were announced, and it highlights the judge. Committee Chairman Usaki's keen eye selected these 13 winning entries this time. The page is split into sections showing winning combos for Akira, Cage, Jeffrey, and Sarah. Each combo is presented with screenshots and the button inputs. For Akira, the winning combo is a 5-hit CPU opponent hyper combo against CPU-controlled opponents. The judge comments, praise its effectiveness against CPUs and stylish finish. Cage's combo is a 4-hit, wide as thunder hit combo, which the judge describes as almost inhuman and surprisingly effective. Jeffrey's combo is a 4-hit 3-chain blast, Oli Oli Olya, which the judge praises for its beautiful chain of moves and impactful finishing blow. Sarah's combo is a 4-hit shadow step that becomes a year, which the judge notes is a combo with excellent setup, leading to a shadow step, and praises the accompanying illustration. The page also includes a section titled Combo Corner 3 Under Consideration Report, discussing the submission process and the high quality of entries, but notes that some submissions were disqualified for frame inaccuracies or for being character-specific without specifying. This page highlights player-submitted combos for various characters, judged by Usaki. Featured combos include Pei's gorgeous sky-high hand combo, 7 hits, Wolf's slightly strong Pei limited combo, 8 hits, Jeffrey's last-minute stomach attack maniac, 4 hits, and Sarah's Kanbo Kuru Kuru ballerina, 6 hits. Jackie's lightning combo, 8 hits, is recommended for beginners, while Shun's 2-stage sideways attack, 4 hits, and Lion's Kuru Kuru continuous attack, 10+ hits, are praised for effectiveness. Dural's lightweight class limited one-shot heaven, 7 hits, demonstrates power. The Combo Corner review acknowledges the submission's quality and variety. Additional sections explore the potential of high-hit combos and complex inputs. The page concludes by encouraging future combo submissions, promising more announcements. This page is a feature asking, who is she? And the answer is Yoko Fukuzawa, who is presented as a model associated with SEGA. The page also gives credit to Nobutaka Ario, SEGA for the graphic design, and Tetsuo Ohya for the photography. The image shows Yoko Fukuzawa in a vibrant red outfit, complete with matching boots and fluffy white accents, posing against a blue background. It appears to be a spotlight page dedicated to introducing model Yoko Fukuzawa and her connection to SEGA. This page continues the feature on Yoko Fukuzawa and delves into some of the behind-the-scenes details of her photoshoot. It seems there was a Fax Club poll, where if she got 100 votes, she would do a honey cosplay, and apparently she jokingly agreed to it. Now, she expresses some regret, as she actually reached the 100 votes, admitting she didn't really think it would happen, and is now feeling a bit embarrassed about it. She even mentions that her friends at the company asked her, "Isn't this sexual harassment?" The text also hints at some further developments or reveals about Yoko Fukuzawa, with phrases like, second round? And, what is this? It looks like they are teasing more content or information about her in the next issue, keeping the mystery of, who is she, going. There are also images of her, in different outfits and poses, possibly related to the photoshoot discussed in the text. This SEGA Saturn magazine page highlights the AM2 Research Institute. It features an interview with Mr. Kurokawa, discussing his SEGA career, including early work on the Beat Mega Drive and the AM2 Research Express column. He reminisces about Virtua Fighter interviews and his departure from SEGA. The article also touches on the importance of human interaction and teases a Vipers t-shirt giveaway. The page then continues a feature on Yoko Fukuzawa and the Fax Club poll. She fulfilled her promise to do a honey cosplay after receiving over 100 votes, leading to a photoshoot and friendly teasing about potential sexual harassment. This content is also promoted in a gallery special edition. Finally, the page calls for reader submissions for the AM2 Research Express Neo column, offering t-shirts as prizes, and showcases reader-submitted fan art featuring illustrations like Kawasumi Honoka and Fukusawa Honey. This page features game reviews for SEGA Saturn titles, specifically focusing on Tetris Plus and Iron Soldier. For Tetris Plus, we see opinions from 3 groups. The Lady Users Group, who felt it was alright, but questioned its novelty, giving it a score of 5 out of 10. The Game Mania Group liked the puzzle mode and character voices, rating it a 6. However, the guest game writers were quite impressed, praising its arcade feel and addictive puzzle mode, awarding it an 8 out of 10, highlighting it as a really fun and engaging puzzle experience. Moving on to Iron Soldier, the Lady Users Group were disappointed, feeling it didn't live up to expectations and criticizing the controls, giving it a 5. The Game Mania Group also weren't too impressed, finding it lacking something and noting the graphics were not great, scoring it a 4. Interestingly, the guest game writers again had a more positive view, praising the robot combat, especially the multiplayer, awarding it an 8. They specifically enjoyed the booster and battlefield aspects of the gameplay. Overall, it seems Tetris Plus is getting a fairly mixed reception, with the puzzle mode being the consistent highlight. Iron Soldier is even more divided, with the guest writers finding more to enjoy than the other groups, particularly in its multiplayer robot battling. It's interesting to see such varied opinions on the same games. This review section covers 4 games. Angel Paradise Volume 2, a puzzle game with real video footage, earned a 7/10. Street Fighter 02, Alpha 2, received a perfect 10 out of 10 for its high-quality arcade port, fast loading, and Saturn-exclusive content. An unnamed puzzle game, possibly similar to Puzzle Bobble, received a 9/10 from Hyper Rush writers who preferred the Saturn version. Finally, Sega Ages. Outrun was praised by the guest game writers for its many options, arranged music, and enjoyable gameplay, garnering an 8/10. SEGA Saturn Magazine reviews 3 games. Starfighter 3000 receives mixed reviews for its complex controls and unclear mission design, scoring between 5 and 6. Real Bout Fatal Fury is lauded as a perfect port of the arcade game, praised for its faithfulness and animations, earning an 8. Sega Ages. Afterburner 2, while a strong port, is noted to lack the arcade feel and scores a 6. The magazine also discusses the Saturn's RAM expansion, highlighting its positive impact on loading times and gameplay, particularly when compared to Neo Geo CD versions. The expansion is considered a good value at 8,800 yen. Additional comments praise the quality of porting, with a humorous reference to the possibility of ADA contributing to Afterburner 2's development. SEGA Saturn Magazine reviews 4 games. Magical Drop 2, a puzzle game, scores a 7. While fast-paced and potentially stressful for experienced players, it's a solid port. Romance of the Three Kingdoms Vi, a strategy game, earns an 8 for its improved gameplay and strategic depth, appealing even to newcomers. Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You's Competitive Edition, also receives an 8, praised for its unique feel and strategic elements. The final game, partially obscured, likely a Koei Tecmo title, scores a 7. It features improved graphics and loading, with addictive gameplay and strong multiplayer, making it a worthwhile Saturn version. This page of SEGA Saturn Magazine reviews 4 games. Starting with Haunted Casino, the reviewer notes it's a game for female users, focusing more on conversation than cards. They like the anime style and sound, but the 3D movement is slow and the visuals can get tiring. It scores a 6 out of 10. Next up is High Rollers. This game has a great horror atmosphere and sound, almost getting a perfect score if it wasn't for the terrible interface. The reviewer found the gameplay tedious and time-consuming to get started with, giving it a score of 4. Moving on to guest writers. The reviewer likes the atmosphere and the beautiful women in the game, which involves casino games and collecting chips to undress the characters. They see it as appealing to those who like that sort of thing, and adult themes, giving it a 6 out of 10. Then there's Kamiden Ura. The reviewer says it's exactly what you'd expect from a Kamiden game, but not much more. They find the graphics and character positions hard to see, and the moves take too long to execute. The CPU is considered cheap and unbalanced, resulting in a low score of 3. Finally, Aksha Soccer is reviewed. The characters are large and easy to control, and the field view is good. It aims for realism but feels a bit slow-paced. Despite this, the reviewer appreciates the replayability and the technique involved, giving it a score of 5. SEGA Saturn Magazine reviews several games. Heiwa Pachinko Grand Offensive, a pachinko simulator aimed at female players, gets a low score of 4/10. Mahjong Sisters 4 Young Grass Story, an anime-style mahjong game, earns a 5/10 due to visual clarity issues and unfair AI. Gal Panic SS, a puzzle game, receives a 6/10. While enjoyable, it suffers from repetitive stages. Finally, 100% Sure Kill. Diligent Men discover a Quicks-like puzzle game with good graphics. Scores a 7/10. Despite the reviewers' dislike of the anime art style, the magazine also features commentary on female gamers, guest writers, and specific critiques of the reviewed games. This page features reviews for several Sega Saturn games. First up is After School Girl Ruckus, Bakupan, a puzzle game where you match bubbles. Reviewers were a bit mixed. One thought the characters were cute, but the gameplay got repetitive, scoring it a 5 out of 10. Another reviewer found it okay for quick sessions, giving it a 6. A guest writer enjoyed the cute girls and found it a decent puzzle game, scoring it a 7. Next is Mobile Suit Gundam Gaiden 1 Battle Blue. This game seems to have impressed more. One reviewer highlighted the dramatic story and good graphics, awarding it an 8 out of 10. Another thought it was okay for Gundam fans, but maybe a bit basic in gameplay, scoring it a 6. The guest writer also enjoyed the Gundam theme and the experience of piloting a mobile suit, giving it a 7. Then there is Pro Soccer Player Training Kit, a soccer training game aimed at beginners. This got a 70% approval rating. The review suggests it's a good entry point for learning soccer fundamentals, with practical advice from a real pro player. Finally, we have Soccer Wars, also with a 70% approval rating. The reviewers praised the overall presentation, including graphics, sound, and story, highlighting the adventure game elements, but noted the pacing might be slow for some. The editorial summary at the bottom mentions these reviews and teases the next issue's content. This guide reveals hidden features for Sega Saturn games. In World Heroes Perfect, players can shrink characters with a button combination during character select and change colors mid-fight. Do Say If has several secrets. Players can earn 10,000 yen daily by working a time-consuming construction job, starting after saving 20,000 yen. The game also allows changing room background music with an in-game CD player. A cosplay grandma event can be triggered by repeatedly choosing yes or no to visit her. On the 11th selection, players can pay for cosplay endings. Finally, holding L, R, X, Y, and Z on the title screen replaces the white background with a collage of female characters. This guide reveals cheat codes and hidden features for several Sega Saturn games. In Saturn Bomberman, holding L plus R and pressing a character select unlocks Yuna and Mantor. Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You features several secrets. A Twin B minigame power-up, up, up, down, down, left, right, BA. A goldfish to turtle transformation at the Shrine Festival, up, up, down, down, left, right, BA 3 times. And more karaoke songs, up, up, down, down, left, right, BA. Clockwork Knight includes name entry codes for various benefits. Max, 9 lives, Min, 0 lives, R50, Stage Select, End, Game Over, Map, Full Map, and CPK, All Movies. Road Rash offers a marathon mode by holding L plus R and up while stopped. The page also solicits cheat code submissions for prizes. This page is a full-page advert for Real Bout Fatal Fury, or Garou Densetsu Real Bout as it's known in Japan, on the Sega Saturn. It's promoting it as the newest in the Fatal Fury series, coming to Sega Saturn. The advert prominently features Geese Howard sitting in a regal chair, looking quite menacing, with another shadowy figure standing behind him. The text talks about Geese Howard's revival as the last boss after 4 years, asking if Terry, Andy, or someone else will be the one to defeat him. It mentions that the game is compatible with the expansion RAM cartridge and will be released on September 20th for 8,800 yen, which includes the Crindrom and the RAM cartridge as a set. At the bottom, you can see screenshots of gameplay with characters like Billy Kane and Geese in action. Sega Saturn Magazine is holding a reader prize giveaway with 7 different prizes. 20 winners can choose any Sega Saturn game released before September 13th, 1996. Other prizes include a Dinah Aaron poster, a Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner box set, Langrisser 2i novels, Fujisaki Shiori fans, Alien Trilogy posters, and the puzzle game Sleazy Ox. The page also announces the winners from a previous giveaway. The upcoming October 11th issue will be released on September 27th. Contact information for inquiries and staff credits are provided, along with the editorial policy emphasizing reader interaction and game information. This page showcases a lineup of SEGA Saturn games from Atlus. It features 3 vertically scrolling shooting games. First up is Strikers 1945, emphasizing its intense gameplay set in World War II. Next is Donpachi, highlighted as a legendary shooting game, praised at the 95 Game Street Special Awards. Finally, there's Gunbird, described as a popular arcade game ported to the Saturn, emphasizing its vibrant visuals. Each game is advertised for both PlayStation and SEGA Saturn, playable by 12 players, and priced at 5,800 yen, excluding tax. The advert also includes screenshots of each game, and a large illustration of a woman in a suit with a cute bat-winged plant in a pot, likely representing the Atlus brand, or a character associated with their games. The text layout is clear and promotional, aiming to attract Saturn owners to Atlus's shooting game offerings. This page highlights 2 completely different games from Atlus. First up is King of Fighters 95: The Spirits, a fully 3D polygon racing game for the SEGA Saturn, supporting 1 or 2 players. It's priced at 5,800 yen, and they're really pushing the fact it's a fully 3D racing experience. Below that, there's a big advertisement for the Devil Summoner Special Box. This is a special package deal that combines both the original Devil Summoner game and Devil Summoner, Devil's Scripture, into a single set. It comes as a SEGA Saturn exclusive on 2 CD-ROMs, plus an 8cm CD, and it's priced at 7,800 yen. You can see the stylish main character from Devil Summoner, looking very cool in his white suit, with a sword strapped to his back, and the Kuzunoha mascot character is there too. At the bottom, it's simply saying that everything from Atlus is currently on sale. And they have even more new games coming soon for the SEGA Saturn. Sakura Wars is a SEGA Saturn game promising a dramatic adventure and simulation experience. The game features a secret combat unit, the Imperial Assault Force, Flower Division, battling in Taisho-era Tokyo. Key gameplay elements include the LIPS system for interactive storytelling. The game boasts beautiful animation and high-quality CG graphics in its simulation sequences. Player choices influence the story and relationships. A limited edition includes the game, a mouse, mousepad, and sticker for 8,800 yen. The standard version costs 6,800 yen, releasing on September 27th. A Sakura Wars Package Power Memory Limited Edition is also available for 4,800 yen. Key staff include Oji Hiroi, producer, Kosuke Fujishima, character design, and Kohei Tanaka, music. Shisa Yokoyama voices Sakura Shinguji, with other notable voice actors also involved.